Welcome one and welcome all to the illegal Reestreamery as we are back doing things with the guy. Hey Dasher Pie, I have several new toys, one of which lets me do that. Finally figured out how to do text styling, which was overdue. So, yeah, this should be fun tonight because the guy, well, he had himself a bit of a pre-stream. He had just a little bit of one. So we got a couple of clips from Duty to warm us up for what promises to be an eventful evening because I genuinely don't know what he did today. I wasn't, as far as the day stream when I was trying to be, a productive style individual. So I don't know what else I got, but we do have a new game to play while watching that doesn't require keeping twice so many tabs. As earlier today I looked up the word support on Go, which will be our word of the day for today, which has 58,407 references in Go, which is totally normal for someone who's a professional streamer with a long history of creating content to ask for money that many times. What's the trend line look like? The word usage of support only peaked in April with 1,641 mentions. Totally normal, goob. Bleh. So at any rate, I've set up a little counter gag that every time he says support, we will add one to the counter. And we'll get a new word of the day every day, at least until the bit stops being funny. So good times all around. What helps if I go to the right clip? All right, so this first one out of the gate is DSP blames Duty and detractors for being broke. I can't make a living off ad revenue. So Dave's going to be telling us stuff he already knows and generally whining. So let's see what you got, Dave.
Now, also, I should bring this up. Today, we're doing Death Stranding 2. And this is, very matter-of-factly, a make or break stream for the game. And you might say, well, what does that mean?
It means you are holding the gun to its head and are going to shoot it if you don't get $150 of money. Which, actually, I don't know if you did today. So that'll be one of the surprises the night stream has in store for us.
All right, well, it means thus. Death Stranding 2 is exactly as I had predicted. It's the same game as Death Stranding 1, with a few tweaks here or there, but for the most part, it's nearly identical when it comes to the gameplay loop. Where it shines are...
So it's a sequel, but it's got hopefully just enough different to keep you interested. So that's a good thing, isn't it, Dave?
Improved graphics, the music, the artistic design, and the story, which I knew would be the case. I said that...
All of which sounds like a good thing, Dave. So you are setting up to praise the game and not wage quit it, right? Right?
This up front, that Death Stranding 1 was the same, where the gameplay elements weren't very fun, but man, the game itself was unique as hell with that plot, and I would love...
And Dave, you keep shitting on Death Stranding 1, and you're playing a sequel that was always going to follow the same formula, so what the hell are you doing, Dave?
Love to experience another good plot, but it's 2025. All right, it's not 5 years ago when we played Death Stranding 1.
Yeah, it's not 5 years. It's not 5 years ago, Dave. But what does that matter in the context of a good game? That's the whole point of a timeless game. Or well, every good game is hopefully timeless to a certain degree that you can pick it up whenever and appreciate it. Now, that doesn't mean games can't age or even age poorly. But well, one can even say that about Chrono Trigger, one of your beloved games, is that. Growing up in roughly the same time period as you, I too thought it was one of the greatest RPGs ever, if not the greatest. And I would still argue it is very good. And for when it came out, it was. But there are better things than Chrono Trigger these days, Dave. It is not on the Mount Rushmore anymore, simply because it is still charming and fun and lovable. And I do love it. I love it to death. But like I said, there are things that have come out that have moved the bar forward, both mechanically and narratively. I mean, the Akira Toriyama art gives it an undeniable charm and an undeniable swagger, but it also it also curses it with having Akira Toriyama art. If you've paid any attention to stuff with Akira that has Akira Toriyama's name on it, the man knew how to draw about 6 faces. Also an amazing creator. Don't get me wrong. Toriyama deserves every ounce of praise he got. But he did have a style, and there were limits to it. So you can run through the Dragon Ball cast, for example, and point to every single equivalent artistically in Chrono Trigger. That's what happens with the passage of time. But that doesn't make the game any less timeless, which is where I'm going with this thing. So why are you still harping about how Death Stranding was... The narrative was so awesome, Goobs, and I wish I could play more of it, but the gameplay sucked. When... it can't have been that good a game if you keep harping on about bad gameplay. Ay caramba, I go in circles, I know, but... All right, Dave, so now you're going to tell me why, despite you not liking the gameplay in Death Stranding 1, you are going to not rage quit Death Stranding 2 because of the gameplay, right?
They're different. I'm in demand. People all the time are asking me to play various different games. Like right now,
they were demanding you play all kinds of different things back in 2019 too, Dave. The difference is that you've actually discovered that, wait a second, if I listen to people and hold a gun to the game's head and tell them to give me money or I'll stop playing, they'll give me money. You used to ban people for saying, play this game. Hey, Dave, you should play this game now. That's all that's changed. And again, you think you're in demand because of the Kino arc, and you think that you are hot shit because of that, even though, you know, the whole Kino arc proved that you're not. But okay, if you're in demand, then Dave, make some command decisions. Why are you putting this game on double ultra secret probation again if you're so in demand and you don't like it? It's the same thing you did with Mario Kart last night. It's so long as you get the money, it doesn't matter whether you want to play the game or not, or what the game even is. So why are we doing this little kabuki theater? It's to get you money, I know, but if you don't like the game, then don't play it. If you've got so many other things you could be doing.
Literally, people are like, play RimWorld, play Vampire Survivor, play another driving sim that you haven't played yet.
Which you will not. You already want to wage quit Mario Kart. What other driving sim are you going to add, Dave? Is it Forza Horizon? Because you've already been threatening that, and that's not going to improve your content, because according to your logic, you shouldn't play Forza Horizon because you already played that within the last 2 years, and you can't go back to something until it's at least like 3 or 4 years old, according to you. You know, that's what you tell everybody. Well, that's why you tell everybody to quit fucked when they say, hey, you should play this thing that you played within the last 2 years. You say, I just played that yesterday, guys. That was 2 years ago. Bleh. Well, the funny thing about that Dash Pie is that he is going to play it forever. You know, the question is, should he play it on screen forever? And honestly, he would have more fun if he was a WWEC streamer. That's for certain. I mean, he was having fun when he was spending, you know, that 2K on screen with that burner account. But, you know, we can't actually give the trolls, you know, the win by showing them his real account. Nah.
Okay, play Suikoden 2 HD. I mean,
Suikoden, Dave. Why can't you pronounce this simple word? You claim to like this game. You, Dave, is the legendary from, is the water legendary from Gen 2 Suikoden? No, Suicune. Why do you have trouble playing this? Oh, and Dashify, those actually hit my Steam feed today, and it was like, oh, that's a cute little artsy game. And then reading the description, it was for Kindergarten 3. Find new friends, explore new places, find new ways to get murdered. Yes, we're going to the Doki Doki Literature Club School of narrative design. and that is not intended to imply that there's anything remotely connecting the two of them. Just that was my first thought of these two things. One of these things is not like the others. That it is playing a different game, different and deeper game.
Off the top of my head, things that people are asking me to play because they like me and my content and they want to see me play those games.
So then do it. If people are asking you to do these things and people aren't asking you to do Death Stranding 2, do those things. Stop making this dog and pony show about, well, guys, will Death Stranding 2 survive?
We're willing to step up and engage in support with that content. So my streams are basically in contention, meaning what I actually do on a stream matters. I'm not going to continue to play a game where people find it incredibly boring. I'm just not.
Then don't play it.
All right, and I'll be honest, with Death Stranding 1, here's what happened. And this is like 4 or 5
Why are we having a history lesson? You've already said this. Like, I have watched parts of the day stream every day this week, and I've watched the night stream, which means I got to hear everything from the day stream, and I've watched the daily FAP for everything too. You've literally brought this up a dozen times. You thought Death Stranding, you thought Death Stranding 1 was boring, or at least you say your audience thought it was boring, and everybody noped out, but you persevered on for some reason, even though you weren't making money. Okay, just then stop. Minasan konnichiwa. Yes, yes, Dash Pi. It is Japanese. Minasan konnichiwa. Hello, everyone. Well, Minasan is everyone. Well, Mina is actually everyone or a group of people, and san is the honorific. So Minasan konnichiwa. I suppose it's actually good afternoon. I believe it's like how buenos dias is usually used as a generic greeting in Spanish, but so konnichiwa is usually translated as hello. So there you go. Minasan konnichiwa. Though it is kind of funny with the question mark on it because it's being asked as a question. Minasan konnichiwa. Is everyone okay? Is everyone okay? Minasan konnichiwa ka.
Years ago when the first game, what year did Death Stranding 1 come out, just for the record? It was 2019. Wow, that's even longer than I thought.
Wow.
So, we're talking almost 6 years ago. It was November 2019. I didn't realize it was that long ago. It actually doesn't feel like that long.
Dave, you have no ability to keep track of time. You are the guy who says, I can't replay that. I just replayed that yesterday, when you're talking about 2 years ago. And then you say, yeah, I played that 2 years ago, as if it were yesterday.
Okay. So what has changed in nearly 6 years? It's this simple. It's not.
I've had a renaissance, guys. I had a king snakening and those kinds of shenanigans.
Me saying I want to play a game, picking it and sticking with it and playing it to the end, regardless of the fact of if my audience likes it or not.
So you have convinced yourself that it is no longer a critical part of your brand, that you complete everything. That's what you're saying. Okay. Good to know, my guy. Good to know.
That's exactly what I used to do. And that business model doesn't work. Okay?
No, Dave. No. It works if you don't take literally 3 or 4 months to finish a 40-hour game. It works just fine if you can complete stuff in 2 to 3 weeks. Which goes back to the problem is the fact that you try to play 4 games concurrently as opposed to just, pick one and play it 6 to 8 hours a day to make progress, to actually make progress. Again, the most damning content that has come out about you in the past, I would say past year, it had actually nothing to do with the king snaketing and everything to do with that one dent of yours who calculated the amount of game progress based on calendar dates. where on stuff like Clair Obscur, you were averaging less than an hour of progress per calendar day that had elapsed since you started the playthrough. Which, yeah, Dave, that you can't play long games when you do that, because people are gonna give the fuck up. It's gonna be 6 weeks at an absolute minimum to complete a 40-hour game. So no, if you completed things quickly, you wouldn't have a problem. If you made an attempt to complete things, you wouldn't have a problem. Watashi o kanji I don't know. Shimase kureta arigato. Object that affects verbs. I'm doing something. Thank you. That's what I got. That's what I got, Dasherby. As I said, kanji are my bane because I read at like a first grade level, if that. So, Dasherby, what was it supposed to say? What was it supposed to say?
And I've told you guys this over the last 6 to 8 months, that I have to change things if I want to continue to be successful. I have to play things you want. And I know that now. All right?
Well, thank you for finding it entertaining, Dasherby. Thank you. But as that, kanji are my bane. Like I said, I can read like really basic some stuff. And I can intuit some stuff based on context and use. But yeah, I know maybe 50. And most of those I don't know in compound in words with multiple kanji. So yeah, I do know watashi.
However, from time to time, there may be exceptions. For example, Clair Obscur was absolutely Game of the Year material, and I played through it despite the fact it wasn't always getting support. Okay? A game like Suikoden 1, I didn't think would get support.
Suikoden, Dave. Jesus fucking Christ. How can you abuse the word thus the way you do and not take offense at how you cannot do basic Japanese pronunciation?
But then it did, and I was blown away that you guys did support that playthrough. Thank you for doing that. That's why we will be playing Suikoden 2 over the course of this summer, as I promised. But in general, I have to put stuff in the rotation that you guys want and will show up and engage with and support, or else what am I doing here? I'm not just here to play games for me. I'm here to play.
Yes, you are, Dave. Yes, you are. You are absolutely here to play games just for you. And you are here to play games for you because you expect to get money for your playthroughs. And you will never leave your comfort zone. If it comes between your comfort zone and doing what your fans want, your comfort zone's going to win every time. So you are absolutely playing games for you. It's why you won't do Stellar Blade. And your entire attitude towards Stellar Blade is why we know you're not playing games for your audience. Any entertainment they get is purely incidental. So long as you are doing this to be showered in money. But if the choice is between the money and doing something you don't want to do, not doing the thing you don't want to do is going to win every single time. It's why you won't it's why you won't find a way to play with fans. It's why you won't even make the attempt. And it's the exact same way with Fightcade. Why won't you even make the attempt to use Fightcade? Because you've become convinced that the detractors will fuck you, which is really likely code for you're afraid that you're going to get curb stomped at a game that is integral to your pride. So you have to come up with reasons not to do it, even though that would actually make for interesting content and that would let you play with some of your fans. So no, don't get on your high horse, Dave, and try to say, guys, this is a business. I can't just play games for me. No, you want this to be a business. You absolutely want this to be a business. But if push comes to shove and it's between making money and doing what you want, you are going to do what you want every single fucking time.
For an audience that wants to see those games and will support those playthroughs. So I have to change with the audience's desires and wants and likes. And I get it now. You know, I used to be stubborn, I used to be obstinate, and I used to be like, no, I bought this game and now I'm playing it to the end. Too bad if you like it or not. But now I understand that's not the case. And the thing is...
So, Dave, are you going to apologize to all of the people that you've banned over the years for telling you to stop being that guy? because you have banned dozens of people for telling you in chat, stop being the guy who plays everything even when it's not making money. Be like other streamers and just stop playing the game when it stops making money.
Then that I'm able to adjust on the fly now is you, because you have been supporting me so much, right? You've been hitting goals and things are good now. I can afford to buy any game. I can afford to buy equipment that I can add on to my setup at any moment.
You've been able to buy any game and afford any piece of equipment you've wanted for some time, except for a slight sweaty man JPEG problem that you have. That you've finally gotten far enough ahead that you can have your sweaty JPEGs and still afford some crap, or that you have gotten far enough in the bankruptcy that you can get stuff on installment plans. That is, again, not your audience's problem, Dave. Why is any of this a segment? Play the game or don't play the game. Dave, it's supposed to be your business. This is supposed to be your pride and joy. This is supposed to be something that you brag about because it sets you apart as a business owner, that it is your baby in its own way. So why don't you just treat it like one? Why don't you treat what? I'm failing to make my point, and I'm mush mouthing horribly. Dave, you're always the one who talks about work-life balance and how some things are meant to be private. Well, here's the thing. Your audience are not shareholders. They're not your board of directors. They are complete randos on the internet. They do not need a daily profit report. You don't have to do these segments. In fact, you get most of the stuff that detractors know about your business and how it functions, so that guesses can be made about how it actually operates, come from these segments. So just stop seething about money on camera, which is what you're doing, and just play the game. You've already forfeited the principle that you are so different from everybody else that you cannot behave like other streamers, because you've normalized wage quitting. So why don't you just take it the next step and keep being like other streamers and not fucking talk about money constantly on screen? Your personal finances are not my business. And yet, here you are on the internet, airing for all the world to hear every single piece of financial information that you have, except for the stuff that you think people shouldn't know, but then you still give cryptic enough hints that people can guess what's going on. So yeah, just Dave, stop talking about money. Period. Start the show with, now guys, I hope you guys are going to have a good time watching the content today. Just remember that in order to keep doing this, I am funded by my audience, so please comment, like, subscribe, become a member, leave a tip. Be most appreciative. Thank you very much. And then move on. 1 minute plug. See, because if you keep it to a minute, Dave, and it's just at the start and at the end of the stream, or maybe when you do your daily constitutional, in the middle of the stream, so you got beginning, middle, and end, people won't give you shit about the begging, because no one thinks it's inappropriate for a streamer to no one thinks it's inappropriate for a streamer to ask for money. Everyone knows that's how the game is played. The problem is, you do these segments, which are, you do these 10-minute long segments where you're justifying begging like a crack addict. And then you can't go 10 minutes without saying, now guys, the goal, now guys, money. Now I wish I had the monies because this person over here, I'm going to shit on this person because he's got the monies and I don't. That's why people give you shit, because it's out of control. And absolutely right, Dasher Pie. He is saying all the quiet things out loud, and yeah, vice versa. If he just didn't talk about the money, all he has to do is not talk about the money. So many problems of his would disappear if he just would go about his business with the tiniest iota of confidence in his audience that they understand. what he's doing and the purpose of why he does it. Which, yeah, he's got an audience of jades, so he's not wrong that they need to be reminded constantly. But at the same time, it still shows a massive, massive lack of respect for his audience. There's a rich duck from Looney Tunes. There's a I know there was Scrooge McDuck, but that was Disney, and Scrooge was actually cool. Scrooge was actually like his deal was cool. Yep, and JB speaking truths here because you're not wrong. He knows it works. He knows it works, and that's why he'll never stop until he's forced to.
I have this flexibility, and that's thanks to you. All right? On the same time, all right, we can have fun things happen that are temporary and know that they're temporary, and then when they get worn out, we can say, okay, move on. For example, we're doing these chill playthroughs right now, like driving simulators, like...
Dave, you are going to... It's temporary because it's only going to last until the money runs out. It's fun. So have you told your audience that? Have you told your audience that this is only going to last until the money runs out? Because that's what you just said. You said we have these fun things, these fun temporary things that we know are temporary. Again, does your audience know that? Or are you expecting them to understand that bored means not giving money? Because it's possible to be very bored with Taxi Life rather, and it have nothing to do with money. Because you do not play these games in an interesting way. All you do is drink, but you don't drink enough to actually get wrecked, so it's not funny. And what? Well, Dave's gonna have the money buff when he comes back. Well, shit. Well, like I said, Dave's gonna have the money buff when he gets on camera because somebody just dropped 20. He dropped the membership, bam, on YouTube. But yep. So Dave, just stop worrying about the money and play the game or whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Yeah, Scrooge McDuck was Disney. He was Donald Duck's uncle, not yeah. Yeah. Just remember that Daffy Duck is a certain character from Babylon 5's second favorite thing in the universe. And also everyone should watch Babylon 5. Sorry if I spoiled that one bit, but Babylon 5 is awesome.
Truck sim, Taxi Life, they're fun, but maybe within a few weeks they won't pan out anymore. Well, guess what?
They won't pan out anymore, meaning, Dave, tongue firmly in cheek, my guy. Firmly in cheek. And yet, yeah. Also, I retract my previous statement. That was a member Bam over in Raw Phil's chat, not on Dave's chat. I forget that I'm actually illegally restreaming the illegal restreamer, not Dave himself.
Spent over $300 for a wheel accessory, but you guys have already supported these games so much, it's all good. It's already more than pays for itself. I'm not complaining.
Why are you bringing this up then? What is the point? Other than to flex that I got monies now, guys.
Having a great time with this stuff. I know you guys are. And that's what I mean. Like, the way I see it, all right, is very simple. You want it? Come hang out, support it. We keep doing it. You don't want it?
We get to the key. We get to the crux of the matter. And I apologize for the dead air because I have snaps. The crux of the matter is, let's hear that again just so that we can make sure it's covered.
You want it?
You want it? Okay.
Come hang out.
Come hang out. Okay. So that's a very chill message. You want something, come to the streams and suggest it. Okay, very cool, very cool, very cool.
Support it.
There we go. See, Dave, you're bearing the lead here. It's not come hang out, offer your ideas, and then if I adopt them, give me money. It's come, give me money, and then come tomorrow and give me more money. Why should it? Dave, your entire monetization model is backwards. People do not come and give streamers money in the hopes that they do what someone wants. They come and reward a streamer for doing what they want. So your entire outlook of, well, guys, if you want something, come give me money and I'll know to do it. No, Dave, you do it in the hopes of compensation. That is the nature of the beast. If you want the monies, take the risk and put out the content. The worst that happens is that you don't get the monies and you know, okay, I gotta try something else. This is why, Dave, people are still salty about Stellar Blade. It's because people came out. People gave you the monies. They got up to 97 straight days of hitting 97 straight streams of hitting $150 a stream. And then you said, wait, fucked. Back to 270. Because you said it 270 to 279 to begin with. 279, not 270. 279 to begin with. And then when people overwhelmingly in the events that you set up for your fans came out and said, do Stellar Blade, you were a spiteful little fuck who put on a Santa costume and goes, oh, wow, this game sucks. I'm Santa, and I know all the good little boys and all the naughty little boys, and this piece of shit would be getting a piece of coal shoved right up its ass because it's at the bottom of my naughty list. And you did that because not only could you not stand that your oh, Dash By is getting me off track. Sorry about that. Not only could you not stand that people were angry at you for being such a mercenary little bitch about Stellar Blade, but that they kept choosing it whenever an option was given when you didn't want to do it. And because you wanted the monies, you strung them along. You kept saying, now guys, if you give me all the monies, I'll do it. And then the day they didn't give you all the monies, you just said, well, okay, back, counter goes to 0, start over again. And I'm ranting incoherent. Well, that went down the wrong pipe. Point being, Dave, you are a little bitch about money. And this whole attitude of give me the monies, and if you give me enough monies, maybe I'll do the thing, is not how you convince people to give you the monies. Because no one will trust you to actually do what you say with the monies. And this works both on a meta level, such as like, oh, he's gonna take the monies and do stuff in WWE Champions, or he says he's gonna play Stellar Blade, so I'll give him the monies. So no, Dave, that's why your business model's so fucked up. That's why your business is dying. Is because you're oh, there he is. I got so spun up. He's actually here early. He's actually here early to begin with. And I got so damn spun up with that we only got like 5 minutes into that. Well, that's how it goes, I suppose. Oh, and it also helps if I go to the right thing there. Okay, so that's...
You know, originally what I wanted to do was actually do GTA 4 with mods. You guys have...
Oh, he's going to rant about that. Good.
And good evening.
There we go.
I couldn't see the stream. Hello,
wow.
everyone, and good evening, and welcome to the late stream. Welcome to Taxi Life. As we begin the stream, first of all, thanks for being here tonight to chill with me in the Taxi Simulator game. I have a few updates regarding various different things I'd like to get you to up to speed on.
Oh, good. He's going to have tried installing GTA 4 mods. Please let this end it hilariously and you be a salty little piggy for it.
Because some things have developed since the first stream. Okay? So, as you know, originally what I wanted to do was actually do GTA 4 with mods. You guys had said this is what you wanted overwhelmingly over the other options of games to play right now. I tried to get it to work, and it didn't work, right? I couldn't get these mods to work at all. I was getting errors, crashes, and all kinds of stuff.
Wrap it up, Dave. Wrap it up. Get on to the point where you're salty or not.
Wasn't even loading, okay? Well, tonight I reapplied myself and got some help, not gonna lie.
You reapplied yourself, which means, so you didn't apply yourself in the first place, and more to the point, you could have had that help the other night, but you chose not to because you didn't want to do a tech support stream because you didn't want us to have any fun.
Got some help on what possibly could have gone wrong, and I ended up redoing the process from start to finish, and the process is busted. I knew it. I was absolutely correct.
Ah, yes, this turns into an I told you so segment. Okay, that's why he's doing this, is because he wants to strut about and said, I said this was gonna be stupid, and it is stupid, and everyone who questioned me can get fucked. Yeah.
I had followed all the steps, and the steps were wrong. The steps were incorrect.
The steps that your fan, your Duncan, or your Duncan analog specifically wrote out for you personally, that this person took the time to prepare. Dave, are you going to shit on their generosity right now by saying that they're an idiot because the directions were wrong? Is he seriously going to do this? Is he such a piece of shit that he's gonna lay all of this at the feet of whoever prepared this for him in order to save his ego, or just to score points? Not even to save his ego, just to score points, to make it appear that he was right all along. Well, I will admit, Dashpad, that is definitely a fact. I don't know what other country Canada would be, but if Canada wasn't being Canada, well, only Canada can be Canada. So Canada is going to be Canada for, it will have been Canada since the founding of the Confederation in 1867.
They were saying, unzip this into this. That's not how you do it. I knew there was that in this supposed step-by-step process.
Supposed step-by-step process. He was swearing yesterday that he did everything right and nothing wrong because he had step-by-step guides that were correct. And now he's going to shit on him. Jesus Christ.
Something had to have been wrong. It's just like I told you guys the other night. I said, the problem is with people who do this kind of stuff in the modding community.
The problem with the modding community is that they're book smart instead of street smart. Yes, Dave. Yes. Do go here, Dave. Do accuse people who put the time and effort to put together mods of being too smart for their own good, and because they're really fucking idiots, and etc., etc., etc. Because that's what we're fucking doing. That's where this is headed. Is that the problem is modders because modders make things too complicated. I'm gonna have an aneurysm if this. My blood pressure and dander are getting up just talking about where I think this is headed. If it actually goes there, I'm gonna have a meltdown. So I hope everybody brought their popcorn, because oh boy, we're like not even 4 minutes behind yet. Also, that screenshot, that face. This stoner is telling me that the problem with mods is that modders make everything too complicated.
Programming community and all these techie communities, they're very good at what they do.
Okay, so here comes the but, and remember what they say about that. So if you ever, everything before the but doesn't count. Everything after the but, rather. Yeah, everything before the but doesn't count. It's what's after that matters.
They can come out with crazy shit. They can make a game that's 20 years old look like it was made last week, right?
And that's a good thing then, Dave, right? Right?
The problem is...
here's the but.
Don't have the skills to actually explain it in a manner that a normal person would know.
They are book smart and not street smart. Just come on, Dave. I know you want to say it, so come on and say it.
And they expect that if it doesn't work, you're just going to be able to troubleshoot it and fix it yourself.
Yes, Dave. Yes, that is the fucking point. That is the fucking point. That is why open source everything is awesome. It's because you can customize it to your own needs. You can make it work. It's the closest that those of us who are not car people can get to the thrill of taking the heads off of our engines and fiddling around with the valves or the cylinder heads. Yes, that's what makes it. That's what makes this great. And Dave, here's the thing. If you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to. You don't have to deal with it at all. You just don't fuck about with mods. Or even better, you don't even need to do that. You can still use mods, but just use the Steam Workshop. Or some other kind of all-in-one package like Vortex. Or any kind of mod manager. And now you're going to go off on this unhinged rant, I suspect, about how everyone who has an interest in technology is really the problem here because you're too dumb to do this. And here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with that, Dave. And if it were anyone other than you, I wouldn't be calling you too dumb. I'd just say because you don't get it or you don't think you can get it. But no, this is because you are too dumb because you're about to go out in this rant to people on the internet about about how mods are. The problem with modders is that they make things too complicated and they're too book smart. When you are such a boomer, you don't even have the excuse of being a 16-year-old who doesn't know how to type on a keyboard, on a conventional QWERTY keyboard, because you've never needed one because everything's been digital. You've always had a soft keyboard, on your phone. You don't even have that excuse because you're my age. You should be down with this. In the way you describe it, you describe your life that I built computers for fun, guys, and I used to host LAN parties. Yeah, if you used to genuinely do those things, the world hasn't changed much in that regard. Actually, it has changed a lot in that it's a hell of a lot easier to get into that than it used to, and it's a hell of a lot easier to troubleshoot things. I mean, everything has just simply gotten better, Dave, from how it used to be in that regard. And yet, here you are saying everyone's an idiot. Everyone but me's an idiot because I don't get this. Okay, I just had to get lathered up. I had to get lathered up and get most of that out of my system so that I can just let him go on this and not have a breakdown every 10 seconds. Also, Dashby, good to hear about your sister. Good to hear that she's, well, if not on the road to recovery, at least she's still hanging in there.
You have no techie background, which can, of course.
But Dave, you fucking built PCs as a hobby. You were into nerd shit growing up and as a guy in your 20s. You learn tech shit just through osmosis. You had friends. You like OJ played Magic the Gathering. You should know shit about Magic the Gathering just because you hung out with people who were into that shit. You were into these subcultures. You do have a techie background, whether you like it or not. You absolutely do, because you grew up with this. But unless the stories you've been telling are embellished or a little more tall tale than you might like to admit. Because Dave, if you're gonna walk that back, now's the time to do it, because you are setting yourself up for some petard hoisting with with where this is going. Unless you take this in a radically different direction, this is gonna be horrible for you when this is done.
Right.
Also, catch that snort. That was a nice little snort. Not into that should have been into the mic, Dave. I mean, given how little respect you have for the intelligence of your viewers at the moment, you should have just given a big old snotty one right in the mic.
Case, there was a file, all right, that they wanted to just unzip this file right into the folder. It'll override. You're done. That's not what you do. That's what they.
Okay. So what are you supposed to do then, Dave? You should perhaps before you go off on this tangent, you should explain perhaps a little more about what the files and folders are involved so that we have a little bit of context. You know, you're the one who's always saying that people always take you out of context. So, you know, you're going to provide all of the relevant context, right? Right.
They wrote in their instructions, but that's actually not what you do. There's a certain files that you have to override onto certain folders to make sure it's overriding where those files are. It's not as simple as they basically tried to explain. But again,
okay, so it's a little more complicated than it seemed. But Dave, as you are the person at the point of contact with a brain between your head, you should have been able to figure that out, right? Right?
I'm sure they get it because they're techie, right? Anyway, I figured it all out.
Dave, overwriting certain files is... Oh my God, I didn't want to do this, but I'm fucking doing this. Dave, overwriting particular files is not particularly hard. If they needed you to if they told you move subfile A into root directory B, but what you really had to do was go into subfile A, copy and paste the contents into the subfile A that was already on your hard drive to overwrite everything, you know how to use Windows. That's you grew up with desktops, Dave. You should know how to do that. That's not hard. That's easy. We're not talking about fucking about with registry values or, you know, needing to install 3 layers of things. We're not talking about having to install Git and pull stuff off of GitHub here, genius. We are not talking about hard things. Unless you want to give some context, you know, for why it's hard. And Detractor Red is simultaneously a detractor for contradicting me, but being entirely correct because the whole stream is the context. Duh.
The good news is, as of now, I now have Grand Theft Auto 4 with 4K visuals.
So in short, Dave, you got handheld through it. So why are you fuming? You got what you wanted.
Completely new shader and lighting system, new textures, new details, reflections on the ground, reflections on the cars.
Why should we care about any of this, Dave, when you fucking pillock, you don't stream at 4K? You still stream at 1080p. So why should anyone give a rat's ass about how you're having a better experience when the people who are watching it are not seeing the same shit you are?
New traffic behaviors and more. Okay.
Why is that relevant? I asked that with less toxicity than I do everything else. I don't play GTA, so I don't know why new traffic behaviors would be desirable. Exactly, Detractor Red. He doesn't stream in 4K, so, but you know he has to tell you about. He doesn't stream in 4K, but he plays in 4K, so he needs you to know that he's getting the full 4K experience, dude. You can't see it? Well, get fucked. The
map's been improved. Basically tweaked like crazy.
So Dave, are you going to post a mod list so that anybody who wants to have the same awesome experience as you can do that, can install those same mods? Are you gonna use your clout? Are you gonna use your platform to make sure that the documentation is updated so that someone without the tech background can do what is needed? Because you've been through the process and you are such a smart guy, you should obviously be able to write documentation to ensure that anyone else in your situation can not have to go through that, right? Because you obviously care so much about this, right? Right? I unironically think he would care and he would do it if he thought he could sell the guide for $5. If someone told him that, yeah, there's this website where you can upload it and you can charge people $5, he might do it. He might actually do it. And he'd try to get somebody else to write it for him. That would be the best part. He would try to get somebody else to write it for him. He'd try to get Duncan to write it for him.
The game runs around 50 frames per second.
Isn't that unacceptable, Dave? Isn't that unacceptable? Anything less than 60 on Dave, you are about to tell me how it is acceptable for a game that came out originally on the PS fucking 2 is running at less than 60 frames on your super duper awesome gaming rig. The one that's so much better than mine, even though it's only got a 4070 super compared to my 4090. So, yeah, Dave, please explain to me why anybody who else has ever told you just accept that it's not running at 60. It was a detractor need to get fucked. Except in this case where it's acceptable because those are the hardware limitations you're dealing with because your rig is not powerful enough to do what needs done.
Doesn't run a smooth 60 with these mods, which is kind of unfortunate. But then again, I ran the base game and the base game didn't run at 60 frames either.
Okay. That's why it's acceptable is because, well, Rockstar didn't care enough, so I'm not the
base game ran at like 55. I think.
Dave, how the fuck do you know that? Did you turn on a frame counter? Because, Dave, you can't see. Your brain runs at least 1 second lag from the rest of the world. You're at least running a 1,000 millisecond lag from the rest of the world. You struggle to see the blindingly obvious. You cannot tell the difference between 55 and 60 frames per second. So, Dave, please explain this to me. And were you really so petty and pedantic that you turned on a fucking frame counter for GTA 4 in 2025? Because why? Why? Just why? And I'm sorry if you're hearing my lips smacking a little bit. I hope my filters would cut it out, but I think I'm getting a little bit of it on the audio monitor, so I do apologize for that.
It's okay to play the game at 50 frames per second. However, there is one big problem, and I don't know what it is. The game...
Guys, we've got a big problem, and I don't know what it is. Do you think before you speak, you fucking uncultured swine?
Now has a blurriness on the bottom and top of the screen only. The middle of the screen, like a bar, like letterbox, like if you're in a movie theater and you're watching a letterbox movie, is crisp and clean and sharp. But the top...
Dasher by, it might well have been, but the point remains the same. The point remains the same. This is something that is closer to 20 years old than not at this point. And if it were any other game, he would have his snout firmly up in the air, pointed up in the air and say, "Oh, well, I cannot play that if it does not run at 60 frames per minute. That is the basic requirement of good gaming in this current year." But because he likes this game, he's willing to cut it slack. Because he thinks it's going to make him money. It's going to cut him slack. He's willing to cut it slack, rather.
Top and bottom appear to have some bizarre blur filter. Okay? And I don't know what's causing it at all. Okay? Is it an overlay? Because keep in mind, to play GTA 4, I have to boot Steam and the Rockstar launcher, and then I keep getting other pop-ups as well. Do you want to capture with Discord? Do you want to do this? No, fucker. I just want to play...
Dave, then turn off Discord. It's not like you're using it. Jesus Christ. Why is that a concern of all things? Just exit Discord. Why do you do these things to yourself? So, yep, Dash Pie, it did come out on the PS3. My point, though, was still, it's 17 years old. It's 17 years old. Yeah, you should be able to push. This is what I get for doubting myself. No, but it doesn't matter what platform it came on. My point does not care what platform it came out on. The point just being that this is something that's 17 years old. it is something that if any other game, Dave was taking the time to mod, he would be volcanic if he spent hours trying to mod a game, any other game, and it didn't run 60 FPS. Because that's just who he is. It's just the kind of snob he is. It's the kind of hypocrite he is.
The game. Stop giving me 17 pop-ups and 42 overlays. Just boot the fucking game. But this game, for some reason, is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever seen.
Nonsense.
When it comes to 400 things you got to go through to boot a $6 game. Yes, GTA 4 is $6. Why do I have to jump through hoops to boot it?
Maybe the issues are there, Dave, because it is so old, because it is so cheap. You are not expected to play it. That's why. Everything Rockstar does is for current Rockstar. Past Rockstar can get fucked as far as current Rockstar goes.
Okay, so the mods are working, but it's blurry on the top and bottom. Here's the problem. You can't read the subtitles.
Then, Dave, why does that matter? It means fix your fucking audio balance so that the audio is actually clear, and you'll be fine.
Read the text at the top of the screen. It's fucking blurry. And you can tell it's some kind of bizarre filter. And I don't know if that's from the graphical mod I got, or if it's from an overlay that's auto-loading that I never even turned on and I don't know how to turn off.
So it's either his fault for installing a mod or the fault of anyone else in the whole world for doing something that he has no knowledge of. 3 guesses which one he thinks it is.
Okay, so I have all this information. Okay, I sent it to the same person who's been helping me with mods all week long.
Does that person get a shout out, Dave? That person has unironically earned a shout out. That person has unironically earned a shout out for helping him. But is he going to do it? Fuck no. Fuck no. Giving thanks to the people who help him. The only reason why we know about Duncan is because we saw it in his screen caps that he didn't mean to show. Now, Dashfly, you're just being a detractor with that because, stupid. Everybody knows every game can run every resolution and every frame rate, and if it can't, that's the devs being stupid, dumb fucks. That. I mean, the PC and detractor of the PC isn't even a lemon. It just Dave unironically believes he owns a top flight gaming PC. That's what the problem is. That's what the root cause of this is he thinks he's hot shit who owns something that is an impressive piece of hardware. And don't get me wrong. Something with a 4070 Super in it is no slouch. It is absolutely respectable. It is genuinely good. But, you know, he the way he describes it, you would think it was running a 4090 that he's overclocked. Which, yeah, he does not understand the hardware that he has or the gulf between the hardware that he has and the hardware he thinks it is.
I'm hoping that overnight some solution can be brainstormed. I would love to play GTA 4 with mods tomorrow with all of you. I think it would be awesome. It looks graphically, it looks really good. It looks
Then
weird.
Show everyone tomorrow and see if it affects the gameplay, Dave. Also, that's a great screen cap too. That's a great screen cap too, because, you know, he just saw himself a stationary banana and he likes what he sees. It's caught him by surprise. And, well, he's getting into it.
Way better than it did previous. But previous, it was washed out. The lighting's terrible. It looks really good now, okay?
Again, Dave, it's supposed to be New York City before the Giuliani reforms. For fuck's sake, it's supposed to look grody. That's part of the aesthetic.
But I don't know how to fix this issue. So I guess what I'll say is here's what we can do.
The issue, Dave, is, as said, make sure your audio settings are not fucked, which means get an audio monitor, put it over your ears, and listen, for fuck's sake. When somebody starts a conversation and you think you might want to listen to it, stop and let them have their piece so that you don't need the subtitles.
I'm going to wait and see if I can get any troubleshooting help from the person who's been helping me all along.
Duncan.
Tomorrow, let's have it set that the first stream is GTA 4 with mods. We'll boot it up and we'll see if anyone can figure out what this is, and if I can fix it on the fly, we'll play it.
So it is his chat's job to fix the problem that he caused. Good. Very on brand, Dave.
It just doesn't work. I don't see how we can possibly play the game with the top and bottom blurred and we can't fucking see anything.
No, Dave, you can see plenty. It's the letterbox that is blurred. By your description of it, it's the letterbox that's blurred. All you cannot see is the subtitles. So if you can't see the subtitles, who cares? Just listen. You're not deaf, Dave. And my apologies to anyone in Dave's audience who might be deaf, who actually would be impacted by this, but you don't know those people, Dave.
So it might be shot. That might be the end. Like, I've done the extent of what I can do. I installed the mods. They are working. I did everything I was supposed to do.
You've not done everything you can, Dave. You could then start uninstalling mods until you find the one that fixes the problem. Or you could uninstall everything and then install them one at a time, boot them up, and see what causes the problem. That's how troubleshooting works, Dave. No. This is you saying, Duncan and chat, help. And JB, again, dropping facts, because, of course, chat is going to not only be expected to provide all of Dave's help tomorrow, it's also going to be expected to give him money for the privilege, because this is supposed to be entertaining to people, apparently.
I don't know why it's blurry. Okay? Maybe someone will look at it and say, oh, I know what that is once they see it. You know what I mean? It might be one of those situations. I don't know. But I certainly don't.
And Dave, you are taking a big fucking chance there. I mean, I am amazed at the things people on the internet know. Just as far as, how the hell did they know that? How the hell did somebody know that? Just from that description or seeing that bit of thing on the screen. But, you don't have a big audience, Dave. You really don't have a big audience. So, I don't know what you're expecting. Other than for magic to happen.
Okay. I don't know.
Also, Dave, you think that your audience is like you. So why the fuck do you think they know anything about this stuff? When some of them, again, are literal wheelchairs and literal mental defectives. Around these parts, we think Jade is the most wholesome part of Dave's world. But are you really gonna try to rely on Jade to troubleshoot this problem for you? What would be even funnier was if Jade knew the answer and was using Jade speak to tell Dave what to do. That would be, somebody needs to make that. There's a video to be done on that, with that skit of Jade trying to do tech support for Dave through chat, and it's all in Jade speak. It time click C:/ / and then he just has a stroke trying to actually type out a path to be clicked on. I made myself feel sad about that. That was not cool.
Okay.
That was not a cool joke, but you get what I mean.
Let's see what happens. Let's see if this can be fixed. And tomorrow we will say GTA 4 with mods, unless we can't fix this blurriness issue, in which case.
So he's not doing GTA tomorrow. He's not doing GTA tomorrow. Good to know.
Right.
Good to know.
So that's tomorrow. Fair enough?
No,
now,
not really.
I've been rushing because, again, I spent another hour doing this.
So that means you're up to 3. You're up to 3 in this project, and you still haven't gotten it working. You still haven't really gotten it working.
So I've been rushing. I literally just got everything in place as I turned this on. The wheel actually is a little bit too much to the left. Like, if I
oh my God, we get tism. This tism.
You can't even. Yeah. See, the
Dave.
wheel needs to be. I think. Let me adjust the camera.
Oh, I'm glad I don't have the sins counter going tonight, because it would just be spinning nonstop at this point after all the shit he's done so
the top
far.
of my head to be cut off. There's the wheel. we do one more notch?
No. You know what you can do? You can play the game.
Now it's cutting off my hair, but you can see the wheel, right? See, it's good, but I think it's too far to the left. Like the pedal. So here's where I should be.
He's seriously spurging about this.
It's really weird. I'm gonna move it to the right. A little here. You'll still be able to see it on camera.
Dave, I know this is crazy stuff, but if you're gonna get this, you know, you're gonna get this tism. If you're gonna have this much tism about this, just give the wheel a permanent home. Just set it there permanently. Set it there permanently, and whenever you need to do feasting with the king, then you just move your laptop.
Sidious, no, I'm not going to boot the game and show you the blur right now. I'll do it tomorrow, like I said. Tonight we got to play Taxi Life.
We have to play Taxi Life, but we have time for whatever the fuck that segment he just did was, and we have time for whatever the steering wheel adjustment section. We have time for these things. I mean, it's only, you know, 7:16 his time. No earthly idea. We have no earthly idea on that, JB. We have no earthly idea. And as I was saying earlier, you know, facetiously, of course, are you going to post a mod list so that people can duplicate the experience, Dave? Of course you're not. It's never. I'm going to bet it's never crossed his mind to post a mod list. Okay, tomorrow is going to be a tech sport day, and I am entirely down for it. I am entirely down for it. I love the computer. I love the tech sport streams because he just gets so salty. He gets so salty about shit that either he caused the problem in the first place, or if he would have stopped and spent, you know, 5 minutes like reading up on the issue before he started, he would have realized this was going to be a problem. You know, like I said, I don't play GTA games. I mean, you get stuff through cultural osmosis. You know, like, yeah, I know it's set in not New York, and it's set in, like, I think the 90s, the 80s or 90s. Again, pre-Giuliani, New York. So I just picked that up through osmosis. And I picked up that GTA 4 is impossible to mod. Not impossible. GTA 4 is a bitch to mod. Just through Dave's own chat. When he said, I'm doing GTA 4 with mods, which that he didn't pick that up is a problem. You know, for a guy who's always tip scanning, he does not actually ever read what his chat's saying.
I'm tired of messing around and sacrificing time on stream we should be spending on the games that we're supposed to be playing on these mods.
Okay, then Dave, then what are you going to do to fix it? Because there are ways to fix it. You could have not molded. You could have not molded for the last 15 minutes. You could have just started up the game. You could have started up the game and played. And then while you were taking people around, you could have tried to explain what was going on. That's all you had to do. But no. We had to mold. And now we have to be unhappy. Which is funny. It's funny for us, but yeah.
And that's better. There we go. Actually, it looks better there anyway. And that's a lot closer to where it should be. Okay, that's good. That looks very good, actually. Okay.
Has to compliment his own wheel placement.
Dave. He said you saw there was a new Jurassic Park movie out? There is? I didn't even know a new Jurassic Park movie is out.
Yep. Jurassic World Rebirth.
There we go.
No interest. No interest.
Yes, I am. I think
from me, at least.
I feel it's going to be very chill, very fun, very interactive. We're going to have a good time together.
Dave. Unkeepable promises. Unkeepable promises.
All right.
Okay, Dave. So, yeah. You got to do something? You're going to limp somebody, okay?
All right, cool. So tonight, Taxi Life. Now, I'll be honest with you. I haven't looked at DLCs. I know that there's 2 DLCs for this. One is the new one that just came out last week. It's VIP City Guide. Basically, what happens is your cab turns into a convertible tour guide. See this? And you drive around town, and you're basically doing tours for people in Barcelona. It's an interesting premise, but I don't know if
that's what the counter should have been. It should have been the Barcelona counter.
In the city. I think tonight we'll do a standard.
Maybe next week.
Stream. See how it goes. If we start to get bored with the game, then we can look to maybe add some DLCs to make it better. But as of now, I think that it's been fine, has it not? So I think we'll have a regular Taxi Life. There's also another one, Delivery Driver, and that basically you're working.
So he has the time to set up to do this segment because he had this ready. He had this kind of ready. This was a segment he was planning on doing, and he has the time to do this. But he has to mold about how I wasted so much time with GTA 4, guys. And you know, I had expected begging by this point. I'm kind of annoyed that he isn't begging, because we should be able to add 10 to our count to the counter tonight for adding to support, just given how he probably what we might expect.
For DoorDash, you're picking up stuff and you're driving it around town and delivering it, but that's not much different than delivering fares, right? Like, it's almost exactly the same. It's just instead of a person getting in your car, you're just picking up an item and driving it around town. So that one, I don't know, that might be pretty boring, but I think that the other one might be good. We'll have to see. Okay, let me turn off the lights.
Dave, how would that be? It's not like you're actually going to be giving a tour. It's going to be, you're going to be given a location that you have to drive to, because the person because that's what part of the tour is. It's probably going to have GPS guidance, so you're just going to follow the route just like how you follow with fares. Now, if the game shows some balls and turns off the GPS, that would be something. But Dave would absolutely hate that, because he has no idea what the layout of the streets are. Also, again, he has time for this on camera.
And let me see where the camera goes. I don't recall for Taxi Life where I put my setup. Once again, every game I'm playing is completely different. It is middle. Okay, so the leaderboard's on the bottom, and this is middle right. Okay, so I just got to move the leaderboard to the bottom. Geez, where is everyone tonight? Attendance is quite low tonight. What happened?
I mean, he could just set up different scenes. He could just copy and paste scenes with leaderboard up on one and down on the other. Why did it keep moving in the same scene?
What happened to Taxi Life? This stream was doing really well for the first 2 sessions. I'm not sure what's going on. Wednesdays? No, it's not particularly a Wednesday night, because remember, Mario Kart used to be Wednesday, and that always got attendance. So I'm honestly not sure.
And Dave, might there be a correlation between the two, as how, some people actually have the power of memory, and they know what you did last night. You know, how you wage quit Mario Kart World on stream when you had a nuclear meltdown of baby rage about how it's nothing but a stupid little baby game? Yeah, people remember that. And people also saw what happened when Lance Catamaran showed up and saved a swim, goob. So maybe, just maybe people aren't going to show up and give you money, because you're going to only play the game if you get $150. That you have no interest in this game. And that you're playing this game is entirely contingent upon your getting money, and you're already complaining about it. Yep, Detractor Red is absolutely correct. It would be great if he didn't get support tonight. And also, yeah, Viewbots might be gone. Might be gone. I don't particularly subscribe to the thesis that he Viewbots himself, but it is uncanny how the viewership follows him when he's up and he's down.
We'll hang out for another few minutes, I guess, before we start, see if we can get more attendance. I don't know what's going on with Taxi Life. This has done well the last 2 weeks, so I'm confused. Okay, now definitely my hair is cut off.
Oh, Dave's confused about something.
Okay, that's better. So you can still see the wheel and, okay, my head's in the shot. Good.
Dave's confused about something. Quell surprise.
Can we see the GTA 4 issue while we wait? Do you really want to see it? It's frustrating. All right, fine. I'll show it to you. Ready?
Oh my God, he's actually doing something his audience requested. Wow.
Watch how stupid this is. I'm going to click play, and the game's going to then open up. I want to make sure nothing else is open. No. It's going to open up a ton of shit. Like, it's going to open up a Rockstar launcher and all kinds of dumb shit. So
then do it!
I don't know. Who needs the Rockstar launcher? Oh, by the way, the lights are still on. What the fuck? No wonder.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There we go.
This guy.
Rockstar launcher. You got to sit here and wait like an asshole. Like, I just want to play the game. Why do I need the Rockstar launcher? And the answer is you don't. It's a $6 game. Rockstar are complete morons. But they think people are pirating GTA 4. Look at this.
Oh my God. That was toxic.
It says offline mode can't even establish a connection to the launcher. Did you read that? Then there were errors loading some of the add-ons. I don't know what that means, because I did exactly as I was told.
Oh, okay. So he's got an error. He's got an error and he can't. Some of his mods aren't loading. This is gonna. Oh, this might be spicy.
Yeah. Then there were errors loading some of the add-ons. I don't know what that means because I did exactly as I was told. And as you can see at the top and bottom of the screen, it's blurry. Look at the upper left-hand corner. See how blurry that is? And I don't know what that is. Is that a filter? Or is that, you know what I mean? I don't know what's causing that. So here I see the middle of the screen is sharp. See that? But now look right here. So the whole middle of the screen is sharp, and then all of a sudden it gets blurry as you get further out. And I don't know what's causing this bizarre blur issue. See it?
It's definitely a mod thing, Dave. It's definitely a mod thing.
So you can see some of the mods. See, there you go. Look how blurry it is.
Dave, it's fine. It's playable.
The top, but you can see the middle is sharp.
I know what it is. I fucking know what it is. He's not going to be able to fix that. He's not going to be able to fix that. Because it's because the text itself is being blown up. It's in one resolution and it's being blown up to 4K. That's why it's fucked up. It's because he's blowing everything up to 4K and the text itself doesn't scale that far. It caps out somewhere. I don't know where it caps out. But but the resolution won't scale on those things because those are probably hard-coded. They're hard-coded somewhere is what my guess would be.
Try pressing the home key. What is the home key? You mean the Windows key?
Because that's what my guess would be. What is
the home key? What is the home key?
Yeah, now see, no, Dave, no, come on, get into the actual game so that we can actually see if it's actually bars or if it's just the text.
What is the home key?
The Windows key, Dave, fuck.
That's the Rockstar launcher, offline mode, and blur. Look, blurry. What is causing this bizarre blur in the game?
Yeah, that's what my guess would be then. That's what my guess would be then, Dasher Pie, is that anything beyond
so fucking weird.
Anything beyond the 1080p boundary boxes is what's blurry. Is what my guess would be.
It's one of the mods is malfunctioning. That there's a mod for some weird thing with the visuals and it's malfunctioning. It's making only the top and bottom blurry and the middle is, clean.
So Dave, there's a way to fix this. Just go set it to something other than 4K. Set it to 1080p and see if the blur is still there.
Yeah.
Set it to 1080p and see if the blur is still there.
So let me show you what it looks like.
I'll
skip the intro.
Doku hitting it out of the park. Doku hitting it out of the park. I don't have a text grabber set up for Dave's chat. I need to do that. Resolution's not properly set up. Which is what I'm thinking it is. It's what I'm thinking it is, at least.
The intro cutscene. Take a look at this. So as you can see, the graphics are completely different. Look at that. The lighting is completely different. Look at the reflections on the ground. The car has reflections. You can't really see it because we're in the dark, but look at the hood. See that? This is all stuff that was not in the original. So all this new stuff added. Okay? The map has been modded. See, the map now has color. Pretty cool. Sidious, I have no idea about any mod called Fusion Fix. No clue. I had two zip files or packaged files. All I did was unpack them and paste them into certain folders. I ran one program that apparently installed some DXV, DKV, something program. I copy and pasted some settings into the Steam settings. The properties page, and then there was some shaders. So it was another thing that I downloaded and pasted, and there was a file I ran, and I changed it to go to Vulkan graphics, which I was supposed to do because apparently the graphics are different for this mod, and then it applied, and that was it. I don't know anything about Fusion Fix. I know nothing about anything. Okay? So, yeah, so it actually added a bunch of stuff. As you can see, there's all these different things added here that aren't in the original game, different features and stuff. See, I got it running at 4K, 120 hertz, but I have it limited to 60 frames, which is hilarious because it's only 55 anyway. Has other things too. I don't even know what these are, screen filters and things, but I have them set to how I was told to set them. But I have absolutely no idea.
And I apologize. I muted myself, and so that you guys wouldn't have to hear crunching from my eating my popcorn equivalent, and I was just ranting along, and yeah, but I think the point I was making was that it looks like it's in a letterbox inside a letterbox. So yeah, he's got the resolutions like fucked somehow. I don't know if that's if he's fucked up the mod, if it's a mod that's fucked up, or he's fucked up a mod installation. Yeah, damn. I will accept nothing less, Goob. I say that as I've got a couple of 240. I've got a couple of 240 hertz monitors that I use as my primary. So I on a rig with a 4090 in it. So yeah, I unironically was not keen to accept compromises when I built this thing. But I also expect this thing to last me forever. But about Dave, yeah. So Dave is just, oh my God, he has well and truly fucked this up. He has well and truly fucked this up. Because he's going to expect this to get fixed tomorrow. Like, so.
Different features and stuff. See, I got it running at 4K, 120 hertz, but I have it limited to 60 frames, which is hilarious because it's only 55 anyway. Has other things too. I don't even know what these are, screen filters and things, but I have them set to how I was told to set them.
Mm-hmm.
But I have absolutely no idea why this is blurry and why the bottom is blurry. Again, what it looks like is it's sharp right here in the middle. And that's it.
Yeah, Dave, that's a resolution thing. That's an absolute resolution thing.
I don't know. The screen filter doesn't actually do anything if you take a look. I don't think we want that. Default is just blank. See?
This is turned into the text stream.
So whatever it is, you have to use the 4 filter. Stuff doesn't work right.
Oh, this is turned into a fucking tech support stream.
On the bottom, unless maybe aspect ratio. No. No, it still remains blurry on the top and bottom, no matter what I do.
Dave, turn it down from 4K. Turn it down from 4K.
I think I tried that too. Didn't do anything.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if that's what the issue is if it's a borking in the 4K thing.
So I don't get it.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely is in the how the resolutions are set up. I want to see if I can capture this.
Nope. Still blurry as shit.
Yeah, because if you look in the top left, you see it goes from the blurry zone down to being perfectly legible. So yeah, that's absolutely, he's got something fucked up in the 4K resolution pack, I think, is where the fuck up is, because it thinks it's in the game, thinks it's in 1080p, but it's rendering out at 4K. So there's this no man's land of nothing beyond what it thinks the actual size of the screen is, I think, which probably means that there's an INI somewhere in all of his mods that he needs to change from 1920 by 1080 to whatever the fuck 4K is. 3860 by whatever. That's probably what the fix is going to end up being, something like that.
So I don't get it. It's like a nearsighted. It's a nearsighted mode, like you're squinting.
Also, if I end up being correct about this, I'm gonna be a little. I'm gonna be a little. Smug mode might be engaged if I end up being right about that. About how I managed to diagnose what the fuck his problem was just from looking at the actual, looking at the problem and listening to him. And he's the one who claims that people who do this stuff and have an interest in this stuff are the problem, not him.
Like Mr. Magoo or something. and I don't know what's causing it. It's driving me nuts.
Can't believe we're doing this.
Just tree lighting, tree alpha, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Dash Fry, there's obviously something's fucky with the resolutions. Something's fucky with the resolution
So, like
mods.
I said, we're going to do Taxi Life tonight. We're not going to do this all night.
We're gonna do Taxi Mod, even though it's like 7:30 and he hasn't started the fucking game yet.
Exactly as I was supposed to, and it doesn't work. So then I did it a way that actually gets it to work, meaning actually pasting to the right place, because the guy who made the instructions did them wrong because he's not very smart, I guess, not very bright.
Dave. So again, someone who wrote down instructions on how to make this mod work rather than just saying figure it the fuck out yourself. It's not hard. They're an idiot. So the person who tried to be helpful is the problem. And people wonder why, and you wonder why people think you're a piece of shit. It's segments like this. It's segments like this. Dave, please tell me how posting that bit right there, that bit, is taking you out of context when you were being toxic as hell to that guy for having the temerity to write an instruction manual, an instructional document that when you tried to follow it, you fucked something up.
So that then, made the files paste to the right spot at least, and then the mod started working. But it's obvious there's something wrong with something, because when I boot it says there's an error. As you saw, there was an error as I booted the game. It said some things are not loading properly. So something.
Thank you for bringing that up, Dave. That is almost certainly related to the reason why you have your bar issue, I'm sure.
That it's not working regardless, and that's, I think, what's causing the blur. But like I said, the person who's helping me with it should be able, hopefully, to figure it out. I hope. I guess we'll see. And they'll give me some advice. If not, tomorrow, we'll try to get it to work live on stream, and if we can't, forget it. We'll do something different. At this point, I'm just not going to waste time. That's now almost 3 hours of my time wasted because it's still not working. So,
we got us a detractor in chat who can get fucked for stating things that are untrue. Okay. Of course, I'm a taxi driver, goob. I have my steering wheel and my White Claw, and I'm driving around Barcelona, speaking no Spanish whatsoever because I just roll that way. Dead air. You gonna say something, Dave? Okay, nothing to say, Dave. Nothing to say then. Okay.
All right. Are we gonna go here, guys? Tonight, obviously, let's have a chill time. As you know, when I'm playing this game, I like to hang out with you guys. There is a bummer. I can't play the music anymore. You wanna know why? All the music in the game is claimed on YouTube.
Okay, so we are about to be told why he cannot play the music, because he wants his pennies of advertising revenue. And he's not actually going to do anything at all to provide some kind of background music in its stead. As I'll be honest, the music in this is kind of ass. But I will give props to the developers for their creativity. They got Suno or Udio, or they got something, and they used AI to create stuff because they didn't have the money or the talent available to them to create their own stuff or to license stuff. So props to you guys for that. But Dave, you can use the same tools. It's not hard. Or just give Pretzel $100 a year and you can it's very simple. It's very easy to do. If an idiot like me can figure it out, you certainly can. You do this for a living after all.
And makes the video completely non-monetizable. So the last 2 videos I made of this game, I made nothing, because I can't monetize them because of the AI music. So we're gonna have to go with no music, which really sucks ass, but it is what it is.
Yep. So no background music at all in this game that is nothing but driving.
Okay. Really, so to be honest, it's not a big deal. The music already, we've heard all the songs on loop, and we've already heard that they're boring, right? Like the same shit over and over.
Yeah, it's kind of ass. Yeah.
Music, claim it. So you can't monetize any content you put.
So put on your own music, Dave.
We get some support tonight for Taxi Life. I've liked Taxi Life the last couple of weeks, but let's see what happens tonight. If it goes well, again, we'll keep it as a weekly thing.
Sidious over in Dave's chat is a detractor with at DSP Gaming, sing sea shanties. Now, Sidious, you need to go looking for the detractor sea shanties. There's a couple of them, including one on this channel. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hunt for the Ballad of Moby Dent. I like that one.
I'm worried because I'm taking a look at attendance tonight, and attendance is low, both on YouTube and on Kick.
Absolutely true, Detractor Red.
I'm wondering how it's going to go tonight.
Absolutely true.
Are 2 driving games at once too much? I'll tell you what, Truck Sim is doing very well. Truck Sim, we got great attendance, great engagement, and the support has been very consistent, okay? All right, are we ready to start? Here we go.
Great commentary so far, Dave. You are truly setting the world on fire.
Okay, that's good. Looks good. Alrighty, everybody. Good evening. Welcome back to Taxi Life. This is our 3rd stream of the game. And if you remember, last time around, we did some interesting fairs. We leveled up the car a bit.
YouTube mode on.
Finished. Did we finish doing a fair is what we did? Or we weren't in a garage, right? No. And we're only halfway to level 6, so more than likely we were just driving around doing some fairs. How are we doing with gas and the like?
Wow.
I don't know. I can't tell because the car's not on.
I'm actually kind of amazed. I don't believe he said the word support once tonight.
Gas. Do we have an engine light on right now? We do.
Must be.
Maybe we should start tonight. We should just go right to a garage just to do like a tune-up checkup because it seems like we might have some issues going on here with the car. I'm not sure, but here's a garage right here. Might as well just drive there, give it a quick checkup, fill up the gas tank.
The thing, David C, is that if you were Phil,
so here's the thing,
you could do so many other things more productively than he can. You be a better streamer, I'm sure.
Take a look at these landmarks. These landmarks each give you around 200 experience. So we did a night of just landmarks. You know, it's a possibility that we could level up. There's also some other things going on if you take a look.
I hope JB.
There are other things on the map.
That tells you how much he's molding. That he has not begged once so far. He has not begged once. And I've got a shiny new counter gag that I want to use. And you're coming out and being a little whiny bitch about tech support while I'm using Dave is detracting from that particular gag getting its mileage. So, well done foiling the people you don't like.
Speed camera. Be careful that you don't get a ticket. This, I don't even know what this is, a piece of street art. We never even looked around for these, so maybe you get something for detecting the street art. I'm not sure.
So we are going to abandon playing the game entirely just to drive around and fuck about.
I'm not sure what everyone wants to do tonight. I guess we'll see together. Also, I have a new seltzer called Truly Unruly. I was drinking it earlier this week during Truck Sim. I have a flavor here, Berry Blast. I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it live. We're going to see what it tastes like. Here we go.
Yep, we have totally committed
to the blackberry.
Totally committed to not doing anything on camera tonight. He is just gonna drive around, drinking and fucking about. He's going to abandon what little bit of a core gameplay loop this game has that he's engaged with, just in the sake of fucking about. Which, I mean, it's kind of inevitable. That's how these games always end up. But you know, I was expecting something a little less transparent.
White Claw that we were drinking. It's very, very close.
This is the guy who ran all the YouTube scams.
It has better flavor.
This is the guy everyone calls a grifter.
I do like the flavor of the berry. So, cool. All right. So, let's get ready. By the way, for the record, everyone, we're about to get started, but I have some bad news. We can't use music. You want to know why? Because the music, we were talking about this last time as we played, right? The music of this game. Oh, how do I turn on the headlights? Oh, shoot. Forgot how to do that. We definitely got to turn the car lights on.
JB, he only openly drinks on driving streams and marathons because it's all part of the justification he's built for himself that allows him to drink, to claim that he's not an alcoholic. It's all part of the set of justifications. Because as far as he sees it, there is no such thing as a recovering alcoholic. So either you are an alcoholic or you're not. So if he drinks responsibly, such as only when he is at home and on camera for money, it's okay. And if there are no recovering alcoholics and he's not an alcoholic today, that means he's never been an alcoholic. So it's totally okay for him to drink with And there are no consequences for him drinking because only an alcoholic would have to deal with consequences from their drinking, even that limited amount that he drinks on camera. So, that's why he does it. And if your brain hurts because of that, I am so very sorry, because when he explained that on camera, my brain just about melted too. Then use royalty-free music. Oh, wait. Yeah, exactly, Detractor Ed. Exactly. I don't know why he won't use royalty-free music. The reason why he will not do it is because he has gotten burned in the past by licensing agreements, because Machinima used to provide a service that had royalty-free music. And then after like 7 years, they dropped the service, or the service went out of business, or they ceased to be doing business with the service. Well, and then all those videos he created, guys, they don't get any ad revenue now because they're all claimed. That is unironically his reason why he will not use a provider of royalty-free music. It's because the videos will still get claimed, and sooner or later, that person's going to decide they want to claim them. Even though, the whole point of going directly to the royalty-free music provider like Pretzel or one of the other ones is, so long as you give them their money, they won't, they'll let you use the material and you'll have a license in perpetuity. But, that's expecting the guy to not be the guy, which is dangerous. That's dangerous. Okay, Dave, we need to get this show on the road. So either you're going to need to make a decision on how you're doing this, or...
Is it because the car's off?
Yeah, well, it's not off, though.
Why can't I turn on my headlights? What is going on? I can't turn on my headlights. You have to turn them on using top LRFT option. What the fuck does that mean? What is top LRFT?
LRFT.
I can't turn on my headlights. They won't turn on. Look.
Left front bumper?
Oh, and then you click. Oh my god, that's stupid. All right, got it. That's confusing as hell. All right, so
game's fault, not his, obviously.
The bad news is, we found this out last week. The game had a bunch of music on the radio. Everyone's like, it's kind of generic. And we looked it up. It's AI-generated music that I guess the game developer had purchased. They had actually spent money to get this music in the game.
Or they generated it themselves.
That music is on YouTube, claimed immediately when used. So if we make videos with that music in it, I get no revenue. All the videos immediately get claimed, and all my money that I should be making on the video goes to the music company.
All his money, all of his pennies, his literal pennies of ad revenue, guys, go to whoever put that claim in. And that's just unacceptable, guys. That is just unacceptable. Detractor Ed, you are a very brave soul if you think he's making $2 whole on the game, on a given video that he's putting out. He might have $2 whole of ad revenue for the whole night on the videos he uploads from. Okay, field trip time. I don't know about you, but I need a break from the guy. So all right, let's go to the YouTubes and find things. All right, so DSP Gaming and videos, and then let's find some Taxi Life. ATS. Taxi Life. 855 views, and okay, so yes, he made, assuming $2 per 1,000 views, he made $375 in ad revenue from last week's streams because he had about 1,700 views. So that's what we're complaining about. That is what we're complaining about here. And the week before came to ATS. So where's Taxi Life? All right, so I'm not. Why am I not seeing this? Okay, I'm having tism. I'm having Dave tism. I'm so sorry. I'm having Dave tism. Why didn't I just do that in the first place? All right, so Taxi Life 1, he made almost like $4 there, and another $3 there, and then like $1.80 there, another $1.80 there. So yeah, that's what. Yeah, yes, Tractor Red, I stand corrected. I thought it was gonna be more like 50 cents. So because I thought these games were getting no views on the rewatch. On the on demand side, but yeah, point is yeah, we are talking about collectively like $6. Were I the dented sword, I'd send him $10 and say, do not complain about, turn on the music and don't complain for the next month, and then I'd enjoy my ban.
So obviously that's nonsense. That's really bad and shouldn't be happening, but that's how they've set it up, which is incredibly stupid. So I'm just not going to use the radio. I know it sucks because we were grooving out to some of that music, but at this point we've heard it all anyway. There's not that many songs in the game. I think each station has like 2 or 3 songs it plays through.
Yeah, it doesn't have many.
You know, it is what it is. I didn't make the game, and I certainly didn't. I certainly didn't.
Drunk already?
Decide to use that music in the game, and do no research to find out that the music is claimed on YouTube, which is pretty messed up. And the game developers didn't look into that. Quite frankly, they definitely should have.
Why should they? Dave.
So now anyone who
Dave. Very few developers make video games for streamers. And the ones who do, you hate those games because they're for memer streamers. And FOMO and all those things that you claim you hate, even though you're totally into. Yeah, Dave, this is a dumb complaint. Why should the devs care about streamers with a game like this? This is a single player experience. Why should the devs care about streamers? Please answer me that question, Dave, but I know you can't. And Detractor Red is absolutely correct. I already heard the songs on the radio, so no need to give a fuck. That.
Anyone who plays this game with the music on can't monetize their content on YouTube. How dumb is that?
Dave, how many people actually are trying to monetize this on YouTube? I'm not dented enough to go look. Because that's a fool's errand, trying to find somebody who's... We are so far behind, and you're making me do this. Okay, so home. Okay, so who is the kind of person who is actually doing a gameplay stream of this?
What's up, guys, and welcome.
This is a streamer style person, and he's got 5.5 million subs. Okay, so I stand corrected.
So yeah.
So wow, they fucked a guy over with 5 million subs. How does that make you feel, Dave?
My car badly, so let's repair it.
How does it make you feel that you are not the biggest person streaming this? Sorry about that.
I'm having no luck tonight. Garage.
Yeah.
Garage. What is going on? Garage. Oh,
wow.
Oh my lord. What? Oh, the body of the car is completely destroyed.
Yes, because you drive like an ape.
Luckily, it's only going to cost 50 euros to fully repair my car.
Yeah, that's about right.
Well,
given what plastic bodywork's made out of. What it costs, rather. And he's squandering all of his profits from the last session.
As we improve these, the top rating goes up. Okay. So this is going to cost like $1,000 probably to repair fully with all this stuff we're doing.
If you were paying attention, you might know that.
The repairs are very cheap in this game.
They are. That's one of the reasons why I would knock it.
Right, we're all fixed up. Good. Okay.
There's no cost penalty for driving like an ape.
Where are we now? We are right here. So let's see. It says there's street art. Let's just see what the street art is.
Okay, he's fully fucking about. So
where is it claiming it is? Directly straight ahead?
He's fully fucking about. So Dash Reply rule invoked.
Wait. Oh, that's right. This is different. Press Y to do it here. Okay. There's street art to the left. Well, there is, but oh, here it is. A to collect. 150 experience.
Wow.
So while we're driving, if we happen to look around, we can look at some of that graffiti.
Well,
And then we can,
yes, you
bonus experience
idiot.
points for it. Okay, what's up, Vietnamese comrade? Good evening. All right, I guess we'll do our first fare of the night right here.
Well, yeah, Detractor Red. Most people aren't masochists like me. I actually enjoy the full context. So I have to keep the speed at a level where the little hamster in my brain that's on the wheel can keep up. And yeah, that means you're getting 1.5 during the down times. No, not for it. We haven't gotten to the point where we're invoking the Detractor Red rule yet. I'm sure he will get me angry enough at some point. We will, though. So now I know what my 4X rule is called. So thank you for that, sir.
Chloe Solaire. Unless any of these are easier.
Wow.
How do I cancel task? V.
Wow.
I'm trying to see what's the easiest drive. This is probably the easiest drive because it goes all the way around. Let's do this one. Sergio Wright. Okay.
Brilliant commentary, Dave. Brilliant commentary.
My headlights aren't on again.
You gonna beg?
Okay, here we are.
You gonna beg?
Praise the sun indeed. Praise the sun. I gotta get used to this again. This wheel, it feels very different from the truck sim wheel. This wheel, you have to turn it more sharply to make turns.
You could adjust the sensitivity.
There's way more force feedback on the wheel in this game than there is in truck sim.
You could adjust the sensitivity.
There we go.
Heaven forbid, though.
Not even looking, just going. I mean, it's the dead of night. So perhaps I don't have to worry so much about traffic now, right?
Yeah, keep thinking that, Dave. You will not like how that
Your
ends.
friend bumped your tailbone and now it hurts? Well, why was your friend pounding you in... Oh, excuse me. I guess that's your own personal business. I didn't have to ask you.
Okay, Dave. That was vaguely homophobic.
Brandon, how are you tonight? Good evening. Brandon, how's your tailbone doing? Hopefully it's all right. Want to go to the mall? It's probably closed, isn't it? The middle of the night.
Dave, did you really you just made a joke about a guy's tailbone getting bruised because he was being, he was taking things up the butt, as they say, that hard. And you just made that joke and are just going on as if nothing happened, which I make jokes about Dave loving the cock all the time. And I'm usually very, if not graphic, then risque with my visuals. But I like to think it's always tongue firmly in cheek. That really wasn't. That was just like, I don't know what the fuck that was. Other than that, that was not cool. I don't think that was cool. That was not something that is easy to take as a joke and to laugh at in the spirit it is intended to be laughed at.
Now, it's 2:59 a.m. I'm pretty sure the mall would be closed. This is a sharp turn. Look at this. Oh, why is it so sharp? Weird turns.
You're taking the turn too quickly for starters. Yep, bite that finger. It's wronged you, so it deserves it.
Here's our fare. Boy, here we go. I look at the chat, look back. There we go.
Can't focus on the road because he's got to be looking for tips.
That's what happens, man. You got to keep your eye on the street in this game.
And he's at... We'll
be the first person to support the stream tonight. So
That's
far, we have
one.
absolutely nothing. Zero. Who will support Taxi Life tonight? Do I have my seatbelt on? I always drive with my seatbelt on. See, it's weird because I know some people, when they were growing up, the seatbelt wasn't a required thing. And then when the seatbelt was added as a law, a lot of people rebelled and said, I'm going to drive without the seatbelt. I don't need it. But for me, I had a seatbelt on ever since I was a baby. So for me, it's like a normal thing. And I never thought about never wearing one. It's just a
Brilliant
natural thing.
commentary. Brilliant commentary.
As soon as I get in the car, I put on the seatbelt.
Uh-huh.
Someone did a £2 super chat and asks, am I a good driver in real life?
No.
I have not been in a car accident since I was in my 20s. That was the last
But
time.
you have been in a car accident, so that's a blight against your record. I'm not criticizing, so have I. Hell, I had a fender bender where I got chewed out by my mother because I told her I'd had a fender bender and you couldn't see over the hood from the crumpling of it. So accidents happen. So Dave, I get that, but you're gonna from your own stories, you aren't a good driver. From your own damn stories, you're not good.
And again, I don't drive that much.
Yep, imagine flexing as that.
More often, I'm being honest here. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
I'm
yeah.
like, oh yeah, I'm an expert driver. I drive all the time, But I've been in a few accidents when I was younger. When I was in high school, I had a Ford Escort, and one day I was driving home on the freeway. I'm breaking here. I was driving home on the freeway, and it was only a 2-lane freeway, very narrow. and I was trying to lane change left, and as I was very calmly, with my blinker on everything, lane changing left, someone was flying up in the left lane. They might have had to have been going like 90 to 100 miles per hour. They
So
were like severely
you
speeding.
didn't see him.
So I course corrected back to the right lane, but I was nervous and scared because I thought the guy was going to rear end me. So I narrowly avoided him, but I overcompensated. And I, hit the right divider, or the right guardrail, and I bounced off like a pinball, and my car bounced back and forth across the freeway and completely totaled. So I almost died.
I would one note that you're criticizing that guy for going too fast. If your car was ping-ponging across lanes, you were going too fast too. Also, such a good driver. He got into an accident that he caused. He got into a one-car accident. I've been in a one-car accident. Yeah. But my excuse was, I was out on I-70 and it was sleeting and freezing raining, and the wind got up and the back of my car just whoop went around. I was going too fast, first to admit that. Thankfully no one was hurt, least of all me. But yeah, Dave, if you're ping-ponging back across multiple lanes in the dry, you were going way too fast.
Luckily, it didn't do much damage to me, but the door impacted to like here, and the airbag stopped my head. So if I didn't have an airbag, I would be dead. I would have died when I was in high school. So that was my first car accident. Okay, then,
First car accident.
The next one I can remember, I was simply driving down the street, and someone rear-ended me. But luckily, it wasn't hard. Like, it was just like a boom, it hurt. But then when we got out and we looked, there was no damage. So that was like my second accident ever, and that one just we walked away from it and we just let it go. Like, I didn't even do any insurance or anything. The third accident I was in wasn't me driving. I was in a car with my friends, and we were going to a Street Fighter tournament. And we had just gotten onto the highway. It's not the freeway, but the highway. And I remember we were all in the car together. We were, hanging out, talking. And my friend literally leaned over to adjust the radio because he wanted to get the radio to a good song. He touched the radio once. What the hell is this person doing? He touched the radio once, looked up. Traffic, bumper to bumper, too late, couldn't stop, rear-ended the car. And it created a conga line of rear endings. It was like an accordion. Like
a conga line of rear endings.
So that was awful.
Dave, again, I know you don't think you're closeted, but you keep saying things like conga line of rear endings. That, well, one might think that might be some Freudian slippage. I don't know about that, David. See, I don't know if he needed a day in jail. I really don't. Honestly, I think a day in jail would do him way more harm than good. He would unironically be traumatized by it, and to no good end. He would just. He's already a social train wreck. If he had to spend a night in jail, it would just make him even more paranoid and isolated. And, that assumes he doesn't have a breakdown while he's in jail, and pick a fight with somebody and end up inadvertently then catching like ag battery or something because somebody's face gets wrecked. Or in the scuffle, he kicks a cop in the face or something. I welcome a fair amount of raunchiness on this stream, and I'm the first to embrace euphemisms about things, but we do not want to know if Dave would drop the soap, because I don't need those mental images in my life. Those are not welcome here. They're not going to be in this dojo.
His insurance must have fucking skyrocketed, and he was still in his 20s, so I'm sure he got into a lot of trouble for that, and it probably made him like way expensive to drive for a while. I'm trying to think of all the accidents I've been in. The next accident
all the accidents he's been in.
And I was coming home from a Street Fighter tournament, again with my friends in the car, and as we were driving home, it was from New Jersey. I remember we were going from New Jersey back to Connecticut. A giant blizzard broke out while we were driving. Okay, it was really bad, like heavy snow coming down, but we were already halfway home. But we got to keep.
Oh, come on! You're letting me down. Chat, pull up highlight overlay thingy. I wanted to highlight that message retract from Detractor Red. I talks real good, and Detractor Red, tongue firmly in cheek. I'm not the guy. I don't ban people even for giving me absolutely terrifying mental images.
Going. So we just kept going, and basically it got so bad, the driving conditions got so ridiculously bad that there was no way to effectively stop your vehicle unless you were very careful. And I was driving slow. I was maybe going 20 miles per hour on this freeway, and under the snow was black ice. So the car just went flook, and I couldn't stop it, and we just went right off the freeway into the forest, and luckily there was a snowbank that had built up right in front of a tree. So we went and stopped in the snow. If there hadn't been that much snow, we would have gone right into the tree, but we got lucky. And in that case, there was no damage to my car. I got incredibly lucky that there was no damage at all. There's a red light right
You
here.
did get incredibly lucky. And
Very lucky that day that there was no damage to the car.
yeah,
So,
and he drove right through that red light because, of course, he did.
we were actually stuck in the snowbank.
I think you give him too much credit, David C. I think you give him too much credit.
Samaritan pulled over to help us.
I don't think he's smart enough to run a scam in prison. In jail, rather. Not prison. Prison, he'd just get killed in prison. County jail, he might survive.
Or wait, no, that really was the last accident that I had. The only other time that something ever happened was once I was backing out in a parking lot. This was a long time ago. I was backing in a parking lot, and there was one of those pickup trucks that is so huge. I mean, you're talking about the giant ones, right?
A
so
dually.
The pickup truck's bed stuck out halfway. This was like at a mall parking lot, okay? It literally stuck out halfway into the way you're supposed to be driving through. So I'm backing out from a spot across the way, and everything I'm seeing is good, but the truck is so huge on the other side, I didn't see it, and I actually backed my car into the back of the truck. And I was like,
Wait, how do you
shit,
fuck that up,
did I
Dave?
damage the
Dave,
truck?
no, Dave. Now, I was ready to be a little sympathetic to you, as I live in a place where we have a lot of regularly sized sedans, and I live in a very agricultural area, so lots of dualies, lots of work trucks. So there are times when you will pull into a parking spot and no one will be around you, and then you will come out and you've got a dually on each side, and that is a pain in the ass. And sometimes, like especially with street parking, sometimes if it's because in my neck of the woods, most of the street parking is diagonal. So if you can't see out the back, sometimes you just gotta put your ass out there and hope like hell no one hits it. I was ready to give you a little sympathy if you ended up getting clipped for that. But no, you gotta fuck up pretty hard to like run into a vehicle that's parked next to you because you can't see past it. The fact that you can't see past it is basically the reason why you shouldn't be able to run into it. You should have a very good look at where it's at. And so well done, Dave. Well done. You have succeeded in failing in a way I had not thought it possible for you to fail.
I wrecked my car, and I pulled it forward, and come to find out, I damaged the back quadrant of my car.
Rear quarter panel, yeah.
But then the truck was completely untouched.
Of course it was.
The truck looked pristine because, of course, the truck is huge, and on top, I backed
Yeah,
into it and
yeah.
it crushed the back quadrant of my car.
Yeah,
So-
Dave, you were probably driving like a little 10-year-old hatchback at the time, and you backed up into what was probably a dually. Yeah, of course it's not going to feel it. Why are you surprised by this?
That was the last time. I'm trying to remember when that was. I can't even remember. It was so long ago. So that was about it. Can't
remember the details, can't remember the date.
Car in high school, that's the only real serious issue I've ever had. Tickets and stuff, I had one speeding ticket ever. Once a cop pulled me over for running a red light.
I will just remind everyone that what prompted this whole round of story time, because my brain wanted to say this whole exogenesis, which is exogenesis, which is, I know the wrong word. Sorry. What's prompted story time has been somebody asked him, "Are you a good driver IRL?" This has prompted him to give his entire life history of his accidents and traffic tickets. How is this supposed to communicate that you're a good driver, Dave? If I hear this, I don't know if you're a bad driver, but I know you're not a good driver because you keep having accidents. And on top of that, you lost the plot halfway through because you talked about an accident you were in where you weren't the fucking driver.
Stuff like that. Like really basic stuff. Nothing crazy, So I guess you could say I'm not a bad driver, but at the same time, I don't drive that often. So
the question was, were you a good driver, Dave? Not whether you were a bad one, not whether you were not bad one, whether you were a good one.
Line for that £2 super chat. Let's get that up on the leaderboard.
That's our first support of the night. Say it, Dave. Say it. You know you want to. You know you want to.
And then AI Podcast gifted a sub. Our first gifted sub of the night. We'll take you to AI Podcast for that.
I miss Al Camus.
So we got one sub and one super chat tonight. Who's going to be our first tip of the night? We're up to $7 of support. Now, guys, I said this when we started, but I'll reiterate, especially for the on-demand audience, because you guys usually miss the intros that I give to the stream audience. I've enjoyed Taxi Life the last couple of weeks. We looked at some of the DLCs. There are a couple. One, you're just basically a DoorDash delivery driver. So what's the difference between that and having fares? Literally none. It's about speed, so the food's not cold. So it's pretty much almost identical to what we're doing right now. So it's really not much of a DLC. The other DLC just came out last week, okay? That DLC is you are a tour guide. You're driving a convertible.
I've already heard this pitch because I've watched the whole dang podcast. See, that's how there's no difference between the night stream and the day stream anymore, or because the day stream is just, the day stream is nothing but the podcast in which the second half has a little bit of gameplay in it. And yeah, that was a little Freudian slip on my part. No, because I sat through all of this stream, I know what he's about to say. Why doesn't he want to do the DoorDash bit? He's always whining about DoorDash drivers. Why doesn't he want a chance to show them? He could make a meme of it. I'm going to show these stupid DoorDash drivers how it's done, and then just drive like an idiot. Make a reference to the Totally Not Crazy Taxi game in Infinite Wealth, in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. That is, where you're a DoorDasher on a bicycle. I mean, that could be fun. That could be fun. So why are you shitting on it, Dave? It could be different. It can be critically different because this is something that is pertinent to you because you do DSP tries it, and you have to motivate yourself to get the food there so that the person who ordered it, who's a successful streamer and a mature adult, can reward their audience, just like you, Rue. And then you can preen whenever you do it and say how if only everyone in the real world was as awesome at this as you are, the world would be great and everyone would be able to feast with Phil like they can in the game. So give me the monies. Again, would it last very long? No, he could get a stream out of it, but that's still a stream more of content that he's going to get out of just whatever the fuck he's doing right now in Taxi Life.
Cab, and you can open the top of your cab, and as you're driving around, you hit landmarks with the people in the back. You tell them, "Oh, this cab sim, we could maybe do that." That's only a few bucks too. It's not expensive or anything. So there are some possibilities long term if you guys would like to see it. But we've done this stream twice. I've liked doing it, but I just noticed distinctly tonight. And this is just on stream. Attendance is lower than it's been for this, and right now, we've started and we only got like $7 of support. That could obviously change. Okay. Well, I want to let you guys
also
know.
Support. I gotta support there. We gotta support the stream and the counter gag. And I mainly stopped it because Sidious is my favorite, not Derek. Because he is very obviously more than he appears. At DSP Gaming, when you let YouTube autoplay 80s top songs, eventually you'll hit a 4-hour-long video where the first 2 songs are originals and the rest are almost identical covers by Russian bands. I don't know what motivates you to post that, except that you are, in fact, absolutely 100% a Derek. But, yeah. Driving game overload, doob. Taxi Life, Truck Sim, and Mario Kart. Detractor Red, you don't understand. He's bought this driving wheel, and he has to demonstrate how important it is and how much he uses it. Because if he does that, then you'll give him all of the monies. Because that's what this is really all about. All of the monies. But yes, seriously, if he were smarter, I would think he was purposely doing it. He was setting it up this way so that he could rage quit driving games. He could say, well, guys, I tried them, but we got driving game overload, so we can never do them again. Just like how RPG overload ended. RPGs are now banned because, they were overloaded once. But I don't think he's that smart. I don't think he will JB raises an excellent counterpoint. It will only be overload when the tips dry up. I think there's certainly that possibility. And as I was saying, I don't think he's smart enough to have planned it this way. I just think he kind of really got into being able to drink and fuck about while counting money. And that's all these streams really are. All the wheels streams are. And that's why he's so unhappy with Mario Kart, is that he's not able to fuck about and count money.
You have 2 driving sims in the rotation. If one of them isn't working and the other one is, then we don't have to do 2. Right now, Truck Sim's doing very well. I just spent a lot of money on the DLCs for it, and we started driving in Texas. People seem to really like it.
$35 is apparently a lot of money, guys.
Go to other places. So that's doing...
Not meaning to say that $35 is certainly a lot of money to some people, but you get my point. For the guy who bought the $320 accessory for a game that he played for an hour, he's implying he's made a major commitment because he spent $35 on DLC.
Taxi Sim, let's see how it does tonight. Taxi Life, I keep calling it Taxi Sim. Taxi Life, let's see how it does tonight. If we have a good time together, great, we can keep it in the rotation, but if we end up being a dramatic slowdown tonight and the support and everything is slow, then we don't have to do it again. But I'm curious how it goes and what you guys think. And, you know, I personally like the game. I do. I think that it's kind of fun. It's very different from the truck sim. So let's see how it goes for the rest of the night, okay?
Absolutely facts. Absolutely facts, Detector Red. All the money, he's got a lot of money. He's not poor. He didn't need to refund KCD, too.
Songs. Eventually, you hit a long 4-hour video. The first 2 songs are originals, then they play
Yeah, she read it.
Bands. What the hell does that have to do with Taxi Sim?
And that's what his response is. And that is why, Dave, that is why you are not allowed to look at chat and say, wow, guys, why isn't anybody talking? Is because people will offer you shit that maybe you could do something with. Maybe you can't. You look at it and say, huh, I've never looked for 80 songs, but if that's the case, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, what do those Russian bands sound like? How bad can they be? And then maybe you go off into a tangent where you just take 2 minutes away from gameplay and go listen to one of those Russian covers. You know, something that has some organic spontaneity to it. Because that's how you keep chat coming back. You give them incentive to participate. But you don't want chat to do things for you. Well, no, you absolutely want chat to do things for you. You don't want chat to offer feedback. You don't want chat to actually get involved in the content. You want chat to just tell you, you're a really cool guy and every one of your ideas is great. Also, here's 50 Dolans. So, yeah, City, that was a bit dented. That was a bit dented, I will admit. But you could at least say, huh, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know that. And then you could have built off of it and tried to get someone else to say something. But no, it's what does that have to do with Taxi Life? Whoa!
Anyway, thanks for that little factoid, Sidious. Okay, shall we just do the next one here? Yeah, take this task. What we're trying to do, if I recall, if we hit level 6, we can unlock the long fares. Right now, we only have short and middle. We want to unlock the longer fares to make more money, right? So, money,
yeah.
Mozzie is asking, would I ever visit Barcelona for real? I've said this before. My wife and I have shared the interest of one day going to Europe and doing kind of a European tour of the major, cities and things out there. What is this idiot doing? Why are you driving towards me, you idiot? I'm trying to turn left.
His European tour consists of flying to London, seeing Big Ben and Westminster, then flying to France. Well, maybe not flying, maybe taking the Eurostar to France, looking at the Eiffel Tower, posing in front of the Louvre, and then taking the train to Rome, going to the Colosseum, and then calling himself a world traveler because he did the most basic bitch tourist things imaginable while eating the most tourist baity of foods. That is what his European tour would look like. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm trying not to be one of those an elitist snob. I'm trying not to be that guy because I don't want to be that guy. There's nothing wrong with, if that is the experience you want, go for it. Because there's nothing wrong with that experience. The problem is Dave is someone who he likes to style himself. Well, guys, I'm just a blue collar streamer and a normal guy like all of you. When he doesn't think he is. He thinks he Dunning-Krugers himself on everything. So he thinks he's actually a sophisticate, that he's intelligent. Not that he's intelligent, that he's a member of the intelligentsia. Because there are plenty of very intelligent blue-collar folks, even blue-collar streamers, if we accept that such a word exists and such a combo of words exist and has some kind of meaning. So what he wants you to think is that because he went abroad, he's a smarty pants. But Dave, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's really easy to go abroad these days. Stupidly easy. And that's why it's not impressive if you just go on a week-long European holiday and you just go to, again, the most touristy of tourist attractions, because that's what you would absolutely do. Because you are a sucker for hype. That's why you would end up at the most touristy of tourist attractions. So, yeah, no, seeing the Eiffel Tower is awesome, and seeing the Colosseum's awesome. But he's going to come, if he did that, he's going to come and represent as if he has made some kind of intellectual pilgrimage, and he has bettered himself, and he's better than you because he has basked in these great bastions of Western civilization. When he's still going to be the fucking guy who did the equivalent of a bus tour of the who's who of famed tourist sites. Well, Detractor Red, that's just being mean. That's just being mean. Not saying he wouldn't do it. No, Dave. Like I said, no, Dave. If he actually went on a European vacation, he would go on a budget, like, week-long trip that did like 5 countries in 7 days, is what he would do, and he would call himself a world traveler who is a sophisticate and a really cool dude because he went to the Eiffel Tower and Big Ben and the Colosseum. That's what my guess is. And he had actual, real, authentic Italian pizza while in Rome. That totally wasn't an obvious tourist trap. And David C., if he actually did that, I am going to laugh. I'm going to laugh loud enough that you're going to be able to hear me wherever the hell you are, because I've got no indication. I mean, he's salty. He's salty about lack of money. But he's been salty about lack of money before. To actually get motivated enough to actually change streams mid-stride, that's gonna... I hope you're trolling me, because otherwise this is gonna... I'm gonna go all night if he actually did that.
So, some of the places we'd like to go, obviously England, France, Spain, Italy, maybe Germany. Those are kind of like the big 5 that I think of. Although there might be some other nice places too. 5 countries in a week. I've heard you can take a train that there's a giant train in Europe that you can take to most of the major countries.
Well, the Eurostar connects to a lot of things, yes.
Jump on the train, go to the next one, go to the next
yes.
one. That could be fun. So we've talked about it. It's really not in the cards right now, but maybe sometime, in the next 20 years, perhaps. We'll see.
Dave, you made how much money during the Kino arc? You made how much money from the fucking RTU stream that was just found money? That, yes, people laugh at you for not saving. You know what would have been one of the few times where it is acceptable to be frivolous with money is something like that, where you've just found money. You made $4,000, where you just make $4,000 for out of nowhere because life smiles upon you. Yeah, that's how you do like a spur of the moment, like surprise trip to Europe for the two of you. $4,000 could have gotten you there and gotten you through basically everything. That just from the RTU Kino stream, the very first crossover event. And you know what, Dave? You could have made bank if you you could have wrote off everything. You could have wrote off every penny of that if you just went and you made a little bit of content. That's the worst of it. He could have went and had the vacation of his life with his wife, either in Japan or Europe, wrote off all of it, had almost all of it paid for by the Kino Boys and RTU because of the June documentary. And he could have written it all off if he just did a 10-minute vlog every day. Hell, he didn't even need to do it every day. He just needed to do it. He just needed to do one vlog of any duration and upload it while he was over there. And he could have written off everything. And so long as his wife appeared in it, they could have written off her half of everything too. And that Dave didn't do that is why he's always going to fucking lose at this game. Next 20 years indeed. Yeah, don't think I didn't see that. Don't think I didn't see that, Red. Yeah, that's just, I don't even, there's low-hanging fruit and there's stuff that sometimes you have to club the baby seals. But that baby seal is just so cute, cuddly, and going to inevitably be eaten by a polar bear. I'm just going to let nature take its course because that joke commenting on that is beneath me.
If things
Bow chicka wow wow.
the way that they're going with support and everything, we could probably do it. Realistically, yeah, we could probably do that. And that'd be a really awesome trip because we've never been on a major trip together. We didn't get to go on a honeymoon when we got married 6 years ago. So it would probably be really nice to do something like that.
So how many times he had a chance to go on a honeymoon with his wife and decided not to? There was when he got married, when he got the money from his mom that had to go to the taxes. And then there was the RTU money from when the casino stuff started. That's twice. Yeah, so well done, Dave. Well done. Hell. Does the trip to Miami at the end of or wherever the hell Hogan's bar is, the thing that Ashton was trying to pitch him and said he'd fly Dave and Kat down to Florida to go to the Hogan bar. That's 3 times he is squandered the opportunity to do something vaguely honeymoon-esque with his wife. And he will never stop complaining about how he has not been able to do a honeymoon because he likes being the victim. Even though, if you're paying attention, he's had ample opportunities if it really mattered to him. If it really mattered that much to him. I'm just on a bender tonight. I'm
Poland? How's Poland?
I'm very toxic.
Obviously. Hi. She's bubbly. Oh boy, we got a bubbler.
I don't think you like Poland, Dave. That's actually full of serious people. Poland's also got real history, so you would definitely hate that. It doesn't have a very easy it's a small world representation for you to digest. Dave, not to go off track here, but honestly, yeah, Dave should really be down with Poland because Poland is the actual it is actually the European king of hate because Poland just keeps getting beaten down by everybody. The history of Poland since the 1790s has been nothing but pain, misery, and not goodness, only for the Poles to keep rising from the ashes. Actually taking all the misfortune and shit that's directed at them and turning it into something positive. Yeah. And if Dave went to Poland, he would miss out on all of that. He would go, de Krakow. Like a butt. De. Also the Family Guy skit. Also the Family Guy skit about the Germans.
Some really sharp turns. Sheesh. Okay.
Can you drive faster?
Oh. Sure, I'll floor it.
Wrong thing to tell him.
Here.
Wrong thing to tell him.
I was trying to be safe. She wants to be risky. Oh, that's why you don't drive faster.
Clown mode engaged.
I think it was just a temporary thing anyway. Now she's happy.
Clown mode activated.
Oh, what?
Bonk.
That's the first time I've hit a pedestrian in the game. But you tell me what I was supposed to do. There was no one there.
You deserved it, Dave.
I'm turning.
You deserved it.
Literally walked into my car as it was already turning, and I'm responsible.
Dave, in the real world, that's why you always yield to pedestrians. It doesn't matter how wrong the pedestrian is, the pedestrian always has the right of way.
Wow. Anyway. Poland is awesome. Cool old towns, cheap, tasty pierogies, pretty mountains, and Baltic beaches. History everywhere with castles to explore, and it's affordable. A hidden gem. Interesting to know.
Pierogies. Of course, that's what he's going to come back with. That's what he's going to come back with. Krakow like a butt and pierogies.
Thank you.
Always fucking food with this guy.
So I killed a pedestrian, apparently. Even though, quite frankly, that was nonsense.
I can't decide if Apollo 360 is LARPing in Dave's chat with the Germany is greater than Poland.
That shouldn't have happened. The pedestrian literally walked into my car as I was turning.
And Dave's absolutely losing control of his chat as of like an hour ago. The Muslims are invading all European countries for some reason from Big Mac, who's actually a sub with a fairly elaborate crown, so he's been around for a while. I'm sure he's not going to get limbed, or we might get a DS Politics rant yet.
Wrong. Unreal. All right, well, let's continue. Here we go.
And Mr. Pravavera chiming in with that 6 years in prison for vehicular manslaughter.
Hit the curb. I was looking to talk to Light, and look what I did.
Yep, he cannot multitask to save a
Still
soul.
did it again. Murdered pedestrians, hit the curb.
No curb is safe from the guy.
Actually, Light, not really similar to Truck Sim. This is very different. This is pure city driving, and it is very, very stressful with pedestrians walking everywhere, stop and go constantly because of tons of traffic. It's really, really hectic is the best way to describe it. It's very hard for me to even watch you guys and like look at chat and talk because you're supposed to be paying attention all the time. And I already hit a pedestrian tonight who literally just walked into my car. I didn't do it. Like, I didn't strike the pedestrian. The pedestrian decided to walk into my moving vehicle.
Missed the turn.
Don't really understand that, but
Missed the turn.
Works, I guess.
Missed the turn because you were being bad at this. JB, one would hope, but the balance on this does seem really fucked. If Dave started the game with like the better part of 3,000 euros and buying your first car, your first new taxi is like 6,000. So if he just like knuckled under and just like drove around, actually focused on doing the game, he could have already gotten himself another vehicle and another driver and started building his empire, his taxi empire. But again, he's not going to engage with that, I don't think, because that involves doing something other than fucking about. Yeah, there absolutely should be some kind of punishment, but I'm fairly certain there's not. Well, no, there was a punishment, Goob. It was a €100 fine, which is totally appropriate for hitting that pedestrian who totally walked into me and I did everything correct and nothing wrong. Bleh.
Yeah, and it was off screen. Like, you couldn't even see the pedestrian. So what did they do? Walk into the back of my car? How do I stop that?
Maybe, Dave. Don't be in the intersection. That's what you do. Also, he is a total slave to the GPS. He has no idea how to actually navigate any of this. He's terrible at eyeballing the GPS, eyeballing the map and trying to figure out a way just based on the streets that are presented to him.
Ooh. Okay.
Treacherette, is jail simulator actually a thing? I know Prison Architect is a thing.
I figured it was. I figured
But
there's supposedly a really nice super train that goes through all of Europe that you can use to go from country to country, and you can do like a big tour of all these countries.
yeah.
Sounds fun.
Oh my God, Dave.
As long as it's planned out well, I'm sure that's probably really
Do
fun.
you have any idea how?
Certainly not in the cards for now, but maybe long term we'll have to see. Something to consider.
Do you have any idea how insufferable Dave is going to be if he actually rode on the TGV? He's going to come back and be, guys, the United States fucking sucks because we have to drive everywhere and we have no public transit and it's so easy. You just get on the train and it's clean and there's no poor peoples.
Here, I'm flooring it. Okay, here you go.
Yeah, he's going to be absolutely...
What is happening right now? What is going on with their tire? Did you see their tire was going nuts?
Their
front tire was going...
It was doing a burnout, Dave.
I've had enough of this. This is absolutely ridiculous. You're an idiot. Oh my God. What are we waiting for? There's no light.
Pedestrians. He was waiting for pedestrians, Dave. Also, why are you driving in the bike lane? Why do you hate bikers, Dave? No, I'm sorry. What? No, I understand why you hate bikers. Why do you hate bicyclists? Bikers have probably broken the law at some point. All bicyclists have broken his good sense.
Nice and smooth. That was a pedestrian who walked into my car. Did you see that? She almost hit me. I would say my major problem with the game right now is...
Well, JB, you're...
Like, ridiculously sharp.
Paying a fine is a form of restitution.
Honestly, unless I'm driving insanely slow, I don't know how I'm supposed to make these turns.
Oh my God, pedestrians! Wow! Yeah, Dave's being boring.
Or kill someone. Here we go again.
Yeah, Dave,
Remember
that's
I
the
bought improved
game.
Brakes? I'm not seeing much improvement, to be honest with all of you. I don't think the brakes are working very well. I had the
Dave,
same issue last time, if you remember. I kept saying I kept trying to slam on the brakes and the car would keep going, and it feels like the same thing's happening tonight.
Dave, that's just the model. It's the braking model. Yeah, this braking model is way more realistic than Truck Sim, in that brakes actually aren't magical and don't take you from 30 miles an hour to 0 in a car length when you just tap the brakes. Dave, if you think the brakes are bad in this game, like, go in and turn on the realistic brakes options on Truck Sim. You will make good content if you do that, because you're not going to be able to stop your fucking big rig. And I don't want the slave trade to be ruined, but you know, that's going to happen if you turned on realistic braking.
And I bought the improved brakes, and they don't feel very good. Okay. Get out. Would I ever play Bus Simulator? I don't know anything about a bus simulator. Oh, wow. Whoa. Oh, I thought we got a lot of experience. We actually didn't. We didn't get that much experience.
Wow.
We'll actually level up to level 6, and I think level 6, we'll have enough experience to get the long jobs, which are the longer fares, which are worth more money.
Yeah, but there's more pedestrians.
A tip, a 39-euro tip. Well, I can already tell you virtually in the game tonight, I made a hell of a lot more than I have in real life. So, guys, if you like Taxi Live, if you could support it, please do tonight, okay?
Support. Give me the money.
Rats and you get your stuff stolen. I mean, I feel like any major metropolitan place in a more, how do I say it, liberal area is going to be like that. I mean, in America, it's like that right now.
What? Dave, why did this become a... Why did you turn this... Why'd you open with making it political? It's... All you had to do was say urban area, and the only people who would laugh at you were the people who know that you use urban as you used urban as a euphemism once for black people.
If you go to Seattle, if you go to New York City,
I mean,
I feel like any major metropolitan place in a more, how do I say it, liberal area is going to be like that. I mean, in America, it's like that right now. If you go to Seattle, if you go to New York City, if you go to Chicago, our major cities are exactly the same. So
no, they're
I don't
not.
think it's just Paris. I just think there's certain places that have become so lax about certain things that they are pretty bad places to visit, and that's unfortunate because, you know.
What the fuck prompted this?
I mean, I feel like any.
What the fuck prompted? I missed what prompted this. This is insane.
Apparently, Paris is full of rats and you get your stuff stolen. I mean, I feel like any major metropolitan place in a.
Okay, so this opens up with apparently Paris is full of rats and you'll get your ish stolen. I'm assuming that's supposed to be stuff. So, what the... Okay, Paris has... Assuming... Dave, you have absolutely no basis for assuming that rat in that context means anything other than a four-legged rodent. Yeah, Paris has a rat problem. Every urban area does have a rat problem. Yes. But you're going to turn this into something weird.
How do I say it? Liberal area is going to be like that. I mean, in America, it's like that.
Right okay. I'm going to get a little political here. For pretty much the entirety of my political life, I've considered myself a conservative and a man of the right. I like to think I'm pretty well read on policy, and that I, once upon a time, aspired to be a wonk of some kind. Dave, kindly explain to me what the fuck the difference is between the liberal position on controlling the rodent population and the conservative one. Again, what the fuck does this have to do with left-right politics? If you wanted to make a point about, why bring that up at all? I don't get it. All you have to do is say all metro areas have this problem, but you're turning this into something like, not just weird, but like dented, hyper giga dented.
To Seattle, if you go to New York City, if you go to Chicago, our major cities are exactly the same.
No, they're not. No, they're not. But please continue.
I don't think it's just Paris. I just think there's certain places that have become so lax about certain things that they are pretty bad places to visit, and that's unfortunate because, you know, you've heard.
Dave, what does this have to do with controlling the rat population? There are some places in the United States that have a distinct homeless problem, yes, but I don't know anywhere off the top any of those places that you listed that constitutes somewhere that has a rat problem. Well, outside of New York, but New York has an alligator problem. Doesn't have a rat problem.
things about Paris, a cultural center and everything, but sad at the same time. Like, when I was growing up, New York City, you would hear, oh, you want to go to New York, you want to get the pizza, right? You want to go to the delis. You want to go
Okay, obviously the first thing he goes to is food, because of course he fucking does.
to Broadway, see a show, or go to a concert.
Okay, so this is Dave's list. Dave's list. What do you go to New York for? You go for pizza, delis, and only third do you go to New York for Broadway. If you are going to New York to see a Broadway show but not get pizza or go to the deli, you are doing it wrong, according to this guy.
Times Square, go to Chinatown, take in the culture, have some local.
Also, yep.
Go, you know.
So this is like the lament of a theater kid. It's like of a theater kid who also wants to be a foodie. So you go to a really dented foodie. So guys, you go to New York. What do you go to New York for? The pizza and the delis and Broadway and Times Square and Chinatown. How so, Dave C? I suppose my complaint is, if I'm listing off the reasons why you go to New York, you start with the tourist shit and then you end with, in addition to all of that, you also get food. He starts off with, you go to New York for food. And I don't disagree with that. That is a reason you can go to New York, but given that this man flirts with fast food every week, it's fucking telling that's where he starts rather than any of the other things he could possibly name. And the thing is that Dave was a local. I mean, he wasn't a true, like, he was a member of the tri-state. He wasn't truly local, but he should know where some stuff is. He should actually know where some local stuff in NYC is by virtue of being close enough that he knows a guy who's got the ability to tell him where shit actually is, where the good stuff actually is. And yet he is listing off the most basic bitch of things in his great listing of things to do in New York.
Up to Empire State Building, go see the Statue of Liberty. Everyone, oh, that's the life. I want to do that at some point in my life. Now people are like, dude, stay away. Like, just do not go. It is bad. It is not going to be worth your time. You're going to have an awful time. There's too much crime and everything's just terrible. And that's sad, you know? Like, my wife and I want to go back to Seattle, but we have no desire to do it right now.
Okay, I need to check. Dave, New York does have more of a crime problem than it did when you were growing up there, growing up in its vicinity, when you were going there as a young man. The thing is, you don't have the reference. New York, when you were there, Dave, was at the closing end of an extraordinary period of urban revival, the likes of which have rarely been seen. Because that was the power of the Giuliani years, which continued for most of the Bloomberg years. So crime was down. Crime was like super down. The grime was basically all scrubbed away. The New York of the 80s, where there were porn stores in Times Square, this was not. There has been rollback of some of the Giuliani and what Giuliani accomplished. But again, last time I was in New York City was in 2003 when I flew back home after spending a month in Kobe studying abroad. So it's been a while for me, but I do like to think I'm kind of well read on things, and everything I've read is that while there is a crime problem and crime is on the rise, it's still 10 years of degeneration away from starting to look like the 70s again. So Dave's blowing everything out of proportion, but all of this nonsense about New York, all of this, then he immediately pivots it back to himself. And he is somehow saying that because New York is getting fucked because of its poor political choices, this somehow bears on Seattle. Seattle has an entirely separate set of bad decisions it's made, an entirely different set of political incentives that have led it to make its own bad decisions. And Dave blows everything out of proportion when it comes to urban blight and the state of cities. So he is such an unreliable narrator. And he just said, I will back this up, but he just said he wants to, he and his wife would love to go back to Seattle, but it's so crime-ridden, it's just not safe, Goop.
Oh, it is bad. It is not going to be worth your time. You're going to have an awful time. There's too much crime and everything's just terrible.
That's New York.
Sad, you know? Like, my wife and I want to go back to Seattle, but we have no desire to do it right now. pay attention to local news. It's like, are you kidding? The news you hear, awful. Guy just opened fires and shoots a bunch of people, for no reason, right in the middle of the street. Drug deals, homelessness, 2 blocks away from the Space Needle. Someone had a picture of Druggy Row. It's a street where all druggies live outside in tents. It's 1 street away from the Space Needle. You can see the Space Needle in the shop.
Dave, these things happen in urban areas, which isn't to downplay whatever crime problems Seattle might have. But crime happens in urban areas. For better or worse, the social contract of most places in the United States is that we have a very affectionate relationship with firearms and a very pro-gun general cultural understanding. Unfortunately, this also means that people who are motivated to cause harm have the same general easy access to guns, and that inevitably some of them will do bad things with them. This happens in every urban area, Dave. It's not Seattle specific. So, Dave, what are you expecting here? Yeah, yes, it happened close to the Space Needle. So, are you expecting that the bad things should only happen in blighted neighborhoods in the bad parts of town, so that tourists like you can go into Seattle and have nice experiences and not have to think about the fact that it is a city that does have other parts of its organic whole other than the touristy areas? I mean, do you think about the things you say? And fuck, Dave, you've got me sounding like an urbanist. You've got me sounding like an urbanist who's going to be advocating for walkable cities and the glories of bike lanes. Fuck those guys. I moved out to the middle of nowhere to get away from those people. And you've got me sounding like them. He really does have me going tonight. He really does have me pissed off tonight. Has Dave related marriage to food? Not yet that I'm aware of, but give it time. I'm sure he will find a way sooner or later.
Sounds like a good place to go for tourism, doesn't it? So, yeah, we're staying away right now. Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's take our next fare. This one looks like a medium length, easy difficulty, make some quick money, and hopefully we'll hit level 6. All right. And I'm sorry, guys, it's hard for me to talk with you guys when I'm playing this because it's very hard to look at the chat and then look back without hitting something. So I'm doing my best. I hope you guys understand. Okay, let's continue. We're off. Well, I was going to be off, and then look what happened. Okay. Here we go. Guys, it would be great to get some support tonight. If you
Support?
Would, support Taxi Life if you want to continue.
2 supports?
Why did my blicker not turn off itself? That's weird.
You got a third for me, Dave?
Unreal.
Got a third? Give me more support, Dave. Give me another support.
How many subs to try a racing game with the wheel? I'd be down, like, if you want to like Forza Horizon or something like that, I would be down to try something like that.
Forza Horizon is not a racing game, Dave. It is a game with races, but it is not a racing game. Not in the way he meant. He wants you to play motorsport. Play fucking motorsport, Dave. It would be glorious.
As for, I got a flat tire. Oh, that's a new one. Okay, that's a completely new instance. It says go to the gas station to fix it. Where are we? Right here? Okay, gas station. Cancel this task. And go to the gas station because I got a flat tire. Damn. We popped the tire, everybody. That's interesting. Random occurrence.
That's why you need text-to-speech, Dave, so you don't need to look. While you are absolutely correct, Detractor Red, he can't do that because then the trolls will fuck with him and get him banned. Do you want his family to starve? He has a wife and fur son to take care of. Why do you hate him and his way of life? More seriously, can anybody imagine? Dave cannot figure out how with detailed instructions and a Discord call at his disposal, how to install mods in a game without fucking it up. And I will add the caveat that this is a game that is notoriously painful to mod. Even then, do you think Dave has the capacity to try to set up a TTS? Not what he would do with it, to just set it up by himself. Because he can't use Twitch, he can't just use Twitch. He would actually have to set the damn thing up. This is Dave would hurt himself. I mean, he would unironically somehow bruise his brain trying to set up a TTS. And then he'd get super weird. He gets super weird because if it had a female voice, he would get really weird. And he would end up then choosing a voice. He'd end up then either choosing a voice that sounded really fey or had a way to make jokes about it sounding fey, or people would troll him into choosing the gayest of voices. Because yes, that's how that's going to happen, because he's not going to be able to do it himself. He's going to have to go into chat. Will you tell me how to do these? I need your help, guys. Also, we're not getting a lot of support, Goop.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so like if you're talking like Forza Horizon or something like that, I'm okay with that if you wanted to try that with the wheel. If you're talking like a serious racing sim, like I'm not really into those, to be honest. I don't know how much I would like Forza Motorsport because I'm not into simming cars. I don't want to learn how to drive a manual. I don't know. By the way, the wheel's really hard to turn right now because we got a flat. So it actually is simulating a flat tire, which is kind of neat. It's weird. You guys see that?
You don't want to drive a manual, and yet you bought the goddamn shifter. Why? Why?
Swerving too. That's actually kind of cool that they added this to the game. That when you have the flat, it's very hard to handle your car. If you have other suggestions, I'm open to them. But the one that people suggested, what was it called?
Assetto Corsa.
I can't remember what it was called, but we looked it up, and basically everyone says it's an online game. You race against people, but I'm not interested in that.
So again, Dave, why are you entertaining this if you're not going to do it? Why even acknowledge this if you're just going to say, "Well, I'm not going to do that, stupid."
Real car. I don't want to be playing several racing games where I'm racing people. I don't see the point.
So Dave, you wage quit Mario Kart. Mario Kart's dead. You maintain the pretense that it's back alive, but it's dead. So just play something else. Play another racer. Play Forza Motorsport. There's literally no downside. You're paying for Game Pass. It's entirely free, and you can go in there and say, because the developers because the devs have had half the team fired, you're going to go play it, and you're going to show the entire world how good a game it is, because they should not have been fired the way they were. It'll let you burnish your games journalism cred and let you put your wheel to the test. And it's free from your perspective. But he won't do it because it's a racing game. He's afraid of being made a fool of, because he knows he's going to be terrible at it. He's going to be absolute dog shit at it.
Suggestions. Oh god. Whoa, shit.
Wow.
Can I change the tire in real life? Yes, I've done it before. It's not that hard. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. You have to have the set to do it, the jack, and you got to know how to take off the nuts and don't lose them. It's not that complicated of a deal. It's pretty simple.
Take off. Again,
Dude, I can control this. Oh my god.
This is a totally straight male who just said that, and I know that wasn't actually sex. I know that wasn't actually dirty, but it still sounded that way.
Oh,
Still sounded that way.
At this rate, how far is the gas station? My driving style increased my experience level. What? I'm driving with a flat. My driving style? Interesting.
Erratic. Yeah, that's about it. Part of the course.
Okay, we're almost there. Oh boy, here we go again. I have a flat. What are you doing? A flat tire. They're jumping in front of the car.
She entered into the crosswalk, Dave. That's all she did.
Wait, what's here? What's the gas station? Why is it over there? What the fuck? How am I supposed to get to that? GPS told me to come here, but it looks like it's on the other side. Tag, thanks for a $5 super chat. Just happy 4th week. Thanks for the content. You are welcome, Tag, and thank you for the support.
Support.
How do I get over there? Who would put a gas station in a location like that where you can't reach it from the normal street? Like, why wouldn't you put it on the regular road? Why would you put it on a side street like that I can't reach?
Because access roads exist, Dave. Sometimes access roads are the best option.
And told me to go there, but you can't access it from there. It looks like we have to go from this street here. King Michael, I'm glad you're enjoying taxi life, but sadly it doesn't look like many others are.
Beg. You gonna beg anymore, Dave?
So, okay. How the fuck do I look at it? How do I get to that? Dude, it's blocked. How do I get to the gas station? It's literally behind a wall.
Find the hole in the wall, Dave. Turn left and then left. God.
What kind of cockamamie gas station is this? Have you ever seen a gas station?
Also, he ran into the curb. Yes. Specific dents are one cut string away from being told to pay up.
Barcelona? That was really odd. I might as well fill the gas while I'm here too, but how do I do that?
How do I... guys, how do I work the gas?
Is it the yellow? I have no idea. What's the gas pump here?
When he's already filled up, he already knows how to do this. He's already done it before.
What's the blue then?
Find out.
Okay, fill it up.
And he did all of that because he was at a half tank.
185 euros. That's pretty expensive gas. Okay, so Tag, thank you for the super chat. In 45 minutes, that's our third contribution of the whole night. I'm getting the feeling you guys aren't liking this game anymore.
Yep, wage quit's coming. Wage quit is massively strong. Wage quit is massively strong.
Blue is the car wash. So, I mean, honest question, everyone. Are you guys bored of this game?
Are you actually going to do this?
Because it's very hard for me to even talk with you guys when I'm playing.
Are you fucking going to do this, Dave?
Because I have to pay attention to the game. And if you're not finding the game very entertaining, then we don't have to do it anymore. If you're actually legit bored of Taxi Life, then we'll just say screw it and we'll call it now.
Dave C wasn't shitting. You're doing this.
Yeah? Yeah, people are saying yeah.
Holy fuck, Dave.
All right.
You're doing this.
I'm sorry, guys, that we started. And since people are bored, I guess we'll just hang out then instead. I would much rather have a social night with all of you hanging and chilling.
He's going to turn this into a Q&A segment? Jesus Christ. Wow.
And having a good time rather than us play this and you're going to be bored. You know what I mean? I'd rather hang out with you.
We are this is guys, I'm going to be honest with my audience. I mean, we are genuinely in the twilight of Darkside Phil. That he's doing shit like this now. That he's doing shit like this for money. No, he's done shit like this once in a blue moon, but it's because he's gotten so pissed off at a game combined with lack of money. This is just driven by money. Yeah, that's I mean, every contenter can do this a couple of times. Every content creator can just crash out and just throw their hands up and say, fuck it, I'm done. Because that's what he's doing. He's just saying, fuck it, I'm done. Everybody gets to do that a little bit. You know, and if you're good to your audience, you get a little more slack when you do it. But Dave isn't good with his audience. Dave has an active following of people who chronicle this shit. That's why whenever he does it, it's a sign of something, that something's wrong or where his mental state is or where his finances are. So that he's crashing out like this on a game that he really shilled hard. He has shilled this hard and been nothing but positive about. That's... Oof, either this GTA 4 thing has really just burned him out that much, or, I mean, the weaponization of the wage quit, I mean, we've moved beyond the normalization of the wage quit, and we are well into its weaponization. I mean, this is just, I mean, again, he banned people for suggesting he do this. He banned people for years for suggesting he do this sort of thing.
All right. Fair enough, guys. For Taxi Life, it is what it is. It's a fine sim game, but people are saying that they're bored. What can I do, right?
You could make it entertaining, Dave. You can make it interesting. You could try to engage with the business sim side of it. You could take a flyer on not doing DoorDash for a day and get the DoorDash DLC and see if that is more interesting. I mean, there's so many other things that you could do other than shrug your shoulders and say, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Detractor Red, if you keep saying things like that, you're gonna be banned, dude. Seriously, my brain can only handle so much Minecraft. I need to heal. I need to heal from the last Minecraft stream. I don't need him doing another one tonight. But yes, you are correct. If that really is all he wants to do, if he just wants to sit around and not do anything, to genuinely not do anything, He should just play Minecraft. He should become a Minecraft streamer. Turn all the night streams into Minecraft.
People are saying that they're legit bored and they don't care for it.
All the night streams should be Minecraft.
The 5 hours or so that we played of Taxi Life. And thanks for watching.
And he paid $30 for this. Paid $30 for this. Hyped it for days.
That's fine with me. We can just hang out then. That's what we'll do. Okay?
Wow.
WP says there's 250 people watching. You should do a vote, but it's up to you. If literally everyone in chat who's here interacting just said they're bored, everyone who speaks in chat, including regular, said, yeah, we're bored with this. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so King Michael, let's just take a step back. Who's saying they're bored? Yeah, Apollo 360 XD, King Michael, Copium. Copium's a goddamn troll. Those are the only people who are actually agreeing with Dave at the moment. It's and then you have guys like Katie Amy, ladies like Katie Amy who's saying I like Taxi Life. And then you've got Dungeon Keeper's Mistress, well, a little without the convo with you, Phil. So that's not a rebuke of it, and that's not saying you're bored. That's just Brandon McKnight's agreeing with Dave. Usagi Jojo, who's another confirmed den of switch to Crazy Taxi. Papa Vera looks all right to me. So Papa Vera's Papa Vera's not advocating a return to Minecraft because he doesn't want to get back on the hamster wheel tonight. And hell, Mozzie started off with I like Taxi Sim, and most of the chat was saying do something else, or was agreeing to do something else. But I mean, he has Detractor Red. Not all 250 are chatting. Yeah, he has at most 15 people who are actively chatting, at most. So yeah, he's got the majority of people who said something were saying do something other than Taxi Life, but and again, this isn't, if this were any other streamer, this wouldn't be a problem. It's just literally Dave for years threw a hissy fit, banned people, and called them trolls, detractors, shitheads, idiots, every name under the sun for suggesting he do things like this, for even suggesting the game's not working or there's a mechanical issue. Go do something else. And he would just rage and see that the gall of these people trying to tell him how to run his streams. Because he would never do that. He's going to get past this. And yet here we are. I wonder how much longer Minecraft is going to make it. He sounded pretty upset. He's getting killed more often. Oh, well, I'm assuming that if he went back to Minecraft, he would find a Duncan or go to Duncan directly and say, how do I take care of this monster problem of mine? And then Duncan would show him 3 clicks to turn on peaceful mode, or show him the mod that lets him dial enemies encounter frequency down to 0 or enemy strength down to 1%. Something that just lets him engage in his heroic fantasies of sitting around his house counting money all the time.
Okay? WP says there's 250 people watching. You should do a vote, but it's up to you. If literally everyone in chat who's here interacting just said they're bored, everyone who speaks in chat, including regular, said, yeah, we're bored with this. It doesn't matter that there's 250 people watching. No one cares. Right?
This is something else.
The driving streams, they want to hang out with me, and there's dead air when I'm driving around because there has to be, because I have to pay attention. So therefore, it's not fun.
Dave, again, on the pile of things that you could work on, you could set up some kind of rig in front of you so that you could see chat while you're driving around. So that, you can't look at chat because you got to look to your left. You could just put your laptop in front of you so that you could see your fucking chat. Like people have been telling you to do for literal years. Hell, you could run it off the webcam in your laptop. You could run your camera off of your laptop so people could look straight on and you could see chat. And then you could figure out a way to export out the camera. Be harder than it probably should be, but you get my point. There are ways to do this. And he either doesn't want to put any effort into it, or he doesn't want to put any thought into it, or both. I'm going to bet both in this instance.
Fair enough. I mean, that makes sense. That's totally fair and fine, and I'm not angry about that.
Yes, you
We'll
are.
just hang out then for the rest of the night, okay?
Oh my God, it's a Q&A segment.
Let's close the game here.
How the fuck do you turn this into a Q&A segment?
All right, let's
The taxi streams were already extended Q&A segments. This is
Fine with me. Okay.
this is proof that there is no kind and loving God.
All right, guys, ready? We're just chill. I guess I'll rename the stream.
I'm gonna rename the stream I Hate Shub and Reestreamers. Hugs and kisses. Rawphil really does have it figured out. Just pirate Dave's stream. Just pirate Dave's stream. It's the easiest way to save your sanity.
I'm renaming the stream. I'm retagging the stream. Okay.
This is really
Close
bad.
the stream. Here we go.
This is really bad. I guess I have to turn the music back up because no game sounds to worry about. Gonna say something, Dave? No? Okay.
All right, we're all set to go. Let's hang out. And no, we're not going to be playing any other games tonight. I don't have time to set anything up. We're just going to hang out for the rest of the night and chill. All right?
Oh, Jesus.
Ew.
Oh, this is gonna get spicy. This is gonna get spicy. If you look at Will Fessler, hey man, just play some Mario Kart. The people want it, I think. Is he gonna have an explosion at a fan who gave him $50 to play Mario Kart? Because that's what I'm feeling. That's what we really need. Is we just need some salt after being so weird all night. He needs yeah, that's what will make him feel better. Is just be a salty little piggy. What'll make me feel better, at least.
Let's relax. I'll start recording here. I'll finish my first drink. I'll go get a second because I always drink 2 drinks during these night streams. But what can you do, right?
You could not drink at all? You're not driving anymore. So why are you? Okay, so I guess we can drink when not playing a driving game. Because that's part of his argument for how he justifies how he can drink is he's just drinking for the meme of it. Because it's all part of the experience, because it's a joke. Ha ha ha. Because I'm driving while drinking. Ack. But no, he just wants his alcohol tonight. He's decided it's a night where he's entitled to have 2 beers, and he's gonna have them. Regardless of what he's doing, I guess.
Will just did a $50 super chat saying do some Mario Kart. People want it. We did Mario Kart last night. I have no desire to play Mario Kart again.
That's irrelevant, Dave. You want money, and your job is to play games. So play a fucking game. Mario Kart would be entertaining, and you should. You saved it last night. You had the opportunity to get rid of it, and you chose not to. So you clearly have some attachment to it. So just play it.
And excuse me, quite frankly, sorry about that disgusting.
Yeah.
We did Mario Kart last night. I have no desire to play Mario Kart again. And excuse me, quite frankly, sorry about that disgusting belch out of nowhere. Quite frankly,
Dave, I think this is the first time I actually get to make this point on camera, but I've been raging at you for years about this. Dave, there's nothing wrong with belching. There's absolutely nothing wrong with belching. It is a perfectly natural process, and while it is discourteous to do it into the microphone, sometimes it happens, and you can't control that. So, that's not the problem. The problem is when you do the stupid fucking thing you just did and say, well, guys, that was disgusting. So, Dave, is it a perfectly natural process or is it disgusting? Because if it's disgusting, then you need a mute button on your goddamn soundboard, like the one I have and I'm about to hit. Finally fucking turn the damn thing back on and people can hear me again. So, who knows what I was doing when I had that mute button pressed? I could have been belching into the mic until my heart was content. I was just ranting, but what else is new? Point is, if you constantly do these things, you constantly have these bodily noises, and then you say, wow, that was disgusting. So, Dave, if it's so disgusting, don't do it. But if it's perfectly natural, don't comment upon it. Pick one. And now you're going to explain why Mario Kart is a non-starter because of your tism. So please continue.
I wouldn't play Mario Kart while inebriated. It takes too much attention, too much control. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to play something competitive, I would not be.
Remember, guys, Mario Kart's just a stupid little party game, and it's not competitive at all, which is why he can't play it while he's drinking because it's so competitive.
Drinking. So I'm not doing Mario Kart tonight, okay? But thank you, Will, for a $50 super chat.
Jamarcus Bonquavius Toilet Roll Twinklebottom the seventh correctly asks, Mario Kart is competitive. Well, enjoy your ban with that name, sir, because it is obviously urban, stationary, and a LARPer. So, yeah, enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you so much.
And I think he just got limbed, so.
We'll jump us up to $62 of support tonight so far. There's about an hour and a half left to hang out, all right, guys? Okay. Here we go. Let's start recording. We'll start talking. We'll see what you guys
Oh,
chatting,
God, he's
right?
going to YouTube mode on.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. It is time for a very impromptu
YouTube mode on.
Session here on
Tism confirmed.
Tonight's show with Phil. What do I mean? Well, tonight we were actually playing Taxi Life. As you can see, I had my racing wheel set up.
Wow.
People basically realized we've seen everything in this game pretty much. You're just driving around doing the fairs, and people.
We've seen it all. Not me. We. Everyone agrees with me, right, guys? That's why there's no blowback from this, right? Right.
Got bored. They were like, man, we really like the truck sim streams because when you do truck sim, you can answer our questions and we can interact and hang out. With Taxi Life, you have to pay so much attention to the game that you really can't talk with us. So people have gotten bored.
That's the cope. The cope.
It's a one truly unruly hard seltzer. Let's just have an impromptu chill stream where we talk and hang out.
The cope.
I'd rather hang out with you guys, right? Tastes pretty good. White Claw Surge that I was drinking. Parking Lot Tier says, what was your favorite part about virtual Barcelona in Taxi Life? That it was clean. It looked like it was like pristine.
What the fuck? Why is that your favorite? Of course it looked pristine, Dave. It's an indie game developed by people probably from Barcelona who are working on a limited computational and, more importantly, limited art asset budget. They don't have the computational power to put every piece of litter that you're going to find in an urban area on the fucking street. So of course it's going to be simplification and abstraction. And if that's the best thing you could come up with, it's a good thing you did quit. You weren't paying any attention at all in the first place.
Like the entire city was clean, everything was nice and well kept. Most major cities aren't like that, but then again, it's probably just like that for the game. It's probably not that in real life, not as real.
And so then why is that your favorite thing in the game then?
Realistic. Okay. I already told you guys I'm not doing Mario Kart tonight, so asking you just wasting your time and your breath. We're not. I played Mario Kart last night. I already told you guys once a week is more than enough for me at Mario Kart. It's a frustrating game. I would never play Mario Kart.
Mario Kart is a frustrating game, guys. 43-year-old man saying Mario Kart is a frustrating game. And it's a competitive game, even though it's a stupid party game for little babies.
World while drinking, that's for sure. So that's not happening tonight.
Unironically, why does he have to hold the can up to the camera every fucking time he references it?
Okay.
Dead air.
Yes, I see they've added Beavis and Butthead to Black Ops 6. I don't care. I played a heck of a lot of Black Ops 6. Probably more. I think I played more Black Ops 6 than any other installment of...
And you need to play something tonight, Dave, so play it.
Right at the beginning of my YouTube career. Like Modern Warfare 2, I played an insane amount of and stuff like that. But usually Call of Duty these days, I play it for a couple months, 2-3 months, I drop it, right? But in the case of Black Ops 6, it was just the right place, right time. I adapted and jumped from being a console gamer to a PC gamer, and that was awesome to play it on PC. And then in January, I started playing on keyboard and mouse over here, and that, again, completely changed my experience playing the game.
Don't care. Yeah. Don't care.
I played it ever October, right? We'll just wait till October. So I'm really not actively watching any shows right now, so I don't really have a favorite one right now. For me, okay, the Jurassic Park trilogy. One is amazing. I didn't even know it was out. Was it good? Jade says that the new Jurassic movie was good. Cool. He saw it.
And note what Jade asked. At DSP Gaming, you Jurassic Park movie good. Look up Ton. So Jade wants Dave to go watch the Jurassic World Rebirth trailer, is what I would take from that. Though I admit I'm not fluent in Jade to non-wheelchair. So what are you going to do with that, Dave?
It's awesome. I didn't even know it was out. For me, okay, the Jurassic Park trilogy. One is amazing. Lost World is good, but not as good as Jurassic Park. And then the third one was kind of meh. It was
Dave, that's a fence sit right there. That's a fence sit. That's a brave fence sit, actually. Because people either love The Lost World or hate it. There is no, well, it's good. Because there's some really dumb shit in Lost World that really compromises the world building.
It wasn't awful, but it also wasn't good. It was kind of, just dinosaurs, okay. Don't really like the story, right? Jurassic World was a reboot, right? Like, they were essentially trying to do, like, a hard legacy reboot of Jurassic Park. And I thought that it was fine. I did like the effects. I liked that there was new dinosaurs and things like that, and things that tied it to the old movies. But
you are exactly the target audience because you were someone who doesn't remember anything about the original movie, who would think all of the surface level connections would tingle. Well, they'd make your nostalgia centers of your brain tingle, and you say, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, so Dave, you are exactly who Jurassic World was made for, and exactly why I hate that movie.
After I saw it, I was like, okay,
which is a shame because because motorcycle raptor bros are fucking stupid, but I do like the idea of dinosaur husbandry, of the idea of, you know, what actually happens when you apply modern animal husbandry to the concept of trying to raise a baby dinosaur, and the dinosaur does bird-like things like imprint on you and considers you its social peer. There are interesting things you could do with that. Jurassic World wanted to do motorcycle raptor bros, so yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, for me, I was like, that's cool, but that's enough. But I guess it made so much money. They decided to turn it into this insane franchise. My hair's all screwed up. This insane franchise that keeps going to this day. And that was a decade ago when Jurassic World came out. So now there's how many more? Like 4? It's ridiculous. Like,
there was Dominion. No, there was Fallen Kingdom and Dominion, Dave. Both of which were increasingly dumb. Like, really, really dumb. And Rebirth is a reboot of the reboot. Hopefully they go far enough back to basics that it actually is good. I am doubtful because I don't think there's any saving that world at this point. But you know nothing of any of this, Dave. So why are you commenting upon it?
In these movies, how many dinosaurs can you keep making and doing the same mistake? Like, did you not understand? You had the first trilogy, you had the second trilogy. Maybe it's time to stop making dinosaurs. Did you ever think about that? Is it
Dave, Jesus Christ. Would it kill you for like 5 minutes to analyze things in the context of the world? Why do they keep making dinosaurs, Dave? Because dinosaurs are fucking awesome. People will pay money to see dinosaurs. The creatures that, well, technically the Franken creatures that are being made in the Jurassic Park and World series are massive achievements of technology. That's why because they can do this shit to make dinosaurs, they can also use it to do all other kinds of shit. Hence why there's an interest in it forever and ever and ever. Also, Dave, because dinosaurs are fucking awesome. That's why in universe they keep doing it. Also because if you actually pay attention to the first Jurassic Park movie, the message the movie wants to tell you is fucking wrong. The problem isn't that life finds a way. The problem is that bad luck happened. The park was safe. The park functioned until a black swan event, a combination of a hurricane and corporate espionage, conspired to let the dinos out. So there's no that would have never happened otherwise. No, sorry. There was no guarantee that the chain of events that happened that got everyone nearly killed would have happened, because it required 2 intervening events of contrivance of such a degree that you could only make a movie out of them because they are that ridiculous in context of how convenient they are.
Going well for you yet? What is happening here?
Also, definitely glad I'm not doing a TISM counter tonight because I just broke it. Thanks, Dave. I just broke the imaginary TISM counter.
Yikes. When am I playing Paper Mario again? Paper Mario in 1,000 years.
You're not?
Don't know. Like I said, for the summer, number 1, I wanted to try GTA 4 with mods, which we may be attempting tomorrow. We'll see if it works. And
don't care.
Put into HD. Now, once we get
don't care.
There's new dinosaurs in this one, says Jade. Well, I would assume they put new dinosaurs in every one, right?
Don't care.
Added, you know.
Dead air.
I didn't do competitive online play. The game is very frustrating competitive now. That was completely against AI, right? Someone took the $1.25 says you played Mario Kart in a marathon when you drank all day. Why not now? That was completely against AI, right?
Then play against the AI then, Dave. Try to 100%. Maybe you get better. Maybe you drive better drunk. Yeah, so try to 100% the cups.
Do competitive online play. The game is very frustrating competitive online. I would not do well in any, I tell you right now. Just like right now, I wouldn't boot up Capcom vs. SNK 2 or Street Fighter 6 and play it either. I'm not stupid. You know,
Yes, you are.
You have to be on the game. You can't be all slowed down and everything from drinking. So that's why.
Yep, anything to avoid playing a game.
Says, would you ever try trivia games like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
No, he will not. And he will extra not do them with an audience, not with his audience, because he knows what happened the last time he did that. You know, when he played Jackbox and he got trolled to holy hell for it.
Game like GeoGuessr as a late night chill stream.
Oh, yes. Oh my God. The amount of trolling. We would do streams stream sniping if he played GeoGuessr. I would want to get in a game with him on GeoGuessr.
They can be fun and interactive. I don't know, where are those? Right? Where are those exactly? Are they PC games? Are they on platform? Like, how would you access those games? I don't even know that people are playing them. And are they multiplayer? Like, I would need a lot more info. I'll be honest, I probably would do terrible. It would be all guessing. I don't know. GeoGuessr, are you insane? I don't know anything about geography.
That's why it would be great if you did it, Dave. That's why it would be great if you did it.
I'm horrible at geography. Didn't you not see my bully playthrough? How bad I was at geography? Like, I will do absolutely nothing in a game like that. Mozzie, no, it said, okay, for GTA 4 with mods, just so everyone knows, I have it working. But there's a problem. There is a weird effect. What's causing it? I didn't try. So someone, I think it was Sidious, he had suggested Fusion Fix or something like that. So I'm going to run that by the person who I've been working with these mods with for, a week. And I'm going to see if they know on the top and bottom. It looks good. The lighting, I just need to get this blurriness off the screen. Can't fix it. Then we're just going to do something else on the fly. I was so bored, stop playing it, so I did. Oh, super chat. Good evening, King. Hope everything's going well. No taxi. I just explained. We were put in cruise control and watch, and you can read chat and interact, and then you can talk. Doing truck sim. You're driving on the highway, and you can put it in cruise control and watch boarded. I don't blame them. When you're doing truck sim, you're driving on the highway, and you can put it in cruise control and watch, and you can read chat and interact, and then you can talk. You can't do that in taxi life. Taxi life is like intense concentration on what you're doing. If you don't pay attention, you hit pedestrians, you're driving off the road, and quite frankly,
Dave, this is a problem of your setup, not the game. You could easily put your laptop in a place where you could read it and look straight ahead. You could absolutely do that. That you haven't even thought of that is a testament to how few shits you give about everything. Really, it's the only way I can put it. You really do not give a shit about anything related to your job that is your passion, according to you. Yes, Detractor Red, the hospital has given her a pill. Thank you. And this is what it looks like. No wonder she left. Was he using anything other than graphics mods on GTA? According to him, he also had a traffic behavior mod. JB, that's all he said. But he listed like 6 kinds of mods. 5 of them were graphical. The 4K, shaders, lighting, decals, and something else detail related. And then traffic behavior was the other thing he said. It's a whole new game, guys, according to him. Which it's not, but we have to humor him because he's special.
It's not the most riveting gameplay loop, so people have gotten bored of it within only 3 streams, so we're done with it. It sucks, what can you do? But hey, it worked for the first 2 streams.
You cannot suck.
But now on to other stuff, but, rather than trying to call and Hail Mary audible here and change everything around, we'll just hang out. Especially because I'm enjoying some drinks.
Gotta find a way to not play the game.
We here for CVS 2? That's all good. Good. I'll see you tomorrow night. That's excellent. CVS 2's been great recently. Favorite horror movie? Don't really have a favorite horror movie. There's a lot of good ones from over the years that I like. Some of the classic.
Doesn't have this man's favorite holiday is Halloween, and he doesn't have a favorite horror movie. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dave?
Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street. Wow. Nightmare on Elm Street. Friday the 13th. Some Halloweens are good.
Wow.
I like Scream a lot, actually. Like the original Scream, how it changed things and kind of broke the fourth wall about horror movies and things like that. I liked that, how it'd be like a meta experience. I have to brush my hair. Look how bad it is. Look at my hair. I'm just going to do this. A way to, break that fourth wall.
What the? No, officer. The car was totaled when I got here. I have no idea how it plowed into that traffic lights pole. Officer, I think you're having a hallucination. I don't smell any alcohol.
Well, horror movies and say, oh, the horror movie lore is crossing over into this movie and stuff, and they were aware of it and stuff. That was kind of cool. But I don't really like. I like original horror movies too. Things that like break the mold. Like that movie, It Follows. That movie actually legit scared me. I was trying to think hypothetically, what if that happened in real life? Like, damn, that would be fucked up.
Oh my.
You know? So stuff like that.
I can't even dissect that. That's too stupid. He's destroyed my brain. Stupidity with.
Stupid hair.
He's destroyed my brain with his stupidity. I can't even talk vaguely correctly. God damn it, Dave.
Yes, I did use the 3D feature for certain games on the 3DS. I didn't use it all the time, but I used it for certain games.
Yeah, it was wonky.
Don't recall that, Dr. Oink. No, don't recall that game.
It was wonky. 3D.
Excuse me.
The 3D was absolutely wonky.
If I grow my hair out super long, probably not. It would probably bother me too much. I don't like having super long hair.
And yet,
I played Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Matthew.
Okay, Dave, you don't like long hair, but you also have so little respect for your appearance and what people think of you that you are willing to tussle your hair on camera and, look like you did for the last 5 minutes. Also, he sees that corner demon stationary banana and is liking what he's seeing.
Played all the Amnesia games, actually. It was when that newer one was coming out years ago. I bought the Amnesia collection. I played 1 and 2, and then they had that new one that came out where you were like in the desert, and that was the one where the woman was pregnant and stuff. And then I played the last one, The Bunker. So I played all the Amnesia games, and the playthroughs are live on this channel right now if you want to check them out.
Wow. 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 Got anything, Dave?
Nintendo or Sega kid? Nintendo. I did have a Genesis, but I had an NES, and then I had a Super Nintendo first, and then I got the Genesis after. But I was mostly Nintendo early on. I actually was Atari. My first console was, well, first I had Pong, which everyone had like a variation of a Pong console. And all it was, you played to your TV, you played Pong. But my first real console with swappable games was the Atari 7800.
Don't care. Heard it before.
And I got the NES.
Still don't care.
Nearing the end of its life cycle when I got.
I hate bypassing stuff. It ruins the experience, but that's how bad it is.
I did not like it. I didn't like it. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people like that movie.
What?
To me, I did, and I did not like it.
What didn't you like, Dave?
Did I watch Talk to Me? I did, and I did not like it. I didn't like it. I'm sorry. I know a lot of
Okay.
people like that movie. I was bored, and the entire twist, it was stupid. Like, really? Like, you couldn't figure that twist out from the beginning?
Oh my God, his takes on movies are so bad.
It's too easy to figure out. I absolutely hate that. Like, I like movies that, if they're going to get you with a twist, that, like, it's something you never expected. But a lot of these movies, they present you with a twist, and then they tease the whole movie if the twist is real, and at the end, they're like, oh, yeah, it was real. Well, then
Yeah, Dave, the whole point of a twist is that it is foreshadowed. It's the classic mystery plot of the best mysteries are ones where the audience can put it together from the clues that the focal character gets. And yeah, Dave, that's the point of a mystery. That's just mystery writing 101. And twists are based on mysteries. They lead you to where they want you to go, and then you too late discover that what a twist is, that the clues have led you to a place that is the wrong answer, but there is another correct answer that is equally applicable and discernible, but only once you have the context that is done during the reveal of the twist. What do you want, Dave? What do you want? Do you want the twist to be like the space scene from Life of Brian? Is that what you expect?
it's not a twist. If you presented that idea at the beginning of the movie, and the entire movie you're teasing it, and then it's true at the end, then that was just 2 hours of the same plot. You know what I mean? Like, I like things that have twists and turns and additional things are discovered. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. The movie The Ring. Both versions, by the way, the Japanese and the American. The movie is scary, and then at the end you think there's a resolution, and
don't care.
I like. Not, oh, we think it might be this, and then it actually...
Don't care. I'm sorry if anybody does care about The Ring.
I finished my first...
But his takes are so bad.
And I'll probably brush my hair because my hair's out of control.
Cherokun, you do your thing, Cherokun. Cherokun, you are the best character on screen. The best character in that office. And he's still gone. And he has taken a constitutional so that he can go brush his hair. Just after rage quitting the game, he has time for this.
Beverages, I tend to burp. That's another reason why people have been asking me recently, why did I stop drinking seltzer? Because since I stopped drinking seltzer, I'm not belching uncontrollably on stream all the time. So.
Oh my God! Get to the point,
right,
Dave.
Let's continue.
YouTube mode on. Tism.
Got my second seltzer of the night. Tropical Twist, truly unruly. I actually already had this flavor the other night. I thought it was decent. It wasn't like
oh my God,
mango or something. $2 super chat. What about another black phone? I saw black phone. I thought Black Phone was fine. And cool. So who knows? Thank you for that. Tip. We have no tips tonight at all, if you can believe it.
Okay, beg.
Support goal for tonight. And thank you for that. And, all right, with that, folks, we are exactly halfway to our support goal for tonight. And thank you for that. And we got an hour left, roughly. All right. So can we get some support? Can we get some super chats? Can we get a tip? We have no tips tonight at all, if you can believe it. We only have one sub, I think. So if we can get some more support from every various, source, that would help a lot. Obviously, we want to keep the momentum going this week. Work towards DSP tries it. The Grillo's Pickles menu. I know you want it. You guys all screamed about it for a week. So, okay.
So he just came out, and that was a fairly standard bag, his stump bag, if you will. And he comes out and he gives his stump bag as if absolutely nothing has happened tonight, as if nothing is strange or odd about the proceedings. And he even has the gall to kind of throw it on his audience that, well, guys, you've been asking about this for weeks. You've been shouting about it for weeks. So give me the monies. As if the audience is at fault for not showering him in money because satisfying his need for pickles and sticking them in places hasn't been met. It occurs to me, seeing where Dave is now and the stories I hear about the before the Twitch departnering, I'm starting to understand just how manic he really was before the bankruptcy and how utterly unhinged he was in the first probably 6 weeks after the Twitch departnership, because he is really just, the begging is out of control. The begging is out of control, and then we get these just almost beyond parody jump cuts back to whatever he was doing. From he'll do a hardcore beg, and then it'll be like situation normal. And now we have a very abnormal situation when he's wage quit a game for no other reason than that there was no money. There wasn't any other motivating factor. It was just I'm at $7 for the night. And that's unacceptable. I'm just going to quit. And then we just jump back into the stump bag as if nothing's going on. My brain is struggling here, Dave. You are not making this easy.
Stephen King fan, yes and no. There's something Stephen King has done that I love, and there's something Stephen King has done that I hate.
In other words, he's going to fence sit, because why wouldn't he? That's all he does is fence sit.
Like if you talk about his movies, right? I never read any of his books, but you talk about his movies, okay?
His movies are adaptations that he is not the primary creative force behind. So yes, Dave, tell me how you know his movies when you admit that you don't know the original sources.
I think that it actually is good. Both versions. I like both the original and the new version. I think they're both fine. And some excel at other things.
Are they good or are they fine, Dave? There is a gradation in quality difference between the two of those.
I like Pet Sematary. I think that's scary as hell, actually, Pet Sematary. It's actually a really interesting premise. Didn't he also write Misery? And I think that's a really good story. It's scary as shit. So some of the stuff he's done is great. Some of the stuff's all right. Like I saw...
well, Dave, you watch the Nostalgia Critic. Let's hear about the other stuff that the Nostalgia Critic talked about. Let's hear your opinion on the Langoliers.
The Langoliers. Yeah, that's weird. That's a really weird story, the Langoliers. But I think just like everything, he's done some stuff that's not so good. Like, did you ever see the movie Dreamcatcher? Dreamcatcher is arguably one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's about aliens that crawl up your butthole and eat you from the inside and then mutate into a giant freak and then kill other people. It's terrible. It's legit, really god-awful bad. But it's hilarious.
Also, remember, he somehow knows all of these off the top of his head. He remembers all of them off the top of his head. But the man cannot remember what he did in a game a week ago.
He got, Morgan Freeman to be in it. So that's what I mean. It's an interesting mix of things he's done. I would argue he's done way more good than bad, but still.
Wow.
Alex from Phoenix, how are you tonight? We're impromptu tonight because we got bored of Taxi Life. As you can see, the wheel is here. We got bored. The game just takes up too much of my attention, and I can't talk. So instead, we're talking, and people are having a good time. So
cope, keep coping.
Am I a fan of Stephen Hawking? I don't know much about him. I mean, what is he, an astrophysicist, right, or whatever he was, whatever he was,
or whatever. What?
Mathematician, physicist? I don't know. I never really paid attention to Stephen Hawking at all, so I don't know much about him. And rest in peace to him, because I know he passed away.
I hate him so much.
No, I've never seen Lawnmower.
Now.
Never seen that one. Have I ever listened to classical music? Yes, I have. Gran Turismo with the setup.
Okay, what fucking dent? Okay, nope. I can't even be angry about that. because there were only two dents who could get away with asking, have you ever listened to classical music? One of them is Jade, and Jade is so wholesome, he could actually have thought that was a legitimate question. The other's fucking Derek, and the Vietnamese comrade asked. So, yeah, that was... But that tells you how desperate for content Derek is, as he's asking Dave, have you listened to any classical music? Blah. Ooh, Alex from Phoenix is going to get limbed for pointing out the obvious. Gran Turismo with the setup? No, stupid. This only works with the Xbox. Crickets as to why he bought it for the Xbox rather than the PS5. Oh, right, because he didn't want PSN branding on it. That was literally the reason why he said that he bought it. He bought the one that worked with PC and Xbox rather than PC and PSN.
This wheel works with PC and Xbox only, does not currently work with PlayStation. I do believe they sell an adapter that might make it work with PlayStation, but since Gran Turismo is PS only, I can't do that.
No, Dave, you could look for that adapter, but you don't want to play any driving game that actually involves real racing. So just be honest.
Has Death Stranding been? Asks Orange Man Good. I would say, here's the thing about Death Stranding. Death Stranding 2, we're talking about, okay?
Also, Dave, let's hear that again. Orange Man Good, you say?
Man Good. Since Gran Turismo is PS only, I can't do that. How has Death Stranding been? Asks Orange Man Good.
Orange Man Good.
Here's the thing about Death Stranding. Death Stranding 2, we're talking about, okay? It's the first game again with better graphics and a different plot, but it's definitely the first game. For example, what did we do today? We went through an area where we're climbing a mountain to try to get to a guy who's out at a base, like he's like almost like a hermit living and get it to him. Then we had to went back to the main base with Tranquil driving, which was kind of okay. There's no difference at all. It's not, the plot is interesting. Other part of that cycle of gameplay. That gameplay today, who engaged and hung out with me, we talked when I played, they helped me with tips with the game, and we hit the goal. So level of engagement and support or not.
So yes, Death Stranding 2 survives and will not be wage quit because people gave him money.
Got a $2 tip from someone saying, what are your thoughts on Spaceballs 2 coming out in 2027? Mel Brooks is writing and Rick Moranis is returning as Dark Helmet. I think I need to see it. That sounds absolutely amazing.
Of course, this is what interests him. This is fucking what interests him. Note how 80s nostalgia? He is all over that. He is all over the 80s nostalgia.
Seriously, 100,000,000% yes, please. Let's get Spaceballs 2. We need to laugh again. So let's do it. Sounds good to me.
Wow.
I love Mel Brooks. All his stuff is great.
Not disagreeing with you, Dave, but, you could actually show some affection for him. Yeah. Can you quote some of his stuff, that since you like it so much? Can you sing any ditties from Springtime for Hitler? I thought not.
The $2 super chat. Do a barrel roll on stream right now. I'm not in an aircraft right now, so I would not be able to do a barrel roll. It's not possible unless you're actually in an aircraft, if you didn't know.
Dave, that's why your streams suck. Okay, it's a stupid super chat. It's a dented super chat. No, your response is, sorry, Slippy, not engaging in that meme, not unless you want to be friendly fired again. Have a little fun with it. Of course you can't do a barrel roll right now. You're not playing a game. Hell, if you want to have that meme, you just say, all right, and boot up Flight Sim and do it. And all the while I'll be in smug mode about, never let it be said I don't do anything for my audience. And you make a little show of it. But no, this is what you just turn into a bitchy little sourpuss about. And just like, I can't do a barrel roll if I'm not in an airplane, guys. And you can't do that, don't you know, eh? My apologies to any Canadians who may have been offended by that.
Thanks for the tip. Or the super chat, excuse me. Would I ever do an IRL stream? No, too dangerous. Too many people who would try to mess with it, and it's too irresponsible. I would not.
Idiot. So you are an idiot. So good to know. Good to know you don't like money. For all the begging, you don't like money. Because people would again, you could go on a dream vacation and write every single penny of the expenses off if you did some content. That's all you have to do. It's some fucking content while over wherever you are. And you won't. You literally won't. It doesn't matter how much sense it makes. It doesn't matter how easy it makes your financial decision making here. You won't do it because you are, for some reason, convinced that you think you're Johnny Somali. You think the entire world hates you. And that they will go out of their way to fuck with you. And yeah, admittedly, some people will. But, you know, that's the nature of the game. If you don't like the game, Dave, don't play it. Yeah, wage quit being a content creator. That'll be the ultimate end to the Dave Burnell streaming story. Wage quit because he can't get enough money. And then constantly seething. And then he will come back 2 weeks later seething about how he doesn't make enough at his retail job because it's the only one he thinks he can get.
Alex from Phoenix says future racing games with the setup. Yes, right now we're still doing Truck Sim. That will stay in the schedule for now. We have possibilities of any Forza game, you know, any Forza Horizon or Forza Motorsport.
Could be doing Horizon right now.
Easily jump into those.
He could have literally already queued up Forza Horizon and it could have already installed. He already knows how to play it. And all he wants to do is fuck around anyway. So he could have done that. He could have fucking done that while doing Q&A while it was installing.
It seems like the games are hit or miss. Like some people have suggested games, but when we looked into them, it didn't look like they would really work for the streams. That's why we tried Taxi Life, but I'm down for suggestions. It's just, you know, a lot of the games out there just don't seem that good for
I'm down for suggestions, but I'm not going to try anything. If you think I'm going to try anything, you're fucking stupid. Now give me monies.
Or you know what I mean? Like, if I'm not into the technicality of cars and driving and learning how to drive a manual shift and all that, then where does it really come into play and how would it be entertaining, right? I just don't care about
learning, Dave. Learning. Oh my God. Why is this such a hang up for you? I mean, what's the problem of learning how to do a manual in a video game? You're never going to try to drive a manual in real life, so why does it matter if you're not very good at it? All you have to do is get good enough to do it in the game. And most games anyway, they have a semi-auto mode so that you wouldn't have to actually pop the clutch.
Honest with you, I'm okay with driving for a game, but I don't care about the technical aspect of the simulation of a car. So it's never going to be fun for me, and I don't think those streams are going to translate well.
Dave, people don't give a shit if you're having fun. People give a shit if you're being entertaining. Now, there usually is a correlation for most streamers, but with you, no. No, because you're only having fun when you're getting money. That's the long and short of it.
Eyes itching right now. Stupid allergies. Really bad right now.
Wow, Goob. Wow.
Would I consider doing travel with Phil and Kat if gaming stuff doesn't work out? Well, here's the thing. If we were ever to do travel vlogging, it would have to be, we don't tell anyone about going on a trip or where we're going, right? We go on the trip while
Dave, if you say, I'm going to London, the closest people are going to get to you is the odd detractor who happens to work at Heathrow being on the lookout. That's the extent of it. You're gonna get people who might get some cat in the wild photos. That's all. That's all. It is a testament to how little attention you pay to your own world that you misunderstand the people who laugh at you so much. You think you've got wings or LTG trolls. You don't. That's what makes this particular branch of the sector interesting. It's mostly made up of nerds who like chronicling the stupid shit you do and laughing at it. So, yeah, gay ops usually aren't on the menu.
on the trip, we decide to vlog, and then we come back and upload, so there's no potential that anyone could mess with us while we're on the trip, okay? I don't think that anyone in the real world would ever mess with us, but these weirdos on the internet would try messed up stuff. Like,
I don't think anyone is going to mess with me, but I'm going to continue to be afraid of people from the internet. Let's hear that again, Dave. Let's hear that a fucking again.
vlog, and then we come back and upload, so there's no potential that anyone could mess with us while we're on the
Make
trip.
it make sense, Dave.
I don't think that anyone in the real world would ever mess with us, but these weirdos on the internet would try messed up stuff, like, you know, calling in, swatting, and all kinds of messed up things just because they're really mentally broken. So,
I didn't think he'd ever be that honest about it. He doesn't think anything's going to happen, but he's still scared of internet people. He is still scared of a wings troll doing something to him, even though he doesn't think anything's going to happen to him.
It would have to be, yeah, we could document it, but it would have to be a total surprise. You don't know about it, and then you get it after the fact, right? So there you go. It wouldn't be, oh, yeah, we're travel vloggers, and we're going to tell you all about where we're going ahead of time and all of our plans. That would be a recipe for disaster, for sure.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. But again, keep assuming the worst about everyone around you. Well, thank you, Dave.
Air conditioner, it's working pretty well. It's different than my...
I do have to give you my thanks, Dave. I was zoning out and getting ready to call it because there is still an hour of this left. There's still a fucking hour of this left. And he's still fucking going. He's still fucking going. But that got me all nice and lathered up and got me pissed. So well done. I'm going to stick with it. So yeah. Oh my God. But it's almost 9 o'clock his time. He should be packing it in at this point. How is he still going?
Old one. My old air conditioner. Basically,
don't care about it.
This one kind of fluctuates on temperature. We'll have to see, but so far so good. That's like a pure sim running a theme park kind of a game. Why would Roller Coaster Tycoon? Why would you want to see me play that?
The stall is endless. The stall is endless,
That's
Tractor
like a
Ed.
pure sim running a theme park kind of a game. Do you think that would be entertaining? I've tried those before. Like I did the Jurassic Park Evolution. I did Zoo Tycoon a long time ago. Or was it Planet Zoo? No, it was Zoo Tycoon, right? We did a couple of those way back in the day, but no one really
It was Planet Zoo. Zoo Tycoon is much older.
Did I ever get into Fortnite? So funny enough, I was going to play Fortnite before.
This might be fun. This might we might get a little spicy Fortnite rant. Well, Corez, at current rate, you might be off for the clock before I am because holy shit, Dave has been on one tonight. Corez, you are not missing much. You are not missing much. All you're missing is me spurging. All you're missing is me spurging out about this, about how far we've come. That Dave is to the point where he will see that he's at $7 after having had the camera on for an hour and just say, "Well, I'm done," because that's what happened. That's basically what happened.
Was Fortnite. I was going to play Fortnite when it actually was tower defense against zombies. That's what Fortnite was supposed to be. Are you aware of that? It's a zombie survival game. But then, with the popularity of games like PUBG and stuff, they decided on the fly to pivot towards a battle royale.
Well, they added it was originally a builder. It was originally a builder. It was originally a massive multiplayer builder, FPS builder. And yeah, they saw PUBG. They threw in a battle royale mode and a multiplayer mode or a PvP mode. And yeah, it made all of the money. Fortnite actually made enough money that even Dave might be satisfied with it. I mean, even he might say that's enough if he had Fortnite money. I doubt it though. I doubt it.
To end up becoming the most popular battle royale ever. So I actually played it right away when it became a real battle royale, like early on in its life cycle. Then I played it several months later when it actually had become virally popular. And then I played it like one more time. I just don't like it. I don't find it entertaining. I think it's kind of a silly game. I don't like the building aspect of it. And I'm aware that there's a zillion mods for it now that you don't have to build. But I never really enjoyed it. I was just kind of like, every time I played it, like, And I've won. I've got the victory royales and everything. Like, I just don't care.
He played it forever ago. Hasn't played it since. Hasn't really done much with it since it actually became the thing that everybody knows it as. And he still thinks of it as the time he played it and doesn't understand why it could possibly be good. And I don't understand Fortnite. I don't understand Fortnite or the people who play it or the people who have made way too much money playing it. But Dave, you're being dented. I love when Dave lectures the dents from Koraz. Yes, there's been some of that tonight. There's absolutely been some of that tonight. And he's come close. He has come close to losing it a couple of times, but he hasn't. We need a volcanic meltdown. He got kind of close when people were telling him to play Mario Kart. The only reason his numbers are not bad at the moment is because somebody gave him $50 and told him to play Mario Kart. And well, obviously you can see how that worked out.
Not that interesting to me. World of Outlaws. Racing has no manual and no online, just dirt racing. Oh yeah? World of Outlaws? Huh.
Yeah, just imagine how he would be right now if that dent hadn't given him $50 and told him play Mario Kart. Just imagine how glorious it would be if he was at $29 at the moment. That's what that dent took from us.
What about pomade or hair gel for a DSP tries it?
No.
Because I get on the back of my neck, and come to find out, I have eczema. Doing more hands, and I even have like glove hands, cracks up, and becomes.
No.
If I just go like this. It's been like this since you're gonna have bad skin for the rest. Swells up, sucks. You know. Well, earlier today, someone said, "Would you review lotions?" I was like,
No.
well, I'll use it. Then I started using it.
Dead air.
I've never used cocoa butter. I never heard. So it's purple, blue, red, and that Ninja Turtles one I told you about. It's 4 colors that have just been randomized.
RGB-tism.
Compete at Evo again as if there really was a reason to. So, for example, compete at Evo again.
Oh, this could be good. This could be good. This could be good.
Would I ever compete at Evo again? The only way I would compete at Evo again is if there really was a reason to. So, for example, if a new fighting game came out and it really, really resonated with me, it appealed to me, and I liked it.
Okay, so Dave, so assume that Super Street Fighter Super Duper Turbo comes out. Super Street Fighter 2 Super Duper Turbo comes out. And you're the bestest at it because you were the greatest player in North America in 2005, and those darn dirty nips stole your championship from you. Assume that. Answer the question.
We wanted to sink time into it, then yes, but it really hasn't happened. Like, to me, the classics, the big 4, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, CVS 2, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and Super Turbo.
You're ruining this, Dave.
I personally think Super Turbo is the best, but people can argue one way on those big 4. I don't think there's been a game as good as those 4 ever since.
You're ruining this.
But I don't think it was better than the originals, but it was good.
Everything
dog shit.
Everything I liked, everything that was out and about and was cool when I was a kid, greatest ever. Yeah. There's a reason why the wisdom says the best sci-fi you ever read is when you're 16. This is the exact same thing. So, yeah, Dave, just, yeah.
And Street Fighter 6 is okay, but now, 2 years into it, it's way too much of the same. The meta has been so blown apart and just so boring and repetitive, and everyone plays the same. I don't really have fun playing the game. I will get back into it when Sagat releases as a DLC next month, but outside of that, I'm really not looking forward to playing it, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not missing it.
I'm not really forward to having to do any work.
Loving playing Capcom vs. SNK 2 right now as much as I am, and actually getting players in comp, I'm not looking forward to going back.
Fucking comp!
Back, quite frankly, okay? So, that's what I mean. So why would I go to Evo? To play the new games I don't really like and I'm not going to care about, right? Evo doesn't highlight the classics in a big way. They have had, big Marvel tournament, but it's not like the old days. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
you're right, Dave. It's not like the old days. It's bigger than the old days.
Deal. Only if there was a real reason for me to go back. But I haven't seen one, to be frank with you. Maybe someday. I always want to say this. Never say never, right? Never say never. There always may be a reason why eventually I will. Maybe one day by the end of my run as a creator, and I'll do a last...
Dave, just go live vlog it. You'd make money. But again, it comes back to, if you have a choice between your ego and money, you're going to choose your ego every time. And I'm including for these purposes within your ego, your rampant paranoia, because that's what's dictating your actions here.
This is Phil's retirement tournament. One night only. Phil shows up to a tournament for a weekend, plays. That's it. But I just don't have it in me anymore. I don't really care.
Why would anybody give a shit about Phil Burnell going to a tournament? I mean, people within a small corner of the internet would think it's hilarious and they'd want to see how badly you do, and they would chronicle how badly you do because they know who you are. Why would people going to Evo give a rat's ass about a washed up has-been who hasn't been to Evo since 2007 and hasn't competed competitively by his own admission since 2011 or 2012? You only get a victory lap. You only get a comeback tour if you were one of the greats. You never won Evo. You got top 8 once, top 4 once, and then top 8 maybe one other time. You were decent. You were good once, but good people don't get comeback tours, Dave. In baseball terms, on your career ledger on Baseball Reference, when it comes to competitive fighting games, you probably have a couple of wins above replacement to your name. You were for a time a useful fighting game player. You were a professional. You were as good as the competition and better in some regards in the competition. But you were never Justin Wong. You were never Taquito. You were never somebody whose name will be memorialized in the FGC other than as a total asshole. So again, if you want to do a comeback tour, you need to do it sooner rather than later, while you still have some embers of a media career left. Because if you go when you're to the point of COG, to the point where COG is at, who's streaming to 30 people a day, nobody's gonna give a shit at that point. They're gonna say, who's this weirdo? And why does he look like a gremlin or a ghoul?
I don't care about the bragging rights mean nothing. I'm not gonna win any money doing it. I don't care.
You're not gonna, Dave. You're not gonna win any money, but you could make content out of it. You could turn it into a thing. You could turn it into doing several streams a week of getting ready for Evo, of the grind to get back. And then you could do stuff off. You'd have to do stuff off stream too. But I mean, you could turn it into a bit. You could turn it into a bit if you absolutely want. If you wanted to, you could absolutely do that and make money. But yeah, that would require like work. That would require something resembling work and the ability to take a risk that you're going to get your face caved in and that everyone's going to laugh at you, because you are going to get your face caved in and everyone is going to laugh at you. Dead air.
You all. Okay, thanks for hanging out with me here tonight. Guys, it would be great if we could get more support. We've been
Support?
doing really good with goals and everything recently. I mean, we even hit a goal earlier today for Death Stranding, for goodness sake. Let's hit the goal tonight. We're at 79. We can do it. Notably, let's get some subs over on Kick. We had like 1 tonight and no other support from Kick. What's going on over there? Can we get a tip? We have no tips at all tonight, do we?
Tip,
0. I take it back. I think it was a $2 tip. Let's get some tips. Let's get some support.
Support and Kick is withholding. So, okay, Dave. Brilliant commentary.
If I were to go to a convention or an event, it would be just as an attendee. It wouldn't be like as a guest or
Yeah.
any kind of popularity or any kind of attention. Just being honest,
You don't have any, so move on.
At this point in my career, really, I don't. No, really, right now, no plans to do much. We are
Detractor Red with the brutality of maybe if you were playing Mario Kart, you would get some support. Not wrong. I mean, that is just rubbing his nose in it. Because he had about 4 people tell him play Mario Kart. And like I said, he's at 78 at the moment, and 50 of that came from a guy who told him to play Mario Kart. So, I mean, yeah, Dave, you have done this to yourself.
Basically, this year has been a good year so far, not to lie. But there's also been some stressful stuff going on, and if you haven't noticed, you guys don't know about it.
Wait, Dave, okay, back it up. Why the fuck do you say it like that?
No, really, right now, no plans to do much. We are basically, this year has been a good year so far.
Okay, this year's been a good year so far.
Really, right now, no plans to do much. We are basically, this year has been a good year so far.
Okay, this year has been a good year so far. Now, that's where the sentence should stop. That's where he should shut his pie hole and move on. Now, let's see how he ruins it.
Not to lie, but there's
not to lie. So, Dave, all those other times that you've said you were doing great and that everything was better and that life was wonderful, were you lying then? Were you lying some of the time? Why would you say not to lie if you didn't mean to imply that some other times you had lied? What am I supposed to take away from this? Why would I have any reason to think you lied, but for the fact that you just said not to lie? What the fuck is wrong with you? And it's shit that I need to stop being quite so profane, but it's shit like this that is why no one will give him the benefit of the doubt. And why, even when he says things that are entirely truthful, no one believes him. Because he keeps saying things like, well, not to lie, guys, that imply he has been lying. It's the same way as when he gets super weird on fake tips. When he goes, you assholes don't know what I make. You'll never know what I make. I could make more. I could make less. You don't know whether a single tip I get or not is real, so quit fucked. Yeah. So, yeah, when he does that, what are you supposed to do but think, why would you say that if you haven't at least thought about faking a tip or two, let alone actually done it? So where are you going with this, Dave? Where are you going with this? This has been a good year, not to lie. So is the next, or Dave, is the reason why you said not to lie because the next thing you're about to say going to be such a whopper that people are going to think you're lying?
There's also been some stressful stuff going on, and if you haven't noticed, you guys don't know about any of it, which you're not.
Which, okay, we don't know about any of it, which we're not supposed to because you are bipolar about what you share. Yes.
I'm going to know about it. Personal stuff is
personal, yeah. We're not going to know about personal stuff as personal, yeah, until you go and want to see somebody about it.
personal. I keep that separation now, thankfully. So you guys don't know about stuff that's going on as it's going on. But
Courier 6 hold down kick chat with stressful equals one problem.
Has been some stressful stuff behind the scenes going on with us. And, you know, we're in a position right now where we're just not looking to do much of anything outside of just kind of maintain and hang out and, you know, just maintain that course.
Holding pattern and holding the course, which means that their financial situation is utterly fucked. Their financial condition is utterly fucked. Not only is that Keno money gone, that Keno money has brought back some of the problems that existed before the bankruptcy. That is the only reason. The only reason people talk about staying the course like that is because things are not going well. And they need hope to cling to that things will improve. So, and if it's not the money, then what's going on with Cat really is bad. If it's so bad that they don't have the bandwidth to do anything, to even want to go somewhere to have fun, they just want to hang around the house and hope things get better. Yeah. This stream is wild. But all those things were donated, right? So he doesn't owe anything. Detractor Red out here using his big brain. It's a little gin brain too, but yeah. Some of it Dave has explicitly said he bought. The narrative, some of it at least, the narrative has always been that he bought. But yes, a lot of it is donated. A lot of the narrative is that he was donated things, like the gaming PC was donated. I believe he bought the claim is that he bought the streaming PC himself. But there's always a massive asterisk next to donated because, again, he's an unreliable narrator at the best of times, and he has every incentive to lie, and he keeps saying things that make it look like he's lying. So who knows? Who can say? But yes, some of the stuff that was donated, quote unquote, almost certainly was not. I'm not going to write off that all of it wasn't donated. But, you know, if Dave genuinely has fans dented enough who will give him a $2,000 pre-build, I mean, why can't I find dents like that in my life? I need dents like that. I think we all need dents like that in our lives who will just give us stuff by virtue of existing.
Certainly haven't made any kind of a ginormous fortune in the last year, where now I'm in such a great position I should be going out splurging to go to conventions or going to trips or anything like that, just to be honest.
Going on a trip isn't a splurge, Dave. Going on a trip doesn't require splurging. You know what it requires? Not doing the next WWE Champions event. That's what it requires. And you know what, Dave? I'm not even going to insinuate that TJ Gamebox is right about your spending. You admit that you spend money on WWE champions. All it takes to go on a trip is to stop. That's all it takes. Take whatever you're spending in the game and put it into a piggy bank. If you're not down from the rafters as you claim and are not spending at the rate that we think you are, it might take you years to save up enough to go on a trip. But you'd still do it. You could still do it just by giving up WWE champions. And if you want to speed things up, don't DoorDash anything. Everything that you need, everything that you want to need food-wise, you either make in the house or you go pick up. Again, that's easy. That's really easy. And you know what? Stop drinking. Stop drinking. That'll save you some money too. Between the three of them, that should net you $100 a month. Easy. And with that $100, it's going to take you a year. Yeah, but you can save up $1,200. $1,200 is enough to take a road trip somewhere, Dave. It's more than enough to take a weekend road trip somewhere. You could, Dave, you could go down to LA. You're close enough. You could go down to California. You could go to Portland. You could go to somewhere in Idaho. Places that are not that far in the grand scheme of things. So, and you could do it for $1,200. And again, you could make content doing it. So that could help pay for it. So why are you this way? Why the fuck are you this way? Because I'm believing your story at this point, Dave. I'm believing that you don't have a WWE Champions addiction. That you play the game, but you spend on it and you spend money on it, but you're not down from the rafters and you're not a giga whale. And that other than that, so you are spending some money, but not all the money. So JB, you are almost certainly correct, but again, I'm trying to steel man Dave's arguments. I'm trying to give him the best possible take on this. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he is only door dashing once a week on his day off with his wife, and that he will continue to still go out with her or order in with her, even if you cut out the DoorDash. And that he's only drinking what he's drinking on camera. And maybe a margarita once a week on his day off. So even cutting out those things together with the, let's say, $20 a month he's spending on champions. And which I suspect is being way too generous given how brutally monetized that game is. That's still $100 a month. That's still $100 without even really trying. And yes, if he's drinking like the way we think he is, and he is door dashing as much as we think he is, oh yeah, no, you cut out the door. You just cut out the DoorDash. You can cut out the DoorDash and still go and get the food. Still consume the same amount of takeout, but go and pick it up. You're going to save hundreds, plural, just from the DoorDash, cutting DoorDash and the delivery fees out of the equation and the tips. But these are the segments that just get me the most spun up, because he's doing these poor, pitiful me bit when he will not take the first step to address his finances. All he wants is he's cut back as far as he thinks he can. But he has made as many compromises as he is willing to, which is basically none. And now it's everyone else's job to make sure he has the money to keep living the life that he thinks he should have at this level that he has accustomed himself to. You're not wrong, Detractor Ed. That is a very Dave-like philosophy. I've always wondered. I would love to see the poor little, I'd like to see a little committee of the hamsters that run on the wheel that is in his brain, and see them arguing about what to do about that. Because I can totally see the miserly hamster arguing that the most logical thing to do, Doob, is just not give them tips, because they're all lazy and late anyway, so they don't deserve a tip. And then there's the vaguely self-aware hamster is like, but we work for tips. Isn't it kind of being a hypocrite to do that? And then the poor little vaguely self-aware hamster just gets the living shit beat out of him because he gets the band hammers taken to him in Dave's mind for having the temerity to be vaguely self-aware. And then the miserly hamster doesn't get a turn on the wheel when the DoorDash guy shows up because, the miserly hamster is even lazier than the rest of Dave's hamsters combined. Lechero, if you ever see this, yeah, that's my contribution to you. The hamsters in Dave's brain, make it happen.
I'm basically getting on the right track with that stuff financially. So, right now it's not in the cards. Like I said, maybe eventually we'll have a good trip that we'll do. We were talking tonight about possibly going to Europe on the taxi live stream, saying, hey, there's that train that goes through Europe that hits all the major European countries or something like that. Right?
It's not a single train, Dave. It's a it's a network. There's this thing called a rail network, Dave. And there are various trains that run through various places. You can get a 200-mile-an-hour train more or less from London as far east as at least Vienna. At least. I no disrespect to my European style enjoyers or European style enjoyers of Dave. I don't know the HSR network as well as I would like to be able to answer this, but you certainly are able to land at Heathrow, get on the old Eurostar, which will get you to Paris, and then the TGV can take you as far as Milan or over up into the Benelux and over towards Berlin. And I think there has to be a connection between Berlin and Vienna, or somewhere in Germany and Vienna. And meanwhile, once you're in Italy, I'm sure there's a connection that goes down to Rome and probably Naples. Hopefully. Sorry. I'm a geography and transportation nerd. I play City Skylines 2. I like City Skylines. I like it. I have too much fun in it. I've played OpenTTD. Not enough though. There's never enough time to give OpenTTD its due. Gonna say something, Dave? No? Okay, moving on.
I think, Matthew, you're barking up the wrong tree, because why don't you play Civilization or Supreme Commander? I mean, I get that there's a big not player base, but there's a good fan base for those games.
Dave, you want to sit around, fuck about, and count money. No, something like Civilization is perfect for you. You're gonna be terrible at it, and you're gonna say all kinds of spicy racist things about it, but it genuinely is exactly what you're looking for. And the fact that you don't know anything about geography or history actually helps you. It actually helps you because it gives you an angle to work in the proceedings. And because you know about as much as your audience does. It's turn-based, and you can fuck about forever. And you can go on as many detours and trips. Detours and side trips? You can go on as many detours and side trips as you want. So yeah, no, don't do this. Well, I'm a gamer, guys. I'm too good for that nerdy shit. Because that's where this is headed. Yeah, Detractor Red, there's nothing wrong with that. Farming sims are cool. I've never really had a desire to get into farming sim, like the actual farming sim year number. But yeah, my understanding is pretty cool. You can start with nothing and then you can build up an empire. I know I've done Sim Farm back in the day when Maxis was still a going concern. And I've done my time in the trenches of Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley, which are not really farming sims, but that's closer in terms of description than most things. Yeah, there's cool stuff out there, Dave, that is, in your terms, chill. That is slow and methodical, that lets you just fuck about, which is what you want to do. And The problem with wanting to fuck about and count money isn't the fucking about part. It's the counting money part. If you just, fucked about on camera and then automated your money collection, I wouldn't complain about it. I mean, I still complain about the begging, but I wouldn't complain about the money counting segments because they wouldn't exist anymore.
But those are old games, right? Civ 7, I was down to play, and everyone told me don't play it. It sucks. So I did.
It does. From everything I've heard, it does, because it does. It made the same mistake that Humankind did. It made the same mistake Humankind did, in that there is a way to do you change civs every era, but you have to fuse it together so that you're still creating a unified civilization. You have to have that feel, and Humankind didn't do it great. It wasn't amazing the way Humankind did it, and the way Civ 7 did it was just retarded. It was just. It was, okay, you start as the Egyptians, and now you are let me check. Okay, you crossed the imaginary line, now you are the Germans. Because those are the picks that you've made. And now all of your buildings are German, and et cetera, et cetera. So you could do cool things with how you can have these weird civilizational combinations and these weird architectures, but they didn't do that. It was just like, okay, you've crossed the line, now it's time for a hard culture swap.
And I'm glad I guess I didn't, because people said, yeah, no one really likes it. But as for like older games like Supreme Commander, dude, no one's gonna watch me play that.
Dave, you make your living as a content creator. You least of all should be surprised at the shit people are willing to watch. Dave, you have got a group of people who watch you count money on stream, fuck about and count money on another guy's site who's restreaming you, mainly because they don't like you. That's pretty fucking weird. But again, what people will watch shouldn't surprise you. Your response should never be, well, I know one's going to watch me do that. I mean, again, if Dave was trustworthy, or if I thought he could behave in good faith, I'm dented enough to think about, it might be worth it to give him money and drop him into like Gihren's Greed. Fund a couple of Gihren's Greed streams, because those would be fucking hilarious. Because he knows nothing about Gundam and he doesn't know Japanese. And for those who are vaguely familiar with Gihren no Yabo, which is Gihren's Greed, which is the Gundam SRPG. It came out on PSX and then the definitive version on PSP. It's Japan only, and it's not super complex, but it definitely requires some trial and error to figure out what works and what doesn't. It also, incidentally, almost has an English translation. There's been a guy who's working on the English translation for years, and it's like he said that he's gonna be done at 1.0, and it's at 0.93, and it's like he says he's like 98% done. So yeah, that's hopefully coming. But yeah, if Dave wasn't such a piece of shit and was willing to take sponsorships from people to just play random things, he has a tips goal. Give him the tips goal and he'll play something for a stream, because that's where we're headed. That's where we're at. He is holding a gun to every game's head and saying, give me $150 or I'm not going to play this. If he just would turn that around and say, okay, you want me to play it? Give me the money. Give me the money. Pledge $100. Give me $150 and pay for the game, and I'll play it. If he did that, he already gets $150, and then he gets to keep anything on top of that, and and he might actually find something interesting, because there are people who would pay him to play weird shit. People already pay him to play weird shit. I mean, that's how he gets through like blueprints, because he gets whales who for some reason like to see him fail at puzzle games. But no one who has like really interesting things for him to play is going to offer him any money, because he's going to come out and do like he did with Stellar Blade and with the Santa bit. That's ultimately what the problem is, and that's why past Dave is the single greatest detractor of present Dave. If he hadn't been such a little bitch about Stellar Blade, he wouldn't have squandered whatever credibility he might have had left. And it's not like he had a lot of credibility to begin with, given how he burned viewers' choice to the ground. But when he was a spiteful little piggy about Stellar Blade, it's like, why should anybody give you money? Now that we are in this new age of blatant transactional relationships with games, I mean, if he's going to do that, there are ways to monetize that. He's not going to get back to the casino money overnight, but there are ways where he could double his income if he would just play some of the cards he has right. But because of his past actions, he's not going to be able to do it. The only people who are going to offer him money are dents, and they're going to want to see truly dented things that are not going to be able to build an audience with. Again, not that I think he could build an audience with Gihren's Greed, but you get my point. Gihren's Greed just happens to be in my wheelhouse, and I know me and Len the Deranged we would be all over that. We would be all over that because it would be just so hilarious to watch him do that. But everyone has something in their toolkit where that is something more obscure, something more weird that they're into, that would say, yeah, it would be funny to watch Dave play this because he'd be so out of his depth he'd have absolutely no idea what to do. And where if giving him money wasn't a black hole, you might think I might be dented enough to if I found this money, I might give it to Dave because the detractor community is going to get so many laughs out of this. It's totally worth it. So that was a digression. He's still, and I've completely lost the plot here. I'm going to press play, and he's still going to be whining about money and support. That's all I remember is he's whining about how he can't do anything. He can't do anything. And something about money. That's all I remember. Sorry for being that guy. And for using this as my soapbox, but this is my stream in the United States of Shub. I am an absolute dictator.
I get recognized out in town nearly never, almost never. Like, it's once in a blue moon that I would run into anyone who knows who Darkside Phil is. I'm not notable anymore. I'm only notable in certain.
And yet you're scared of trolls. And yet you're scared of trolls coming up to you in real life. Okay.
The internet. That's it. I'm not a guy who's well known worldwide or anything like that.
Wow. That. Got anything to say, Dave? No. Okay.
The degree fluctuates. But at one point, I had more than 50% of my audience was outside of the U.S. I just checked recently, and I think it was like U.S. 54%. So, yeah.
All right.
Half the people who even care about me and watch me aren't in the United
Brilliant,
States.
Dave. Brilliant commentary. Yep. He's got people abroad.
When I use certain soaps, I get red bumps and hives. Your reaction. There's different kinds of reactions. Some of your skin burst, and they're even trollable. Then you just have to especially considering this week has been a really slow. Thank you so much, Darkside Jasper. I appreciate that very much. Especially considering this week has been a really slow week on Kick. Don't ask me why.
Kick's withholding.
Some weeks are great, some weeks are slow over there. And this has just been a particularly slow week.
A human toilet is voicing my sentiment right now. Good on you, a human toilet on Kick. Complain about support. Yeah, Dave, we're only at 12. Come on, I have got a quota to hit, Dave. I've got a quota.
We're almost at the end. There's only 2 days left in the streaming week, and not a lot of support. We dropped.
There we go.
Subs this week. I'm hoping that the marathon on Friday is good, but I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. The Indivestance Day.
Say it again, Dave. Say it again. You know you want to.
Grinning33 says, I hope you're doing well. What's a great Street Fighter game in your opinion? I'm bad at fighting games, but Steam has a summer sale. Frank, and buy to on any platform. Meaning, whenever you go on sections of the older games, station players, so the game's dolly.
I'm not listening to him talk about Street Fighter.
I'm fighting Collection 1 from 4 years ago.
I like watching him play Street Fighter just because I can recognize how bad he is and I like the art. I can even tolerate the mechanical discussions, but asking him to rate the games between each other is just an invitation for his stupidity and his biases to run rampant and be dented. So that's why this is a skip. Again, lest I have offended anyone who is a fan of fighting games, because was not my intent. Just Dave does not know enough about anything to be able to compare editions of Street Fighter, which is funny given how he's played all of them and way more than a lot of people have, actually, given how much time he has logged in the old ones.
And emulator with netcode built into it.
Okay, here we
The best
go.
way to play older games is Fightcade, which is a online emulator with netcode built into it, so that you can play the classics against people all over the world for free. But not everyone can use that, and not everyone has a gaming PC. So there you go.
You don't need a gaming PC to play Fightcade. And what do you mean? Not everyone can play that? Is this because you can't? Not even that you can't play it, that you refuse to play it? Is that what you're going to do with this, Dave? Because please do.
No.
It's particularly addictive when you do that.
Tag, no, I have not seen Squid Game. Squid Game, so.
Dead air? The air, it is so
Yes, I
dead.
saw about all the announcements of the Sonic Crossworld guest characters. Looks pretty. Oh, tonight. You're not very vocal about interesting topics, so people are doing meme questions that are dumb.
So he wage quits a game. I gotta go back and get all of that. But he wage quits a game, and it then berates his audience for not asking him good questions, because he insists on doing Q&A rather than playing anything else. Least of all Mario Kart, which is what people paid him to play.
Weird stuff. Okay. Anything else, guys? What do you guys want to talk about tonight? You're not very vocal about interesting topics, so people are doing meme questions that are dumb, and I'm ignoring them.
So Dave, if things are dead, whose fault is that? This is the chat you have cultivated. You don't get to shit on them for asking questions. Detractor Red, I'm going to disagree with you there. I thought there was no stupid questions. That's what my teacher said. No, there are absolutely stupid questions. I will be a contrarian, and I will disagree with the meta, for lack of a better word, when it comes to this question and the advice given. There absolutely are stupid questions. But if you ask a stupid question, all you did was ask a stupid question. It says nothing about you other than you did not know the answer to the stupid question. It says nothing about your intelligence. It says nothing about your level of knowledge. There are facts in this world that will produce stupid questions that don't mean you're an idiot for asking. I mean, if you ask what color the sky is, which is a very stupid question, but you're colorblind, that you ask what color the sky is doesn't mean you're stupid. So, Dashby, he wage quit. It is 21:07 hours in Rawville, so he wage quit. He probably wage quit 75 minutes ago in the video. So it was probably 7:45 his time, because it's 9:07 his time now, in where I've paused it. So thanks for bringing that up, Red. I know that particular bit about no stupid questions is something that when I'm working with the students I work with, that's something I routinely get into with them. That there absolutely are stupid questions. There absolutely are stupid questions. And stupid questions are also contextual. So to use Dave as an example, if Dave tells you, okay guys, I'm going to be playing Death Stranding on the day stream, and I'm going to be playing Street Fighter on the night stream, and then you ask, what are you playing on the day stream? That is a stupid question in context. It's not necessarily a stupid question objectively, but it is a stupid one in context because he just said so. But at the same time, you might not be stupid for doing so. For example, if you just tuned into the broadcast and didn't hear him, you might not have known what he did 10 seconds ago because you just started watching. So again, it was absolutely a stupid question, but that doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means that it was a stupid question. There's no judgment contained within. Just because a question is stupid, that is not a judgment upon the asker. I mean, it can be, but usually, even when a judgment is contained, it's usually because the person is not paying attention versus them actually being stupid. What caused him to wage quit? Dasher Pie, his story is that everyone in chat was saying they were bored. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he was approaching an hour on camera with $7 in the king's taxes.
Would I stream Super Turbo? I have, but there is no current version of Super Turbo that has a good player base outside of this Fightcade I just told you about, and I can't do Fightcade because Fightcade has no security. So sadly,
Yep, can't do Fightcade because of paranoia, because remember all those people that he banned when they told him get a VPN, just get a VPN? He said, I'm not getting a fucking VPN, just play Fightcade. So he ended up getting a VPN to do the Smart Guys reboot. So he's still not willing to do Fightcade because it adds the input lag, guys. The input lag that it adds if you use just a Seattle server is going to be non-existent. And the input lag, the 1,000 milliseconds of input lag that is that poor council of hamsters running on wheels in your brain, Dave, already causes considerably more than whatever input lag that VPN is going to cause.
To play Fightcade, my trolls would actually try to use programs to find my information, like my IP address. Then they would hit me with DDoS attacks, and I wouldn't be able to stream and make a living. So
VPN, you twit. VPN. Also, you have a new phone. You could tether your devices to it. You can burn data. You can burn cell phone data. Fuck, I know more about your cable plan than you do, or that you choose to remember, because don't you have a 4G? Yeah, you have a 4G backup from your cable provider, and that you're paying for specifically for instances when your line's down.
Play Fightcade. They've had versions of Super Turbo for streaming, or excuse me, for online play on console and on PC, but they never last. They last like a month or two, and then the player base falls off because again, these collections are not cross-platform, so they die too fast. It sucks.
You know, you could just go play Goji Tanks again. Those were good streams. Those were great times.
No, I don't know anything about Magic, nor have I ever played it. So,
even though you hung around with people who played Magic, guys like OJ. I've seen the footage of OJ going through and doing Magic shit while you were sitting there filming. How do you not absorb anything about Magic when you hang out with Magic people?
Do I think blueprints would be better with less RNG? Yes, in regard to the big puzzles. Like, I don't mind RNG as a factor when you're initially doing the game. We're just get lucky to be able to do that. And also this.
Molding.
Also, what I don't like, and stand around till one puzzle to trigger.
Molding about blueprints is something that nobody's got time for.
Mario Kart SNES, why aren't you as good at the new one?
Oh, this could be good. This could be good.
You were knowledgeable on Mario Kart SNES, why aren't you as good at the new one? First off, being knowledgeable about something doesn't mean you're good playing it. There was no competitive play in Mario Kart on the SNES. It was a single-player game.
Funny thing about that, Dave, I'm going to back it up. Funny thing is, that applies to you in fighting games. Just because you know things doesn't mean you can execute, but, you know, that gets people banned when they point that out.
First off, being knowledgeable about something doesn't mean you're good playing it. There was no competitive play in SNES. Why aren't you as good at the new one?
Yeah.
First off, being knowledgeable about something doesn't mean you're good playing it. There was no competitive play in Mario Kart on the SNES. It was a single-player game.
No, Dave, it was multiplayer. It was absolutely multiplayer. It supported split-screen multiplayer because I've done it. I don't know if it supported 4-player split screen. I know it did 2. I know it did the default 2, but it might have done 4. It might have done 4 too.
You realize that, right? There was no online multiplayer.
Which is, Dave, you're the one who constantly says the only competition is the real one when talking about fighting games. So why is it any different with Mario Kart, the original SNES one?
Multiplayer was your friend comes over and you play a little bit. 2 players. That was it. So there was, I know about, more Mario Kart on SNES, but I'm not a pro at it or anything. These Mario Kart games, over the years, they changed. Basically, when they hit the Nintendo DS, that's when it changed. The staking meta, that's when Mario Kart changed forever. Because then every game became a new gimmick. The snaking gimmick. Oh, this gimmick, that gimmick. You have to know every gimmick in order to do well at the game.
Wow.
Now, it seems like the best way to play it is literally to sandbag. Meaning, suck, get the godlike item, drive yourself to like 5th place, or even like top 8, and then use the godlike item to careen yourself into 1st. That seems like the only way to really play it smart. If you drive well, you still fail.
Dave, that's not sandbagging. That's just not driving hellbent for 1st. That's called hanging in there. That's called playing smart. You can't sandbag in a game that doesn't have a difficulty curve. No, Dave. You know what sandbagging is? Sandbagging would be going to Street Fighter 6, purposefully losing your placement matches so then that you get placed in with iron and bronze people so that you can get your jollies beating the ever-loving crap out of them and seeing how many perfects you can string together in a row, because that makes your man parts feel good and you get your jollies from that. That's what sandbagging would be. Part of Mario Kart's meta is that it is not a good idea to be in first, except for the final four, the last stage. That's when being in first counts. Otherwise, all that matters is that you are not on the bubble. And yeah, there are benefits to being further back in that situation because of the fact that the game does have competitive balance measures to give people further down items in the hopes of inducing chaos and letting them, get further ahead, catch up. So why are you going to maul about this?
The godlike items beat you. So, it's different. All games evolve over time. It would be like saying, if you're an expert at Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, why aren't you a pro at Street Fighter 6? Because they're not even
You've claimed that you are, Dave. You've claimed that you are. And you've claimed that Street Fighter 6 sucks because it's not like the old... Because everybody just doesn't but drive rush spam and whatever his complaints are. They all boil down to, it's not like Third Strike and SST, Super Street Fighter Turbo.
Street Fighter 6 has like 2% of the gameplay elements of Super Turbo. Seriously, I mean that?
No, it doesn't, Dave. No, it doesn't. Because I am sure if you counted up all of the move combinations, the simple basic combos of all of the characters account for more than 2% of the game. And I'm sure those combos are there in SF2 as well.
It has all these new ones that are completely different and actually way more simple, but it's not even a similar game. Honestly, they're completely different styles of game. So
wow,
good from a game of the past,
brilliant,
that you're then gonna be
brilliant commentary, Dave.
Things change a lot over time.
Yes, and why is that a problem? You gonna answer that question, Dave? Why is it a problem that the game evolves? The game cannot. This is the guy who's pissed at Mario Kart World for being a month into release and not having any new content. And yet he wants Street Fighter to remain basically unchanged from when he was good at it. And we will call that 2007. Let's call that 2007. Because I want to say SF4 came out in 2008-ish, somewhere in there. 2008, 2009, somewhere in there. He wants things to stay basically the same and not have moved any further than Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. So, make that make sense. Detractor Red is here spreading lies and calumnies about the guy with I'm guilty of begging, so I'm a fraud, which are things that he will never say because, he's not a fraud. He's totally technically right about everything, so he can't be a fraud.
Do I think Mario Kart World is worth $80? Hell no. Mario Kart World, they're done in 3 hours. On launch day of Mario Kart World, as you saw a month ago during my marathon,
heard this.
150cc, the whole open world aspect is visibles that don't. What's the point of the open world? Zero. Outdoor driving between the states. Is it worth $80 as a Switch 2 launch title? Chris, I mean, maybe eventually, but not for tonight. We're not doing any gaming tonight after, we switched here. But a game like Deep Rock Galactic would work if it was a new release and there's hype behind it. It's old now, so probably no one would really care about me playing it. But
for anyone who wasn't here for my tisming when he was going over that, I remember Deep Rock Galactic in particular. Yeah, this game that nobody cares about and that there's no hype behind, there were 6,000 concurrent users when he was bad-mouthing it.
For Chris, I mean, maybe eventually, but not.
So let's hear this in its entirety.
Would I consider Deep Rock Galactic a gamer, Chris? I mean, maybe eventually, but not for tonight. We're not doing any gaming tonight after, we switched here. But long term, if people wanted to see me try something like that, I would consider it. I don't know.
long
Like I said,
term.
when we first watched it, I felt like a game like Deep Rock Galactic would work if it was a new release and there's hype behind it. It's old now, so probably no one would really care about me playing it.
Again, 6,000 concurrent users on Steam Indies Night, which was, what, 9 days ago?
Similar games like that get big popularity and fan base.
Actually, not 9 days ago. It was a week ago. Literally a week ago.
As they release, I'd be down to try them. Like, for example, Helldivers 2. Hell yeah, now if a game
Okay, that I need something strong if he's going to be talking about Helldivers 2. There's other content in Mario Kart. It's not just 3 hours. Lol. Oh, I know, Detractor Red. The reason why I proclaim to skip on that is that I've heard him whinge about that a half dozen times. I can recite in a far more concise version what his complaints are. The open world is useless because he doesn't want to do the collecting mini games and the completionist stuff in the game, and therefore the game sucks. And because he can't be bothered to go and try to 100% tracks. Yeah, so yeah, it basically boils down to there's tons of content in the open world. It's not content that he thinks is interesting or that he thinks he can monetize, and that therefore it doesn't exist. It's not worth comment upon other than to shit upon it and to say that Nintendo fucked up because they didn't fill the open world with content he could make money on or that he liked to do.
Helldivers 2 came out, I would try it at launch. Just tell me about it and we can jump right into it on PC. There's no limitation there anymore. But there used to be. Now I can just try these things day one.
You could always do that.
Now that Taxi Life and soon Blueprints will be done, can you try RimWorld? I'm considering it. Like I said, tomorrow.
God, I hope he keeps trying to hype up not Blueprints. I hope he keeps trying to hype up RimWorld, because he's gonna do to RimWorld what he did to Factorio, because he hasn't actually gotten into RimWorld yet. He hasn't really thought about where this is gonna end. He's kind of got an idea. He's got it into his head that because it looks to him like an old Flash game, it's gonna have the mechanics of an old Flash game, and I say this as someone who is a dent, who is a stan of RimWorld, who's never actually played it. I know for certain it's got its own deep mechanics. So yeah, he's gonna get into this and it's gonna break his brain because there's gonna be too much reading and too much thinking. So he's gonna get into it and he's gonna quit it in 15 minutes like Factorio. That's the long and the short of what's gonna happen with RimWorld. 15 minutes might drag into an hour if he's getting money. Might drag into even it might even be a full session if he's getting money. But no, RimWorld is going to get written off as an experiment, as a one shot, because it's going to be way more investment than he's willing to put into anything. Well, anything that doesn't involve sweaty men.
We're going to try to get GTA 4 with mods to work. I got it working, except there's this weird blurry filter on it that I need to get gone. I don't know what's causing it. But if that doesn't work, if we can't figure that out tomorrow, we're actually going to try RimWorld on that daytime stream. So it's just a matter of, can we get GTA 4 to work? And if not, we actually will give it a go tomorrow. Okay? Man, it really sucks because my frame for the month, I got GTA 4 in there and there's no guarantee that we're actually going to do that playthrough. And I have Taxi Life in there, and now we're not doing Taxi Life anymore. It's only July 2nd.
So you're gonna get them out of there, right? You're gonna use, because that is so important to the content. You're gonna get them out of there, right, Dave?
I'm gonna have to change the setup and add new stuff in there. Seriously, I'm going to have to.
Oh my God, Dave, that was a joke. That was a fucking joke.
Guys, we got about 15-20 minutes left on this stream. We're at $90 a support. Sure would be nice if you've enjoyed this chill session tonight, hanging out with me and me having a few drinks and talking, if you could support it.
Sure, it'd be nice if you give me money.
$50 away
Also,
from the goal.
support.
45 out of 50 goals hit. We want to hit 50 so we can do the Grillo's Pickles menu. Finally, it's on the delivery apps. I can order it. We want to keep this momentum going so we can do it soon. Please support the stream. If you haven't, I'm looking over at Kick. Thank you to Darkside Jasper and to the person earlier. I forget who it was who did one sub. Let's get some more support tonight if we can, please. We got Dr. Oink with a $5 super chat. I remember waiting outside in the cold with my older brother for Super Smash Bros. Brawl. They had a tournament. I used my Roy and fought a guy who used Link. Did you win? That's the question. Thank you, Dr. Oink.
That was actually not what I was expecting. Well done, Dave, for a not terrible comeback. Now, if Dr. Oink actually tells you, are you going to shout him out and make more content from that? Going to comment maybe on your usage of Roy or what you played in Brawl, if you played a Brawl at all? You don't talk about Smash. You don't like Smash. This is actually an opportunity to talk about a video game, about Fight Club. About a fighting game. Now I want Smash Brothers doing Fight Club. Who in Smash Brothers Fight Club, who is Tyler Durden? Roy's not even in Brawl. Was Brawl the GameCube one? I thought Roy came into the GameCube one. I thought Brawl was the GameCube one. Yeah, Street Fighter 3 came out in 97, Dasher Pie, but it went through several iterations. I want to say Third Strike, which is the one that Dave played into the ground, came out in like 2001-ish. I'm getting facts tossed all over me. My mother owned a Wii. I did not. I was done. I was off to law school by the time the Wii came along. So I have been schooled tonight by my chat on something that that tells you the last Super Smash Brothers that I played was the GameCube one.
I got a $4.20 tip. This is actually going to be our biggest tip of the night. Let's go ahead and
$4.20 is the biggest tip of the night.
Very nice animation.
Okay,
let's get this on the leaderboard. I don't see any name here. Okay.
Yeah, he would be at like $50 without the Mario Kart super chat. That's ridiculous.
Go. So we're at $99 of support. So this person asked the following question. I noticed your health has improved a lot over the years. Is there anything in particular that helped you to lose weight? Seems like you're not on any crazy restrictive diet. You still do DSP tries it. I'm wondering what your secret is. Honestly, I'm tempted.
Are we sure he didn't write this? I mean, this feels like a question he'd ask himself.
By these weight loss jabs, but I want to give myself a fair shot. Seems my mindset may be the main aspect of losing weight as staying healthy. All the best. Here's the thing. I really don't think there's a universal answer because everyone's different. Their metabolism is different. You know what I'm saying? I could easily tell you what I'm doing, and it doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. I don't know your life situation. I don't know your health right now. Okay? Here's what I can tell you. In my life, the reasons that I was overweight was the following. I overate, and when I ate too much of the wrong things. I drank unhealthy drinks that added a lot of sugar to my diet. Okay? And, excuse me, I basically ran myself ragged when it came to things like sleep schedule, stress levels. There's a lot of factors to it, all right?
So, to be clear, he continued to eat like a young man and exercise like a young man who has a job involving computers. And he worked really hard. And what is he going to determine from those what the problem is that needed to change? We all know it was the third one.
What have I improved in my life that has made me lose weight? Number one, I just don't drink soda at all. Even now, I am drinking this can of Truly Unruly, all right? This can has 160 calories. You're not
drinking soda, you're drinking alcohol on screen. That is not an improvement, Dave. Especially for a guy who has infamously called himself an alcoholic.
It has very low sugar, very low carbs. It's low calorie. I'm not drinking soda. I'm not drinking, you know what I mean? I'm not drinking juice. I'm drinking very low calorie. And I do this all the time. During the day, I'm drinking filtered water out of this mug. 0 calories. You see? I don't drink any calories at all that I can avoid. At dinner, I have cherry juice because I have to for my health. But also, I drink like low-calorie juice. If I'm going to drink like a juice, I drink the low-cal versions. And I drink no soda at all. Absolutely no soda. Okay? 0. All right? That's number one. Number two, you can substitute healthier foods for the things that you already like. So let's I love...
This is going to be bad. This is going to be terrible. I'm sorry in advance.
I can't get enough of beef. Well, you can easily substitute chicken and turkey in place of beef.
I want to say Detractor Ed that while there was diet soda in the fridge in one of the recent photos he's put up, that does not necessarily mean he drinks it. No, the problem is that according to his nonsense, is that there's nothing wrong with drinking diet soda all day because it's got no calories, which, okay, fair enough. But he would then get on his high horse about something aspartame, something. He's better than you because he drinks water and no soda at all. This is a very Dave response as just cutting out soda entirely rather than the specific sources of the calories. Yeah, the problem wasn't soda, Dave. It was soda-based calories. So, but yes, Dave, keep telling me how healthy you are. So you substitute healthier things. And what are these healthier things going to be?
Well, you can easily substitute chicken and turkey in place of beef.
Not that that's a very subjective statement, Dave, and that also depends upon what your local resources are. I know out in my neck of the woods, it's difficult to get turkey. But I'm in beef country. I'm in the heart of beef country, so that's not surprising in the slightest, but it can be more complicated than you seem to think it is.
I've done that in my diet almost entirely. This week, outside of DSP Tries It, I've had turkey at least 2 times and chicken a couple times.
So aside from the very blatant place where I break the rules I'm laying down, and also, Dave, you are preaching this about how you can get healthy. You did not do any of this to get healthy and lose weight. You did it because you literally have the King's disease. You did this because you had no other choice unless you wanted to endure a very, very painful condition in your feet. And, well, yeah. Yeah, Dave. Yeah. This is all about, this for you boils down to pain avoidance more than anything else. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that you are trying to get on your high horse and say that you are somehow morally superior because you are healthy and have lost weight. That's what the problem is.
You know, that's what tuna sometimes. Tuna is good too. Stuff like that. When I eat out, I don't eat things that are heavily fried. I don't eat things that have a lot of cheese. I try to stay away from that.
How do you know that, Dave? How do you fucking know whether something has been heavily fried? Because if they are using, depending on the frying method, it can be very hard to tell. How do you know how it's prepared at all most of the time? I mean, at least with a lot of forms of beef, you can pretty easily tell whether it's been grilled or thrown on a griddle or something. But and again, how it's prepared is irrelevant. Honestly, how it's if you are trying to eat healthy, good for you. But again, it's you are in no position to give advice to anybody when you literally have gout. You literally have the disease that comes about from eating too many bad things and drinking too much. Condolences to your brother, Dash Fry, but I am broadly in the same boat. I'm one of those poor individuals that is poxed in the allergy department. You know, nothing much. Dairy, shellfish, citrus, probably peanuts, grass. Hey, if it is a food, I've probably been allergic to it at some point to some degree. I remember there was a time that I was taken for an allergy test as a young child. And when they administer an allergy test, they're on your back. They will apply basically a piece of cardboard that's got various swabbing points, ports cut into it for where you can apply different things so that you can isolate the sources so that you can identify what people are allergic to. Well, they did this, and the results of my allergy test were yes, because it was impossible to distinguish what I was allergic to because all of the samples had provoked a reaction and it had turned into a mega hive. So, yeah, I feel your brother's pain.
You know, it used to be when you go out, what are you going to eat? Burgers, right?
Burgers. And yes, I am down with the burgers. Tell me why that's a bad thing, Dave.
So, you know, Mexican food, burritos smothered in cheese and grease and beans. Now it's like we go out and get a poke bowl.
Dave, you don't have to get Mexican food like that, though. You don't have to order food like that. So, yes, you've changed your diet. So why is this a segment? Why are you trying to flex on this? And Dave, power to you. Power to you for changing your diet. Power to you for actually making meaningful. Funny Dave word, meaningful. But power to you for making a meaningful change in your diet and having the willpower to stick with it. The problem is, it's a hell of a lot easier to have the willpower to do that when the alternative is your foot swelling up to 3 times its normal size and it being in excruciating pain whenever you put pressure on it.
We get chicken teriyaki, right? I go to a restaurant and I get the jerk chicken pineapple bowl. It's actually not bad for you at all, full of flavor, but it's, it's not.
Well, Dave, you don't know that it's not bad for you. You need to give us more details on that. What's actually in it? What is actually in it? What are the component parts? That's what determines whether it's good or bad for you. What are the actual nutritional details? You can't make a sweeping assertion of it's not bad for you, Goob, without getting into the weeds. Details matter, Dave. Nor have I Detractor read, but I have had the privilege of going to Pistachio World in around Las Cruces, New Mexico. That was a trip. That was a weird ass trip. But pistachio wine does in fact exist and can be bought over the counter.
You're cheating yourself out of a good meal when you're out. You just have to pick the better options. And what happens is eventually, this is what's happened to me. Once you get those bad things out of your diet, the cheeseburger, okay, the steak, the cheesy alternative. Red meat is not inherently bad for you, Dave. It's inherently bad for specifically you, but that's because you have gout. What kind of red meat it is and how it is cut and the nutritional details matter, and you can't make sweeping generalizations of red meat bad. Protein is generally good for you, and there are a variety of ways that red meat can be good for you depending upon the exact source of the red meat and how it is presented. Soda. When you don't have it in your house, you don't crave it anymore. Because if it's not regularly in your diet, your body doesn't think of that when you're hungry. Get it? Like right now.
That says a lot about you, Dave. Out of sight, out of mind. If out of sight, out of mind, it doesn't exist. Yeah. If you don't have ready access to it, it doesn't exist. That's again that you're saying more about yourself than you probably want to here.
If I was really hungry, I'd probably start thinking about a chicken sandwich. Seriously, like, oh, that's what I think, chicken. That's what I think about when I'm hungry because I don't think red meat, because I don't eat red meat. So you keep it out of your.
But that doesn't change the fact that those are calories, Dave. Your body still needs fuel, and yeah, it's gonna want the thing that it knows is near.
Diet, you don't have it in your house. There's no temptation. It won't be a factor anymore. Okay, that's all it really is. That says way more about your addictive personality than anything else, Dave. Is how do you deal with temptation? Well, if I never put myself in a position where I have to be tempted in the first place, everything's fine, Goob. Bleh. So, yeah, you have no willpower, Dave. That's what the problem is you have no willpower, and you deal with these things by abstaining completely. So, Dave, how you want us to believe then, with these things that you've said, in conjunction with the fact that you admittedly were an addict to WWE Supercard, you expect us to believe that you were a whale, that you spent a lot of money in WWE champions, but then you somehow found the willpower to take your account, get rid of it, and then not keep whaling out to the same degree. When you just said the way you dealt with the temptations of food, which are a far more primal temptation, something that our brains are wired to deal with, that evolved for very, very real and very, very good evolutionary psychological reasons, by out of sight, out of mind, by just that you manage them by putting yourself in a position where if you're not tempted, if they're not available to tempt you, you can't be tempted. So we're expected to believe that you just found the willpower then to just quit a game that you sunk thousands of dollars into, and that absolutely stimulated the dopamine centers of your brain, dopamine producing centers of your brain. Yeah, Dave, keep saying these things, and maybe one of the dents will believe you that you actually sold WWEC. But for every dent that does, you will convince 1,000 people that
You didn't.
People say, oh, it's all about, you have to have insane, strenuous exercise. You have to have you only need those things.
It helps. Dave, I say this is a fat fuck who's bigger than Boogie. So just, again, take that into context with all this. Biology is just a numbers game. Your body requires a certain caloric input every day to maintain its current weight. You put in more, it retains it as fat, and the weight number goes up. You provide less, it burns reserves out of necessity, and you lose weight as those reserves burn off. That's as simple as it is. Exercise enters the equation because you are forcing your body to increase its caloric demands. So yes, if you do exercise, if you increase the fuel bill for your body, it's going to have to burn off more reserves in order to meet that. So either you can put more fuel in the form of calories, or you lose weight as fat is burned. That's the long and the short of it. That's the long and the short of it. So, no, but please justify to me why and how exercise is not relevant. You only need exercise if you're not you. And God, I've turned into Broside Phil. All of a sudden.
A lot of people say, oh, it's all about, you have to have insane, strenuous exercise. You have to have you only need those things if you keep putting the calories in you. If you stop putting the bad calories in you, why would you need...
There's no such thing as a bad calorie, Dave. Calories are calories. Now, there are bad foods you can stick in, but that's because of the form in which the calories are placed. Your body processes some things better than others, as far as ease by which energy can be retrieved from it. And your brain processes things differently in the sense of there are some things that stimulate certain parts of your brain to want more of that other things do not. It's why sugar is such a biological curse for us, because we really, really like sugar, because sugar is an excellent source of calories. And for our primate brains, that's very good. Very good, very dense and very easily accessed source of calories, because calories are what we need to do things like keep our body temperature where it's supposed to be. And from a time when calories were hard to get and we had to work constantly to get those calories. But today we have the ability to produce it incredibly easily. We have to produce sugar incredibly easily at a time when we're not burning calories nearly to the degree we used to. So that's where the brain part of it comes in, Dave. But no, there's no such thing as a fucking bad calorie. Calorie is a calorie. Calorie isn't even a measure specifically related to food. It's just an energy. It's just a measure of energy.
Insanely strenuous exercise.
Also, note how he always describes it as insanely strenuous exercise. He can't just describe it as exercise, because he has to frame it in a way that justifies him not doing it. Exactly right, Distractor Red. It probably would help those arms of his, those toothpicks, but we can't comment on that. That'll get you banned, Goob. Bleh.
Right? I have been up to over 240 pounds in my life, so I've been there.
And Dave, who the fuck cares? You're overweight at 240, but you can live you'll live a very long and very happy life if you are willing to live that kind of life. And it's not live that kind of life. It makes it sound like it's full of sacrifice. You're on the heavy side, but that is not weird at all to be heavy in that way. But this is where you usually talk about, oh guys, my legs hurt and everything was so bad because I was so heavy. And Dave, you have no, like I said, if your knees hurt when you weigh 240 pounds, you have bigger problems than weighing 240 pounds at 25 or whatever you were at the time.
I was that weight. I would wake up in the morning, I would eat an insanely unhealthy microwave breakfast sandwich, the greasy sausage and bacon and cheese, eat that, right? That's my breakfast. Or I would go over to the local fast food joint, all right? And at the local fast food joint, I would do a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich every single morning, okay?
You took calories where you could find them that were suboptimal, but you You were still taking calories where you could find them, okay?
What you're supposed to eat.
Wasn't he eating breakfast burritos? For a time he was, yes. I don't know if it's during this time he's describing.
Then for lunch, I would either go to a fast food place and get a burger or a fried sandwich, or I would get a big deli sandwich stacked with ham and cheese and mayo and a million condiments and unhealthy shit. That would be my lunch. And then dinner, I would come home, I would stuff my face, right? I mean, even those days, those YouTube days, early YouTube days, when I was, getting very popular, I would basically every day eat fast food. I would never cook for myself at all. Every day I would be going out to eat fast food without
Okay, Dave, Dave, you were a youngish man at the time. It's not the end of the world to have that diet. This is not an endorsement of that lifestyle. Merely that, yes, Dave, we haven't all gone through a phase like that, but we've gone through periods in our lives where we've done things like that are suboptimal, but they work, and we are in the process of doing bigger things. And for Dave, he was in the process of trying to build his life, trying to get established in a job, and trying to, he was buying his condo at the time. And yeah, Dave is someone who needs someone to cook for him. There's nothing wrong with being someone who's not good at cooking, who doesn't like it. Now, this doesn't justify his treatment of his wife in the slightest, but the stereotype of the guy who can't cook and is looking for a significant other in no small part because he doesn't want to cook is a trope for a reason. So, yeah, Dave, that was fine. And you were dealing with the problem. You were finding a way to feed yourself, and you weren't bankrupting yourself. I mean, why are you flexing about this? Why is this part of your narrative? You did a thing that young men do.
So because of that, of course, that food's bad. Also, one other factor, and this is very important. Only eat during the day when you have stuff ahead of you to do. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is
I'm done. I'm done.
Don't. Do not eat late. It isn't burning anything because it doesn't need it. So if you
okay, this might be good. This might be good.
Okay? Don't. Do not eat late at night. If you eat late at night, those calories go directly onto your body and do not get used for anything because your body isn't burning anything because it doesn't need it. So if you eat
But Dave, oh my God. Dave, you are seriously suggesting that your caloric intake is so finely regulated that every calorie you put into your body, you burn. That's what you're saying. And that's fucking stupid. No one's caloric intake is that well regulated. Some of what unless you are running major caloric deficits, some of what you put in will probably be saved as fat for some period of time. That's just how the body works. Your body does not have just-in-time processing of food. It's not like there are battery banks and capacitors in there to convert, to take in the calories and save them for just when they're needed. They're turned into fat precisely to allow their storage for when they are needed. And absolutely, Detractor Red, you don't burn calories when you're sleeping. I mean, being endothermal, I mean, your body temperature goes down to next to nothing at night, right? It doesn't maintain itself during the night. Being warm-blooded creatures don't have the same body temperature all day long, and require the energy to do that. That's just plain dumb.
Before you go to sleep, I'm hungry. I'm going to have a night snack. That is 100% going to your body and not going anywhere. So eat in the morning as soon as you wake up.
That's what a little bit of exercise can help with, Dave.
Day, all right? As long as you're doing things, it'll burn. Do not drink soda. Do not power load your body with fatty calories like cheeses and greases and the fatty meats.
Power load your body with cholesterol and grease. Okay. I don't know who does that, but okay.
And don't eat right before you go to sleep. That's the best recommendations I can get. Just those small changes that I have made have led me to be going from like 230 something pounds down to 190 pounds.
Over the span of a decade. Dave, has it ever occurred to you that there might be other processes at work other than just dietary changes? Maybe, just maybe there might be more to it over a span of a decade or longer. Also, aren't you the guy who said in a couple of videos about ordering McDonald's at midnight? With DoorDash, of course. That's why they're relatively recently, is because you DoorDash them. At least they're post-COVID. They're post-COVID, and the time when he's talking about, well, guys, I was so heavy and I've lost so much weight, those were back when he was, just getting started on YouTube. Just getting started on YouTube.
It's crazy, but that's what's done it. So that's what I recommend, okay? Now, that won't work for everyone. Some people might try that and no effect at all, and I'm sorry for that. But that's my personal experience, okay? For some people, maybe the solution is to strenuously work out because you absolutely have to.
Again, not strenuously. Can't just work out. Which, yeah, that's what I don't get. Why is this like atrociously bad? It can never be, it has to be super good or atrociously bad. It can't just be good or bad. You can't just work out. You have to strenuously work out. What the
that's going to be the case for
fuck is wrong with you?
Unavoidable. But for me, that's what's worked. Okay? Fair enough. I hope that makes sense. The thing is, when I was at my biggest, I didn't have a set sleep schedule. I didn't have any discipline when it came to drinking. So I would drink soda all day. I would drink liquor all day, beer, that kind of stuff. Everything, coffee with cream and sugar and all kinds of shit in it all day. No regulation on what I ate. Eat at any time of the day whenever I so choose. If I'm bored, I would eat. That's awful. You should never bored eat at all. You should actually only eat when you're hungry. Not I'm bored, let me eat.
Who the fuck bored eats? Genuinely, I say this is a fat fuck. Who the fuck bored eats? Who the hell has so little to do that their first thought is, well, I'm gonna ingest some food? I mean, this is supposed to be a joke. I mean, bored eating is a joke, and yet here we have Dave admitting that he did it again. He has no impulse control. He has no ability to resist temptation. The only way he can resist temptation is to put himself where he's not tempted in the first place. And we are supposed to believe that this is the guy who somehow quit WWE Champions.
That's the worst thing you could possibly do. I used to stock my house with snacks. I don't have those anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the things. And they add up, and you don't realize it, and they all add up. So that's all I can say. Hopefully that helps, and if not, I'm sorry. I did my best.
Wow.
Okay. I got a $2 tip here. Oh, no, it's a troll. Never mind. It's just a troll.
Wow. Brilliant commentary, my
guys,
goob.
home stretch.
Home stretch.
So last chance if you got a question. Last chance to support the stream.
Support.
Please. Last chance to support. I know you guys like to tease. You like to build the suspense, do you not?
To support.
Until the last minute. Oh, I'm going to support the stream. Absolute last minute. I can't be around late tonight, please. If we can hit the goal, it would be great.
You can't be.
Dark Maggot says, just drinking.
You can't be around late tonight. Jesus Christ, it's 12:36 my time, and I've got hearings at 9 o'clock. Okay, but we still have like 20 minutes of this left, and then we've got the Daily Fab after that. So, Dave, if I can do this, you sure as fucking shut up and get on with the show.
Water and not eating late at night helps a lot. Just don't expect immediate results. That's true too. You have to understand something.
I'm done with health nonsense.
But you have to. That's not the case, especially if you have. So, for me, the moment that my wife moved the unhealthy foods with the better, healthier meals for us, it started a process. Pasta. It used Parmesan Romano and things in it. No cheese whatsoever. Tastes just as good as your version of what. That's what gets you into bad position at any time.
Yeah, that was foodtism. That was health advice and foodtism. I do not have the bandwidth for that.
Correct. Spawn Killer says you can have those things, but it's just in moderation. Exactly right. Hence, when people say to me, Phil, I don't get it. You did DSP Tries It this week at Jollibee, and you ate an Angus burger, and you ate a piece of fried chicken, and you ate half of the fried chicken sandwich. How on earth didn't you gain tons of weight?
You ate like 1,500 calories, Dave, and you don't move around. Yeah, it's a valid question. You got like you got somewhere on the order of 2,000 or so calories, or 2,500, and you ate half to 3/4 of it. People are asking, yeah, where did that go? And that's why people think it's weird. That's why people think you are weird, is because you admit you don't do shit. And because we get to watch you be an idiot in front of a camera and not do anything physically for, however many hours a day, 6 to 8 hours a day.
Because that's all I had like that this week. Like, literally, that's all I ate that was like that. I don't eat like that every day. That's once a week that I do that, so I can do it. If I was eating like that every day, yeah, I'd be a blimp again like I used to be. But I don't eat like that every day.
You were
So
never a
that is
blimp,
my
Dave.
treat. That's my exception to the rule of what I'm doing every other day. Tomorrow, what am I having for dinner? Turkey burgers with lettuce and tomato. All right.
And Dave, how big are the burgers? That's an important consideration. Your caloric intake looks very different if those turkey burgers are a sixth of a pound, little almost sliders, versus a pound each.
Rice. That's I'm having 1/3 pound turkey burger, lettuce, tomato, pickles. Because
Well,
I'm having
I will tell him, answer my question. Thank you. But that's still 2/3 of a pound of meat. That turkey's leaner than beef, but that's still, but it's still ground turkey. It's not precisely cut, so you're not getting many of the benefits of that leanness.
it's like ketchup and mustard on a brioche bun.
Also,
with a side of rice.
okay. So you're getting all the carbs, all the calories in the bun, and the condiments. Are those part of your equation, Dave? Because if you're gonna die on this, if you're gonna climb up on this high horse, you better count those calories, every single one of them.
That to me is a delectable dinner. That I crave that. I can't wait for tomorrow.
And he has convinced himself, and that it is not my intent. I'm a guy who likes his burgers plain. I like my burgers plain. So I eat cheese pizza and I like my burgers plain. So that he has his thing that he likes, totally cool. But then he's he's hyping himself up for this. I mean, he's pignatizing himself about what he's gonna have for dinner tomorrow. How busted is your life when you are turning into a hype man for what your wife is cooking? And what does that say about about its actual quality? Blasphemy. You, sir, are the blasphemer by wanting to put an entire garden on top of your delectable beef. A lot of it owed to just childhood allergies. It was one of those where about the only thing I could guarantee that I could eat without causing an issue was something with nothing on it. And by the time the allergy stuff probably started fading, I already had my taste. So, yeah. Though I will do ketchup. But that's not what you meant by plain. I don't consider that part of, but I do, plain means plain. So yes, I will admit that I self-filtered myself there. As I say when I walk into a fast food place, because I'm one of them sorts that is unashamed of eating fast food, unlike the guy. I tell him just plain naked. Just meat, bun, nothing beyond that.
Dinner. My mouth is watering right now thinking about that. It's delicious. But people would say, what? Turkey, not beef? Wait, you're not doing 17 slices of cheese? There's no mayo on that? Wait, rice. You're not going to have fries or onion rings? No, I'm not.
But Dave, there's still calories in all of that. Yes, mayo doesn't have, there's not as many calories in ketchup and mustard as mayo, but there's still calories. And don't give them ideas, Dasher Pie. Don't give them ideas. There are grifters who will push that. There will be grifters who push that. If you want to lose weight, go with the pure hydraulic diet. No solids whatsoever, only water, because it's empty calories, which are still calories. Bleh.
That's what I eat. That's actually my regular diet. Everything else is a treat for me. I have a frozen pizza that's been in my fridge for about 3 to 4 weeks. Maybe on a silly night, my wife and I say, hey, let's have a pizza.
Snack pizza.
Toss it in the oven and we each have a piece of pizza that night as a treat, as a snack. That's the rare occurrence. That's not dinner. You know what I'm saying?
Brilliant,
That's
Dave. Brilliant. You are the guy after all. Are we finally done with the food segment? With the foodtism and the health stuff?
Is sushi healthy? In general, yes.
Oh my God.
There are sushis that have a ton of crap on them that they shove in there. Seriously. They have so much stuff that they can do in sushi. Some of it's very nice, like sashimi. If you're just eating like the raw salmon.
Any night where they're talking, Red. Any night
But
where they're
there's sushi that
talking.
also has fried shrimp, mayo, and stuff on it. That's not necessarily that healthy. But it's still, listen, it's still healthier than most American cuisine where they're constantly tossing cheese and oil.
So, Dave, oh my God. I want to yell at him. I want to yell at him about food, but that's me engaging in foodtism. And you know how much I hate the foodtism. So, Dave, you're fucking stupid. Stop talking about food. Stop talking about food. I'm gonna press play and you're gonna get one strike. If you're still talking about food, we are just gonna go until you're not talking about food, which, given how little time we have left, might be the rest of your stream.
And fried coating. And
Still talking about food. Good to know.
Lifestyle, but then they're eating Cheetos and their parents. The way to feel better about 100 pounds. Why do you think they nitpick other people's lifestyle?
Okay, this is tolerable because this is going to be a detractor rant.
Bonos Tecmo says, funny how people will nitpick your health lifestyle, but then they're eating Cheetos in their parents' basement and they're 300 to 400 pounds. Why do you think they nitpick other people's lifestyle? Because theirs is awful. And so,
Dave, I really wish I had some alcohol at the moment because, you know, I'm a teetotaler, but this is going to make me want to drink. I want to drink right now just so that I could tie one on about where this is going. Yeah, because in Dave's mind, no one who he thinks is truly overweight, so no one who is really big, no one who's like boogie sized is capable of being happy. No one can be happy with their life. Which that betrays a lot more about how he thinks than what he probably wants to. That is the ultimate expression of his skin deep narcissism. This notion that someone cannot be happy with themselves, cannot come to terms with who and what they are, even if they are trying to change. That they cannot be happy with who they are, even as they try to improve by changing. Or that someone can just simply be happy as they are, even if it is as a flawed individual. And yeah, we are gonna get some. This is gonna turn into all my detractors are fatties in the basement. And I'm sorry for your ears about that, everyone. That peaked a hell of a lot harder than I wanted it to, and I feel bad about that. But these segments make me genuinely angry, like psychotically angry, when he's trying to be holier than thou on this particular topic.
the way to feel better about themselves is to try to nitpick somebody else. Right now, the person who calls me fat the most is about 3 times the size of me.
So who, Dave? Who? Because I know you're not talking about me, because I know, well, if I'm not even 3 times your size, because by your own admission, you are 190 pounds. So if somebody's 3 times your size, who is 570 pounds and calling you? Yeah, and that's one of those that's being about RTU. That maybe, but you know, that's being unfair to him because he's lost some weight. He's down to like 375 or something like that. Something like that. So Dave, so again, you are obviously put off by somebody calling you fat. So why is your response to turn around and go, "Nuh-uh, you are"? Because that's what this is. So I'm going to back us up a little bit. So, but yeah, gay pride is gay pride, cute. Gay pride is on it with, so if you're 300 to 400 pounds, you're miserable, which is just, what that says is that he's never actually really interacted with anyone like that. Anyone who's genuinely that large. Because, or it means the only people who he has ever interacted with who are that large are Wings, Boogie, and Rich. You know, lolcows who are miserable because they have generally shitty self-esteem to begin with, because yeah, that does kind of come with the territory of being a big guy. At least as a starting point, you know, lots and lots and lots of large guys in the Rotund Club grow beyond it, but it is a starting point. But if your idea about what a fat person is comes from like interacting with Wings and Boogie, I can't even blame Dave for thinking the way he does. I mean, it's still fucking dented. Don't get me wrong, it's titanically dented, and anyone who can exercise in even an iota of creative thought, not even creative thought, of just logical thought, should be able to see the problem in that Wings and Boogie are both sad sacks. Boogie has had shit happen to him, and then he's a manipulative piece of shit on top of that. And Wings was a good old boy who got in over his head with this online content creation thing. At any rate, though, yeah, I want to see how this plays out. I'm okay. I was ready to rage quit and be done, but no, I want to see how this ends, because this is just fucking retarded. This is bad. I mean, this is really bad. But yep, gay pride is on it. So yeah, so if you're 300, 400 pounds, you're miserable. All right, and then your wife. Let that scroll up. Yeah, Dark Stuffadil with your wife. So yes, by his metric, then is his wife miserable because of her weight? Because she is not small, Dave.
So there you go. No, I've never been a smoker. My mom was a chain smoker.
Oh, we're not going to get a rant. Dave, you're taking the little bits of this night that I had left. Of course, you're going to be a pussy and not go on that rant. Why do you have to tease me so, Dave? If you want a giant pickle, I mean, I can just give you a giant pickle. Dead air.
Yeah. Jogging Muse over on Kick said, are those people in the room with us right now? And then, who was it? Or, let's see. Suffolk Properly says they wouldn't fit in the room.
So again, because he doesn't like being called fat, his response is to call the people who call him fat. Again, what does that say about you, Dave? What does it say about you that you think this is an insult that is worthy about getting upset over, and then your response is to turn around and hurl it back at people? And that you think body size is indicative of any way of character or the ability to be satisfied with one's own life. Like I said, none of that says good things about you, Dave. So, yes, please do engage in smug mode in the hope that somebody gives you some money for calling people fat.
Damn. Well, I don't have to say anything. That's all. I don't have to say a word then. Cool.
And Dave, this is your and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You didn't say that anybody was fat. This is just your community that you've cultivated, that you had an opportunity to say something to when they just did that. And your response was, I'm not saying anything about that. What a piece of shit.
All right, guys, I have like 2 sips left and we're done. So last chance, if you have a question or a contribution, we haven't had a contribution in a while now. Last chance, last hurrah for the stream. Thanks for $99.
Contributions.
Like we're not gonna hit the goal because Taxi Life kind of reached its end of life expectancy.
Contributions are mandatory.
It is, but last chance, if you would like to
say the word. Say the word.
Like to contribute or talk about anything particularly.
Say the word, Dave. Say the word. God damn it, you are a pussy. You won't even say the word.
No, it's not that there's no more steering wheel wallets. That's not the case. Taxi Life just got boring because the whole game is me driving and having to pay so much attention.
Steering wheel wallets.
I can't interact with my audience. That sucks. People want to interact.
So who's got the bigger Velcro? So are those steering wheel wallets also Velcroed? That's what I want to know.
They don't want me to have to be doing this and then can't talk, guys. Sorry, got a fare to do. Oh, pedestrian. Oh, they got bored of it. It's a very different game.
Wow.
Just like truck driving sim, and it's not. It's very, very different.
Wow. Wow.
Thanks, obnoxious ass stank. 50 to get the goal tonight. I don't think so. Sucks because we have good momentum. It is what it is. It happens. You can't hit the goal every night, but it would have been great if we could have done it tonight.
Beg.
That's life, I guess. We were there. We were going to do it.
The begging
and then,
is...
Taxi Life, crap the bed.
That's a soft scat, too. That was a soft scat. Well done, Dave.
CBS2 tomorrow. I know King Crimson, the CBS2 streams have been fire, have they not? Like every night when I play this game.
Dave, you are 43 years old. You are too old to be using the word fire. And even if you were cool, which you are not, and even if you were hip with the kids, you still cannot use the word fire. It is beyond the scope of your acceptable vocabulary. You're an old head. Relish it. Embrace it. It's fun. It's fun when you're not trying to perpetually be a man-child.
We're getting, better comp. I'm getting better. That's the other thing. I'm getting better
Also,
at the game, and it's leading to me
fucking comp.
better matches. I definitely like Chun-Li, Guile, and Blanca, but I want to bring Vega back into the mix because my Vega is going to get better. Now I remember standing short so good. I'm like, oh shit, oh yeah, standing short. And now, I haven't used Cammie in a million years only because Cammie is so fucking easy mode that I don't think that it's worth it to really use her. If I want to get a cheap win, I'll pick Cammie. You know what I mean? But
wait. What? Did he just say he's going to use Cammie in SF6?
Guile and Blanca, but I want to bring Vega back into the mix because
he's talking about CVK,
so good.
CVS
Shit,
rather,
yeah,
CVS.
Short. And now, I haven't used Cammie in a million years only because Cammie is so fucking easy mode that I don't think that it's worth it to really use her.
You will have to pardon me for thinking he was talking about SF6, given the complaints all kind of blur together about Cammie.
Cheap win, I'll pick Cammie. You know what I mean? But the streams are good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. We'll see who we can find and play, and it'll be a good one. I'm sure. Blue cheese on a burger? I think blue cheese is just all right. I'm not one of these crazy blue cheese fans who likes it on everything. Yeah, on beef it could go. It's like a good complementary flavor, but I'm not in love with it either. So
the food segments are just... Food segments make me want to hurt myself more than I already am.
That's it, folks. That is it.
Thank God. There is a kind and merciful God after all.
Tonight. I hope that you had a good time with me for the last...
Finally
hour,
over.
Minutes, just hanging out. And
finally over.
Maybe we'll be looking for another game to add to the rotation. We'll see. The thing is, we have a good chill night rotation. We've got truck driving sim. We've got Mario Kart. We got Minecraft, and we got CVS 2. We could easily increase some of those, right? Or we could look to do something else. I don't know. We'll see.
Wow.
We'll see. Next week will be interesting. We're gonna be balancing Death Stranding 2 with something. We don't know if it's gonna be GTA 4 or something else. We do have Tony Hawk coming out soon. We got a lot of stuff coming up, so it's not bad that Taxi Sim is ending like this at all.
Yes, it is, Dave. Yes, it is. This is a crash out of truly epic proportions.
Okay, it's not the end of the world. It's not sad or anything. Oh no.
Oh, but, yes, it is.
I am looking
yes,
to
it is.
Get some more games for the driving, aspect of the wheel here. But I don't know if we'll find a good one yet. We'll have to talk about it soon and see what we can figure out, I guess. All right.
Can't do any work on his own. Can't find it himself. He's got to use chat.
Oh, excuse me. Someone tipped me $1.11 and wants me to show them my toilet. No. Okay. So, folks, for the impromptu Chill with Phil stream, I hope that you enjoyed. Thanks for watching and for supporting, and I will see you soon. Thanks a lot. Okay, folks, that is it. Thanks for chilling tonight. So tomorrow, here's the deal. We are going to do a podcast tomorrow, all right? I'm not exactly sure how long that podcast will be, because we got to see if any gaming news or anything comes out. If there's no gaming news, I won't have a lot to talk about. Maybe I'll be troubleshooting to try to get the GTA 4 mods to work, because they are working, but there's this weird filter I can't get off. I don't know what's going on. So there will be a podcast, but I just don't know, how crazy long it'll be. We are going to attempt to do GTA 4 with mods. If we can fix this issue with the blurriness on the top and bottom of the screen, we're good to go. I got shaders loaded. I got a new map. I got traffic mods. I got gameplay mods. I got everything loaded. But this weirdo thing is happening with the visuals that we got to figure out, or else it's going to be the most annoying looking playthrough ever.
Weirdo thing.
So let's see what happens in regards to that. Hopefully we can figure it out. If we figure it out, then tomorrow is the first stream of GTA 4 with mods. If we can't figure it out, then it's a
brilliant,
we'll
Dave. Brilliant.
We have many options. We could try one of the games that I bought off of the Steam sale, like Vampire Survivors. We could try a different game, like you guys have suggested, RimWorld. There's different things that we could maybe figure out on the fly, and we'll do a day stream of one of those.
Just do RimWorld.
Is Thursday night fights, because we can't do Friday night fights because I'm doing a marathon on Friday. So it's going to be Capcom vs. SNK 2.
You could do your normal night stream on Friday, Dave. You could do your closet clean out, kick up your feet, eat some whatever you're going to eat on camera, and then just do Friday night fights. But we can't do that. That'll interfere with the boozing, and that is what the content is all about after all.
The streams have been really good recently. I'm getting better at the game. Comp is prominent. It should be good. So it's a great solid game.
Fucking comp.
Before the big Independence Day marathon on Friday, all day long. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Thanks to those who supported. Sucks we didn't hit the goal. That's life. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Great day ahead. Peace out.
Oh, it's finally over. Thank God. He got done about an hour and a half ago. So the daily wrap should absolutely be up. The daily wrap should absolutely be up. Okay, I was worried. I was worried for a moment that the daily wrap wasn't where it was supposed to be. But that's just Dave being, shit at everything and unable to sequence his uploads properly. Okay, so daily fap is 10 minutes, so only 10 minutes more of misery left before we can finally call this. Yes, we had schedule stalling Detractor Red because it's a Dave night stream. There's always a schedule stall at the end. But that was... Oof. And yes, Dash Spy, that was insane. That was... Oof, that was bad. That really was crazy. But we're almost done. The light is at the end of the tunnel.
Good evening.
And for putting up with this, we will have so what I will say is while the daily fap is getting started, if anybody wants to suggest a word of the day for tomorrow, for the next counting game, be thinking about it because we're going to do it after the kick bans. Okay, so Death Stranding 2 survives. Taxi Life surprisingly ends. Chill Hangout. The Daily Fap, July 2nd. No, thank God, Detractor Red. It is not 12 minutes. It is not 12 minutes. It's only 10. Which, that's kind of where Dave's been averaging. It's where Dave's been averaging. So, I mean, it's dented that it's 10 minutes when he could probably get it done in 6. But it's not like not like the other day where it was 15. It's not like it was the other day where it was 15. So... and I was around for the day that he did the 25-minute, where he did the 25-minute one. So yeah. And Dash Fry, we can't do Dent. He doesn't say Dent. That's the problem. Is he doesn't really say Dent. In order for the game to be interesting, it has to be something he can actually say, because he thinks Dent is an insult to his audience. Now, if we did a game of how many times I say it, we absolutely could, but he doesn't say it very often. Ban might be a good one. Ban is a contender. Ban is absolutely a contender, though.
Everybody, Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Wednesday.
Oh, I also Death Stranding 2 survives. Taxi Life surprisingly ends. Chill Hangout. The Daily Fap, July 2nd. Watch July 3rd.
July 2nd, 2025. Today was an interesting day. In fact, to be honest with you, today kind of turned out the opposite of what I had originally expected.
Wow.
So allow me to explain what I mean by that. We started off today with a solid level 1 podcast. We actually had a couple of interesting news stories to cover, including Neil Druckmann quitting the Last of Us TV show.
Oh yeah, that should have been an indication of how the day was going to be. That was him doing his little dance on Neil Druckmann's creative grave was obnoxious in and of itself. That was on the clips pile. We might get to that tomorrow. That one might be something to watch tomorrow. But yeah, he was insufferable during that.
Or did he? And Microsoft sadly laying off over 9,000 employees, many of them part of the Xbox division. But in addition to the...
Yep, Dave, including half of the Take 10 team who did Forza Motorsport. So are you going to play it in solidarity with them? Huh? Are you? Of course you're fucking not. I know I'm talking into the ether, but are you going to... You were the one who raised it on... You were the one who was reading Twitter on stream earlier and pointed out, well, guys, I guess half this team is gone, and they're the ones who did Forza Motorsport.
Those stories on the show. We also had a segment talking about pickles.
I hate you so much,
Pickles are
Dave.
back on the menu.
At this moment.
Check out the show. It was actually quite a good podcast. I enjoyed doing it. I'm glad that we had it today because we didn't have one yesterday. It was good to have it back. Okay?
Yeah, Dave, what do you call fucking about for an hour before you start the gameplay if that's not a podcast?
It was make or break time for Death Stranding. What do I mean by that? Well,
Dash by take 10, I believe, is what the studio was, not Take 2. Take 10.
Last time we played Death Stranding 2, I noticed a distinct fall off of viewership engagement, and support. People had just kept talking and chat about how boring the game was, the overall attendance was low, and we didn't hit our support goal.
And you bailed because you had $7 at 7:45 your time.
Told everyone up front very clearly, listen, if we hit our support goals today, and if people show up and engage and we have a great time.
Oh, he's talking about Death Stranding 2, but my point remains.
We'll keep Death Stranding 2 in the rotation, but if it doesn't happen, we're dropping it. I already said that much when we started the game a week ago, that I didn't know, or I wasn't convinced that in 2025, this game was going to be a good playthrough. I mean, the last one was in 2019, and even then, people were yelling at me for playing it the entirety of the way because they were
Wow.
Shockingly enough,
amazing content, Dave.
Today was an entire busy
amazing content
day, fighting and trudging through BTs, doing arduous deliveries.
Art.
So I did get some upgrades today that makes
Dave. Why do you always mispronounce that word? I need to make a recording. I need to make a recording. But yes, Dave. Why do you always mispronounce that? Arduous. Again, arduous. Arduous. That's the thing that Isaac Heimler wants to kill. Arduous is like scat, which is like, you want it to be arduous, but that's wrong because, you're Isaac Heimler and you want you want the space Nazi joke. You want to make a space Nazi joke, not the scat joke, Dave. Because in terms of poor taste, the space Nazi joke is more offensive.
Stuff easier, there was still a lot of busy work stuff.
Wow.
These stupid brigands over and over, tranquilizing them, hitting them with bolas, taking them out, unlocking new outposts and putting them into the chiral network.
Dash, I'm going to assume you mean arduous. Arduous means difficult. That's what it means. Arduous means difficult. Usually with an emphasis on being particularly difficult or particularly trying. And Dave always mispronounces it as arduous. Because he's bad at things.
That was it. There was no story today at all to be had, okay? Surprisingly enough people showed up, engaged, and supported. We had a good time. Conversation was great, and we hit the support goal.
Wow.
I'm saying, no lie, I thought we were not going to hit goals. I actually thought that today Death Stranding 2 would end. But actually, I was just pleasantly surprised.
Brilliant, Dave.
So,
brilliant.
I certainly hope that you guys enjoyed the stream and liked the gameplay, okay? Let's keep it going, right, shall we? Let's keep it rolling.
How about now?
You guys will continue to show up and engage and support with the content of Death Stranding 2.
So, when are you going to rage quit it, Dave?
That continues. What happened that was the opposite then? Well, tonight, as you can see, it was Taxi Life Simulator. Well, Taxi Life, a city driving simulator, right? We've played this game twice. This was
Why did you need to point out the full name? What did that accomplish?
Scheduled stream of the game. Truck driving sim we've been doing now for about a month and a half. And the reason that I think truck driving sim really works, or American truck sim, right, is because once we get out of the annoying city driving portions and we hit the highway, and now I can put it into cruise control.
Once we stop playing the game, once we stop playing the actual interesting and difficult parts of the game, the parts that actually require you to try to maneuver a large vehicle within a confined area. Yeah, then that's when the game is fun, guys.
I haven't adjust. The game is chill. I can read stream chat, I can do shout outs, I can have conversation with all of you about stuff, and we have a great time together. The problem is with City Driving Simulator, Taxi Life, a city driving simulator, the game is so attention demanding. As you're driving, people are constantly walking in front of your car. People are constantly hitting the brakes, and you go, slam on your brakes or swerve out of the way. Because of that, it's too much attention demanding, and I can't interact with you guys. So tonight,
brilliant,
the
Dave.
Stream only of the game. We now played for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. People were bored to tears. So around the 40-minute mark, I said to everyone, guys, no one's really seeming to like this. Do you want me to keep doing it? And everyone collectively said, no.
Wow.
So I'm not even kidding. I made $7. And I said, all right, you know what? I react to my audience. I listen to what they have to say. You guys are bored? Done. Let's move on. So we did. We ended Taxi Life, and we've agreed we're retiring the game. It's fine. We played it.
Wow.
So I said, well, we don't have really time to do anything else. And people were like, well, what are you doing? Why don't you play some Mario Kart? Why don't you play this or that? I was like, guys, I'm drinking. When I'm drinking, I'm not.
And Dave, and that you're drinking should be irrelevant. That you are drinking should be irrelevant. That should make it actually funner. It should make it more interesting because you play video games every day, functionally, for a living. You should be better just on a controller than almost everyone. Just by dint of muscle memory. You should be able to make it, you should be able to have more fun when you're drinking. But you're going to get totally sweaty about Mario Kart. And yeah, great minds, Detractor Red. Great minds. And no, the actual formal name is Taxi Life, a city driving simulator, is what the full formal name is. But yeah, I don't know why he insists on using the full name.
Competitive game. The whole idea is to drink and relax, not to drink and then try to play an intense game that takes all of your attention and it's competitive. Plus, the reason you didn't like Taxi Life was because I wasn't interacting with you. How am I going to do that when I'm playing Mario Kart or something similar, right? So,
Dave, the reason why you cannot interact with people while you're doing things that require some attention, well, some of it is because you cannot focus on multiple things at once. But the other thing is because your setup is so fucking dented that you cannot look at your chat and look ahead at the same time. Now, to be dented myself, I do not have the best setup. I've got two 27-inch monitors, and then I've got a 3 monitor setup in a left, center, right configuration. In my left and my center, I've got 27s running at 1440p. Into my right, I've got a little third streaming monitor that I got specifically for streaming just to throw like Dave up on. That's running at 1080p. And running stuff full screen makes it a little hard for me to be able to keep both the game and chat in the same frame. But I do have it set up that I can keep my eyes on the road in Truck Sim and look to my left just a little bit and see chat, Dave, that you have a terrible setup, that you fucked this up, and have it set up in a way that doesn't allow you to look at the game and look at chat is a you problem. This is a you problem that can be cured. You can move stuff around. You have a tablet and you have a laptop. These are mobile things. You can find a place to set stuff so that you can look at chat and the TV at the same time. Why the fuck don't you? I just don't fucking get it. I just do not understand. And nothing he's going to say is going to make me understand. Big ups Back to the Future. Maybe we'll have to do something. Maybe have to boot up Truck Sim or something and see if we can get to 88 miles an hour on a dead straight and see what happens. Because I think there is a actual achievement for hitting 88 miles an hour in Truck Sim.
We decided to do Chill with Phil for about an hour. It actually lasted about an hour and 15 minutes for the record. We had a good conversation. It was a good time. And by the end of the night, I raised $100. I'm not disappointed with that.
Yes, you are.
Okay?
Yes, you are.
And I hope you guys understand that I'm not angry or upset. It happens sometimes. It seems like whenever we have one of these streams that doesn't work out and on the fly we have to adjust, we're not going to hit a support goal.
Wow.
It happened last week when I beat Onimusha 2 within like 20 minutes and we had nothing to do. And, what are you going to do? So I'm just happy that those who were there and did hang out had a good time. It seems like they did. And overall, it was a good stream. Had a good time, chill vibes. I will upload both the final part of Taxi Life, like 40 minutes, and then this, Q&A video that's like an hour and 15 minutes. I'll upload all that to the channel tonight. You can enjoy it at your leisure, and I hope that you'll give it a look in, just chill, because that's all it really was. It was chill vibes for like over an hour. And thanks to those who did attend and did support it. I appreciate you very much. We'll be back on track tomorrow, although tomorrow we might have some weird stuff going on. Let's talk about that now, shall we? Well, tonight,
goody.
The streams, I took about another hour to try to figure out what had gone wrong with these Grand Theft Auto 4 mods. If you remember, I tried to do mods for GTA 4 the other day, and I did everything I was told, and it didn't work. Come to find out, retracing my steps,
did everything he was told
were wrong.
Did everything he was told. He did everything right, and did everything correct, and nothing wrong, and yep. Well, we've got to get this baby up to 88 miles, or the Libyans are going to come hunt us down, so yeah.
What a shocker, right? The instruction said, just take this file and unzip it into a folder. Wrong. That's not what you're supposed to do. You were supposed to make sure that certain things were in place here and there. Basically, it was very nonsensical. The instructions were written incorrectly. I figured it out. So I was able
And again, he keeps throwing the guy who wrote these instructions under the bus for no reason whatsoever. He could have he just had to say it once.
We apply all the mods. I was able to boot the game, but we have an issue. Good
of course we do.
Issue, but it's an annoying thing. It's a visual issue. There is some weird thing going on with the graphics where
wow.
the very top and bottom of the screen are blurry. I have no idea what's causing this. I don't know if it's an error with the shader mod.
It's almost certainly conflicting resolution stuff. It's almost certainly resolution based. It's in the 4K mod somewhere, I suspect.
I basically have told the person who helped me with this to begin with, I hope we can figure this out. Someone tonight had a suggestion. They said there's something called like Fusion Fix or something like that. I don't know, but I'm hoping that
of course you don't know. You don't know anything about anything, and you refuse to learn anything about anything.
Because I would love to start GTA 4 with mods tomorrow. With the mods that are working, we've got much better lighting, much better reflections and shading. We've got better textures on stuff, higher resolution. We've got
higher resolution that only you really get to enjoy because it's a 4K mod and you're streaming at. I forgot how dented this is. It's 4K when it leaves the computer. It's 4K into the TV, but it goes into the capture card and it gets downscaled to 1080p when it hits OBS. But then but when it gets piped out to YouTube in the stream, it gets upscaled to 1440p. And if that is as dented as it sounds, it's because it absolutely is. He could just stream at, if he wasn't such a cheapskate, not even such a cheapskate, if he wasn't such a buffoon, if he would have just said, well, I've got 4K capability and I've got a 4K TV, I'm just going to stream at 4K and I'm going to use a 4K capture setup, he would have been fine. But no, he insisted that he saw no need to stream at 4K. He didn't see the purpose of it. So then that's why you get this bizarre him playing at 4K and gushing about how awesome it looks while no one can see any benefit to it, or what benefit might be there from getting it in 1440p is lost because it's being upscaled rather than natively streamed at 1440p.
Better driving and better traffic AI and a better map, like all these mods that make the game look.
The better map, for the record, is because the map is colored now, apparently. This is the ultimate hype man. He is the ultimate consumer who is fooled by all advertising, but is in turn the ultimate hype man because of it. Because he can turn anything into a PR pitch.
Better, and I would love to do a modernized GTA 4 run with all of you. But
modernized? No, modded, Dave. Modded. Oh my god.
Blurry top and bottom of the screen. You can't even read the subtitles. They're like, what the hell is this? It's terrible.
It's still playable. It's more than playable, Dave, though. That's the thing. It's still playable.
Mr. Magoo, squinting at the screen like, I can't see. So hopefully we can figure this out. I'm waiting to see some feedback from the person who helped me set these up. And I'm also waiting. I'm hoping tomorrow, either during the podcast or early on, we can figure this out. If we do,
wow.
The stream after the podcast will be GTA 4 with mods.
And we're still on it. So all we have done so far is we've done day stream, day stream recap, night stream recap, schedule, more schedule, and also how he got money.
Now, then we're just gonna have to pull an audible. I don't know if we'll play something that we already got off of Steam. I mean, we bought a bunch of games. Like there was Vampire Survivors, there was the Beginner's Guide, right? There was various different things that we could do as a one-off stream. Maybe we'll try RimWorld. I don't know, but I want to get.
Note how RimWorld is a fading possibility. He has jangled the keys and he's starting to realize what he's getting into with RimWorld. So RimWorld is gonna get sent to Banworld.
With mods working, let's see what happens tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow night, Thursday night, it is Thursday Night Fights, Capcom versus SNK 2. I hope that you will join me for them. All right, they should go well. Should be a fun time.
There's like 9 other games in that collection that are never going to be played, including a game that he actually likes. He actually likes Street Fighter Alpha Upper, but he's not going to play that ever again because it doesn't make him money, or he doesn't think he's good at it. One or the other.
PS2 has been great recently. I fought people like Justin Wong and other really great players. I'm getting much better at the game. I think that it'll actually be a really good time tomorrow night. Now, of course, Friday is the big marathon that we're doing, the Indivestance Day, and we will obviously talk about that tomorrow, but I hope that you guys are excited for that too. I am. That's why we're not doing Friday Night Fights this week.
Still massively dented name.
So thank you for a great streaming day. Sorry once again, things didn't turn out exactly the way that I had planned. Taxi life is now done, but hopefully tomorrow we can have a great day of streams with GTA. Everyone, please have a good night. I will see you all in the morning. Peace out.
Oh, vey, that was oof. Oof, that was a thing. That was absolutely a thing. All right, so places for people to go. We've got this guy. His name's Iviga. Koraz will go over there and harass you because he's a mod there. He's a cool guy. He's probably going to be watching most of the same shit that I've spent the last 6 hours spurging about. So I will put Viga's stuff up in chat for anybody who's not already gone over and subbed to him. You really should. Like I said, he's kind of a cool guy. Yes, Detractor Red is absolutely correct, at least for me, because I'm not Viga. I do require sleep. It time sleep indeed, but we still have some housekeeping left to do before I get the fuck out. Yes, restreaming the guy is very, very stressful, and you guys should tip me 150 dolins for all that I'm doing for you. Yeah. I'm risking my health and my safety because I'm revealing myself to all the no-dick nudnicks on the internet. Yeah. All right. So then... All right. So actually, we have got a variety of stuff. As last night, there were a couple of new ones that got added. There were a couple of new ones that got added later after I finished my review of the nightly bands. So we have to start down here, and let me count up from the bottom because there should be the 12 is where we cut off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So I apologize for my tism counting like that, but it just helps me. So the effective names that are going on the list are Zero Muscle Guy 99. I wonder who that could be a reference to. Not Panda Lee. I mean, I don't know why that person got banned. I mean, they're just saying they're not Panda Lee. I mean, one would think that if Panda Lee came around, she'd have a name like Panda Lee Real or something like that. So I don't see the problem with that. And then, of course, we have the more conventional trolling name of Thick Six Clubhouse got banned for some reason. That had to have been a tourist. One Terran got banned, and I'm not sure that's not a funny kick name, unfortunately. Cato the Elder got banned. I saw some of what he was doing, and he got banned for speaking sense. Projection Maximizer, it got banned for the sin of having a detractor name. Future Side Phil, I'm not sure. I'm assuming that was banned as the detractor name, but I don't know what the detracting is. I'm not seeing how that's making fun of him, but maybe that's me just being uncreative. I'm known to be these things from time to time. 10-year plan was a lie, which is, that absolutely is a detractor name and got banned for that. Kalian de Chigai. Kalian de Chigai. Kalian de Chigai? Yep. I'm not getting a detractor name from that, but that person committed the cardinal sin of, speaking sense and speaking truth. So, yeah, they got banned. Laupo Hentang got banned. I don't know why. Danted got banned for troll name. Tevin 862. Presumably the Tevins are now coming out of the cloning vats over at Lens. So we will presumably be seeing Tevin 863 soon enough. Ron Jambo got banned for being for a troll name. Courier 6 was just speaking sense and he got banned twice. he spoke so much sense he got banned twice. Conur West is not no other detractor. Well, no. The one last detractor name. I need to blow my nose. Snort. So again, we have passed the point of peak detractor names on the kick ban list. That has absolutely passed. We still get some of them, but now people are just more getting banned for what they say rather than what their name is, which is in some ways an improvement, but also it's kind of dented because it means that you are pissing Dave off enough that he's getting off his ass and doing something about Kick Chat, when Kick Chat is the fucking Wild West where if you can just be content to sneak this, you will never be moderated at all. So that's 3 down here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 new names. So congratulations, Dasher Pie. We have hit 7,200. 7,201, in fact. 7,201 kick bans. People who have been sent to ban world and are gone forever. All right, so that's taken care of. Well, ban is end from as far as the suggestion pile goes for ideas for tomorrow's word of the day. Ban is something I can work with. So unless I come up with a better name, a better idea, well, then we'll just be going with band. Well, ban, I suppose. And if you disagree with me, that's what you'll be. Band. Gone forever. Okay, so then yep, okay. Vega, it time Vega for anyone who still wants to talk about the guy. Otherwise, see everybody sometime later today, technically, because I think it's after midnight everywhere in the United States that isn't Alaska and Hawaii. Thanks for coming out. That was a hell of a Reeestream. There's going to be... enjoy having been here, everybody, because people are going to wonder, where were you when some of these clips came out? And some of these clips were brutal. Other than that, have yourselves a wonderful evening. Morning, whatever. See ya.